registered there. You went and registered there as another person. One day when I was teaching electoral law, one of my students told me that in their constituency, they had reached an agreement for people to register also using the ID for people who are identities. So that they can be able to add the number of voters in that particular. Do we know that when someone dies, they're supposed to surrender their ID to the state, isn't it? We know that. But people are keeping them so that they can be able to use them. What kind of offenses are there for aspirants? You have bribery, personation, making yourself out to be somebody that you're not. You have undue influence, where you put people under pressure. You know that especially the primaries, have you seen people locking people in boots of cars? Haven't you seen other people being taken for meetings in a hotel which is in a completely different county and they are locked there? Haven't you seen so many shenanigans during party primaries? Those are election offenses. Then you also have things like offenses that political parties can be able to commit. You also have, offenses, basically offenses by IEBC. For example, IEBC, the staff of the IEBC, right from the constituency all the way to the IEBC commission office, they have to be able to be bound by a certain code that makes sure that they're doing the right thing. So, for example, you know very well when they go to a candidate, candidate X got 200, candidate Y got 50,000, candidate whatever got, but you read the results differently. You feel from 17A differently. You feel from whatever differently. The staff of IEBC are held to very high standards of account to make sure that the correct information at all times is put out. The correct information at all times is recorded. They give you the correct guidance, and that they act in with utmost faith. Did you see a few weeks ago that the political parties, literally the public procurement, tribunal cancelled the ballot papers for? Now this is the second time, isn't it? That is to tell you the importance of doing the right thing at all times. Because if you do the wrong thing, time is being wasted, and we may find ourselves in a difficult situation. So when you come to the Political Parties Act, Political Parties Act is the fifth in the slide. It provides for the registration and regulation of political parties, funding and accounts of political parties. It also provides for the establishment of the political parties dispute tribunal. It also has schedules at the back of that particular act, and those schedules give you the code of conduct that must be signed by political parties. It tells you the features that must be in your constitution. So I would urge you to go to the Political Parties Act at the back. Those who say they are seeing their party constitution, it tells you what must be in your party constitution. Go and compare. What is being said by the Political Parties Act, is that what's in your constitution? You need to be able to make sure. So my question at the end of that particular item is your political party compliant with the law? Can we have hands up if you know that your political party is compliant with the law in all aspects? Aspects including its registration, aspects including supplying the correct information to IEBC and all the required, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, aspects concerning the money in its accounts, all aspects. Let's see hands up if just a rough statistical survey, I would say less than half. In this room, less than half of the hands went up. Less than half of the hands, which is, it's a good thing, you know why? It's a moment for us to reflect, isn't it? It's a moment for us to now reflect on it, go back, look at the act, the Political Parties Act, and look and see whether your political party is compliant. So when we come to the Judiciary Electoral Disputes Resolution bench book, this one was developed following the 2013 general elections, and one of the people who wrote that book is none other than Judge Violet Mabisi, who is your facilitator. Let's bring our book class. You need to know when you come to court, the magistrate in that court is using that bench book that was developed by Judge Mabisi, working with the Boeing and College. That bench book looked at the way the 2013 general election disputes was resolved, and then they decided to improve the performance in 2017 by being able to provide for magistrates and judges something that they can be able to refer to. So that you can be able to refer, so that the decision in Narok is similar to the decision in Kilifi, isn't it? You don't have candidates having different decisions in different parts of the country just because you're in that part of the country. The bench book standardizes the approach of magistrates and judges towards election disputes. This book, let me give you the secret of this book. Yeah? Judge Mabisi, maybe you can confirm, is it online?
Yes, it is online. You can catch it. I know it's undergoing a review, especially for the presidential aspect. But it is online. Just Google judiciary or just Google electoral court, election dispute resolution, then and just
that book it contains secrets that not only magistrates and judges should know. You as a candidate, you need to read. You know why? You will see cases that were decided for MCAs, members of parliament, senate members. You will see those cases. Then you will be able to know majority of the cases that came to court came because of such and such a thing, and then you are going to it. So the bench book is not only for judges and magistrates, but also for advocates. And for me, very importantly, is for us students. For you to be able to find out the things you should do and not do. If we move on to the electoral dispute resolution process. Electoral dispute resolution process. Now, we start from where it all begins. Right now, no, there's no political party that has carried out a primary. IEBC imeshaweka political parties kwenye mtaratara, isn't it? They've already told you you should have your primaries within this time and this time. And I saw very many of the secretary generals of political parties complaining because they say that they need more time to be able to carry out primaries in a good way, isn't it? So do you know how the primaries in your party will be conducted? Do you know? They've given options. Consensus, but you know the one on your party. Which one have they chosen? Now, if you say given three options, you can go the way of delegates, secret ballot, or consensus. Huh? But who is going to make that choice? Who can decide? Thank you. Political parties in different regions, like for example, I'm an OBM, I'm in Odia, and we've agreed with different regions we are going to do different primaries. Where we have more than two candidates, they have to go for nomination. Where we have one candidate, it will be a direct nomination. Where we have more than three, it will be nomination. Where we have people can go for consensus, agree on how they are going to do it. One has to support the other. We go that way. Thank you. My name is Abumaki Musa. I'm a candidate from Makoni constituency, Makoni County. Thank you. Anybody else from another party? Let's hear yours. And we do this one. Facilitation right now. Oh, okay. Yes, please. Okay, personally, I'm talking with regard to our party, and democracy, we are the party, and the vision that we have put in place that we are going to do there, interactive method for party nominations, because there are some areas that we don't have competition, so we have encouraged the members to use capital in terms of leadership, where we know that we have competition, we actually need to conduct grassroots nomination using the package. And then so we actually have all the processes together. And the year we shall actually have a center where we can already see that the two candidates are really, yes, you're stronger than we can work together. And then we can use leadership in a certain county and we carry because they have a governor from Tanzania. In that area, we are having who are competing together. Morning, everyone. Hi, morning. Hi. My name is Grace Lobo, MP Aspirant February South, and I'm the Deputy Secretary General of Chama Party. Now, actually, yesterday I really was really grateful for this opportunity. Thank you so much. Because Chama Chakazi, our party leader is also Korea. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to launch it officially because just like immediately after we were registered, he felt other places. So our system is tested and working very well. We are actually a Chama Chakazi original candidate for our election in April, and it has worked that. Even someone from Buda can attest to that because that's what they also use to by election. So we are going to conduct our party primaries online for any place that we have more than one candidate. And actually the same system is what we are using for our candidate, our aspirants, to get the polls. We usually use this to conduct the poll. So you also be knowing, you as a Chama Chakazi candidate, where you stand on the poll. If you ever decide to agree with the other candidate, if you are much higher than them, you can agree on that instead of going through the whole process. So that is what is different about Chama Chakazi. So we will be having a pre-nomination process where as a candidate, you will have enough time, enough time to put together people vote for you online. you to be able to the reason why I asked you to be able to provide the methodology that's used in your policy, just briefly, is number one, does everybody where you come from know that that's your method? Does everybody know now for Chamatapati that that's the method being used? Does everybody know in the case of the party with the lady who told us, that, sorry, is it only you who knows that? The fact that one of the things that's very important is that information. Because without that information, you'll begin to see issues at the party primaries, where people who don't make it want to contest the issues. So it is up to you to make sure that your political party puts it out very clearly, because you want to protect your win, isn't it? You want to protect your win. If you're going to be two candidates using my example, where you go for nomination, you want to be able to make sure that you protect your win. If you choose the method of consensus, you want to be able to make sure that when you emerge as the winner, you're able to defend and protect your win. So I want to say that at the party primaries, you have a dispute resolution mechanism in case you are not going to be satisfied. That's the first place to begin. You are able to, the law requires you to first of all use the internal party dispute resolution mechanism. How many know the members of their internal dispute resolution mechanism? How many of you know? I've seen only like 3 months. Madam Modisi, when I came, you told me that we are asking do we actually have aspirants in the room? So, your aspirants who don't know who are the members of the internal dispute resolution mechanism. Remember, we haven't yet gone for the political, we got the party primaries. You see, if you go for the party primaries, it is possible that out of, let's say in this room you are maybe 300. Maybe if we say let's meet next week after the party primaries, how many will be back here? How many will be back here? 50 or 300. You see, because that question is very important. If we say that the political party primaries are all being held on Saturday, and then we say only those who emerge as the winners should come now to this meeting the following Saturday, will you be there? Yes. That one is very strong, yeah? When you enter this, ladies, you must be prepared to fight for your space. The late Professor Wangari Maathai said, human rights, I want my ladies there to hear what I say. The late Professor Wangari Maathai said, human rights are not things you put on the table or celebrate. They are things you fight for and then you defend. There are things you fight for and then you defend. And if you're not serious about defending your candidacy, you ought not to be here. If you're not serious about defending your candidacy, starting from the party primaries, you ought not to be here. If you're still saying, I don't know, sorry, hey, to the number of them, will I manage? If that is what you're saying, then you're in the wrong place. I'm not saying fight them, I'm not saying that. But you must have the spirit that when you know something wrong has happened, you must be able to articulate yourself. You must be able to articulate yourself, isn't it? Now, one of the things I don't want to hear from this group, when something goes wrong, I don't want to hear you. We want to be women who are smart. Smart on the outside and smart upstairs. Smart on the outside and smart. The second level is the after the party primary. Let us say you are locked in the boots of a Pusho 504, somewhere in Tarakaniki, somewhere in Meru, somewhere in Vihiga, and you are not able to get into them. You are not able to present yourself where the party primaries are taking place, where they are going to make a decision between candidates A and B. You are locked somewhere, you are not able to come. You have taken your matter to the party tribunal. Party tribunal has said how to face it. What do you do? How to face it? The next step is for you to go to the political parties dispute tribunal. Political parties dispute tribunal will not hear your matter, and please note this so that you don't waste your time. Don't waste your money paying an advocate to take your case to the political parties dispute tribunal first. Because the first question they ask you at the political parties dispute tribunal is to bring the report from the internal party dispute tribunal. Are we together? Are we together? Yes. When you have been locked in the boot of a 504 Pusho, and you're not able to come into the hall and present yourself as a candidate for a position, the first place to lodge your claim is before your internal party dispute tribunal. Internal. You need to know their names. You need to know who they are. You need to know where their offices are. Don't have a political party, don't have an internal political party dispute tribunal that you don't know where they sit. You see how that will be a problem? Because you know you can't come and present a problem before people, you don't know where they sit, you don't know where they are. That's why you need to know your party, isn't it? Where are your party headquarters? Where does the tribunal sit? That's the question you need to ask. You need to make sure that you know where they sit so you can present your case. Secondly, if that party, the internal one, if Danny and Chairman moves in a way that you don't feel was fair, the next place you go is the political party dispute tribunal. Because the political party dispute tribunal will hear your appeal from your internal party dispute tribunal. You can't go to the political party dispute tribunal in the first instance. You go there after your internal one has given you a verdict that you don't agree with. So as you're presenting your papers before the political party dispute tribunal, ile ya kwanza ya juu ni ile ripoti kutoka your internal party dispute tribunal. If you're not satisfied with the political party dispute tribunal, you take your matter out of the High Court. Court of Appeal, Supreme Court of United States. We really need to understand these steps so that when something has gone wrong, that can be corrected, we are in the right place. Now, which kind of disputes come before the IEBC dispute tribunal? Which kind of things come before them? Let me give you an example. And these are things which have been done or carried out by, for example, some of IEBC. Let us say you are announced the winner. You are announced the winner, isn't it? You are given the nomination certificate, isn't it? But also, let's say you're married, you are given the nomination certificate. It turns out Susan also has a certificate, isn't it? That is the type of matter you are taking to the IEBC dispute tribunal because one, it comes from an error that has been made, an error you believe has been made by the returning officer. Not of the party, the returning officer of IEBC. Because if you get the things to the returning officer, Yeah, now if that returning officer gives Mary a certificate and also gives Susan, there's a problem, isn't it? Yeah, but you can't have two people from the same party getting their certificates. You take it to the IEBC, this is not good. Let me give you another example. A political party has a complaint about the conduct of another political party. For example, the color of your party is black. The color of your party is black. Then your opponent does what? Goes and prints T-shirts, even with a logo that looks like yours. Isn't it? Let's say your logo is a football. A football on a black T-shirt. Your opponent goes and prints black T-shirts with a circle, with a few slashes, but it looks like a football, isn't it? To somebody who is not skilled, they'll not be able to differentiate your party and another party. Those kind of disputes are taken to the IEBC dispute tribunal. The one I told you earlier on about an independent candidate who has put a picture of a presidential candidate when they should not go to the IEBC dispute tribunal. And when a dispute goes there, it's supposed to be resolved in 10 days. Remember, these election offenses, the IEBC can disbar your candidature, isn't it? But the ODPP can also pick it up as a criminal offense and prosecute you in the criminal courts, isn't it? The ODPP may not be able to buy your candidature, but IEBC can. The Election Offences Act is one of the ones on this slide. Please make sure you go and read it so that you can know the offenses. You know one reason why you must read it. You know one reason why you must read it. So that Mary and the Chesa, you know exactly what you're doing. You need to know so that you can know when your competitor is committing an election offense. So that you can be able to bring that issue before the IEBC tribunal for them to disbar that your competitor. What do you mean? You are saying in politics. You can't be in politics if you're not thinking about being the only one at the finish line. And one of the ways of being at the finish line is to make sure the law is being observed at all times, making sure that your competitor is also respecting the law, isn't it? And when your competitor steps away from the law, that's your chance to do what? To strike, isn't it? When your competitor commits an election offense in the field, you become aware that they're campaigning when they should not be campaigning. You become aware that they're spreading propaganda. You become aware that they are bribing. You become aware that they're using undue influence. That is what you strike. And you know you can't strike if you yourself are not obeying the law, isn't it? What is ridiculous, isn't it? You can only strike because you're obeying. Your competitor may be in your party or can be in another party. So the election offenses apply to everyone. Yeah, you strike. That one was given you the full go ahead, strike. And I don't mean strike by fighting. We didn't say strike by. We didn't say strike by shooting them. We didn't say strike by naming them. We said strike by going to the IEBC. Now, the courts remain open to listen to different types of disputes. Disputes that take place during the elections, disputes that take place after the elections. The courts remain open to listening to disputes when they have moved from their initial level up. So, for example, you are going to internal party dispute tribunal, or the prayer or a political party dispute tribunal, or the prayer even go to high court, court of appeal. And depending on the type of issue, you can go to the Supreme Court. Depending. IEBC district tribunal has given you a ruling, you don't have your own court. So the courts are very important places for you to be able to establish your rights. Let's move on to let's deal with questions after that. We are very kindly, I'm requesting. So the next slide is asking you a question. Are you a serious contender? If so, act now to protect your candidacy. It does not matter which forum or which speech resolution. One of the things that we need to agree is that it's a very technical exercise, isn't it? Now, as I've asked you questions, you told me you have your group. You must have a strategy. I believe that's part of what if you're going to take it. What's your strategy for winning? I've just given you a small one. Look for what for the wrong your opponent is doing is right. Get them out of the way. Go and find out what the rules of the political parties are. Make sure that you use that to your good advantage. One of the things I would advise you is to get the services of an advocate very early on in the game. Very early on. Why? If you look at the cases that get lost at the IEBC, maybe at the High Court or at the Tribunal, so many of those cases that get lost, they get lost because you're getting an advocate when the evidence is very lost. You understand? You want to say that your opponent is right. The first thing the court will ask you is where's the evidence? You didn't collect them? You're just saying they're right. You think that they're elected with your advantage because you're saying it won't. The court needs evidence for you to be able to convince the court. And therefore, my strong advice would be, as you prepare yourself going forward, knowing that perhaps in your political party in the primary, or if after the primary you're successful, you move on, you then come to the next level. You're serious about going to the end. Ladies, I'm talking about people who are serious about going to the end. Not people who are just trying. If I tell you they're just trying to do it. We are talking about a lady who's sitting here and has set her sights where? And you're not taking any chances. You're not taking any chances because you've set your sight on that seat. Make sure that you get an advocate, even if you get them to give you or take you through now, seated next to you, who will take you through some of these things, give you ideas about how to be able to collect evidence. So, for example, I said, surely there's no aspirant without a smartphone. I said that for a reason. How are you going to be an aspirant when you cannot be able to record what's going on, isn't it? How are you going to be an aspirant when you don't have the capability to ask one or two people in all your meetings to record what's going on? So when your opponent goes to court and says you are bribing or there was violence in your meeting, you have your videos that show how peaceful your meeting was, how organized it was, and equally you have sent also people to the meetings of your competitor to also record this. When you want to say that something was going on in that meeting that should not be going on, you have something. So, for example, you go to a meeting and leaflets have been dropped. And you can see the agents of your opponents are the ones dropping the leaflets which are calling on certain communities to fight certain communities. That is evidence. That is not just idea, nothing you will take the leaflets. You need to collect that, take pictures of the surrounding, make sure that you have the date on your phone, so that anything wanting to locally you need to be able to have ways of proving the dates. Let me give you a small secret. If you want to prove the date something happened, have the newspaper of that day and take a picture side by. Have you looked at it? Yes. Have you looked at it? Yes. Because you see the newspaper of that day, you can prove that this event did not take place before. Newspapers come out on a daily basis. That's why I'm saying, I'm definitely a student. I want to be you retain an advocate in your team, on the terms you agree with the advocate will help you as you go along to be able to do what? To organize your strategy. The advocate will assist you as you go along to organize your strategy. That's why I ask you, are you a serious contender? But remember, I've said, for you to have a meaningful conversation with your advocate, you yourself first of all need to know the law. When you go to your advocate, you know, please, you need to find this thing. But you need to know that you know what's wrong. You know yourself. But you need to know that you know your. You need to tell the wakili, I've read this in the newspaper, they're saying this, they're saying the other. How can we be able to protect ourselves and take the best? Take advantage of what's going on. If you will notice, for the presidential election, they already have their advocates in place even 6 months or 1 year in advance. You see that a presidential election has to be held within a very short time after the results are announced, isn't it? How do you think that happens? You think that that's the day when someone needs to go for a presidential election position, you think that on that day is when that person is thinking, okay, why do this where I do that? No. They have been with their lawyers in campaigns, they have been with their lawyers in team meetings, they have been with their advocates walking along the way, getting evidence. If you wait until the issue that you're complaining about has happened, it means it may be too late. Your advocate may be happy to take your money. You know that? You still pay me. But I know at the back of my mind, this case is a weak case. Isn't it? That's why it's important to start in advance. As I said, look for a good advocate near where you are, so that your advocate, you're not coming from Yamunu, and your advocate is in Taita. Does that make sense? When you want to refer to your advocate, when you want to go to their office and find out this, that, and the other, you can't go there. You need to be able to look for an advocate closest to you, and they're there all over the country. The nearest town to you. Go and have a conversation about how you're going to work together with that person to make sure that you're protecting yourself. I want to hear in these coming primaries in the days to come that the cases that women are bringing to court are succeeding. They're succeeding because ulikuwa umeshajipanga mapema. Sivyo wanasema kwamba siku njema huonekana. If you're that person who's woken up at 8 o'clock to go now and do this, that, and that, we knowing you'll miss people coming back from the channel because of people who go 4 a.m. You need to think in 3D. 3D, isn't it? We need to think beyond our noses. You know, if you think, like they say, the people say, if you think just up to here, you're not going to get a but when you think in 3D, it means you're thinking what's behind you and what's also on the side, isn't it? You're thinking ahead, you're planning ahead. I hope that at the end of this conference, you will sit down in groups or in teams and begin to plan your strategy. You have to have a strategy. If we go to the slide that says the key task the advocate must complete on the behalf. The advocate needs to advise you. You need to come up with a plan with the advocate. How you're
2022.
You might agree that you'll be meeting once a month, but then when you get to the primary, maybe you meet twice a week. You need to agree, that kind of thing. You agree on the cost. In my slides, I've said you need to be able to agree with the advocate. On the day you go to the advocate, you need to agree on costs. You need to agree on Asikushue baadaye kuambia amekupatia peanuts which you are not expecting. But you know, I know women are in networks. So for example, like today, you have that Mabisi here. I am here. Where you come from, I know that there are lady advocates also who are in the network, isn't it? They're in the Tama, isn't it? Where I stay with the neighbors, every once in a month, we have one lady from one of the houses who gives a talk. I talk about the workplace. We have psychologists, we have a police officer, we have somebody who deals with we have a doctor, we have all of them. And for free we sit there and they're able to guide us, isn't it? So you can example with a lawyer, we tell them that from now they can put an age of 50. Because I know also that your pocket also is important, to the extent that you can be able to work with. What I'm advising you, if you are setting your sights forward, an advocate is important as part of your strategy. You as ladies, you can approach your political parties and tell them these are the integral part of your work with the political party, and you want the political party to give you a training, isn't it? To give you a training, I'm sure that they can get to pay for the services of lawyers, the services of different people who can give you good advice. Now my last slide, if I need to be able to stop so you can be able to. The last slide, I can't see it from here, but I know what it was saying. It's essentially telling you what your goal is. I repeat, dear ladies, dear aspirants, strong women, women of courage, women of vision, women of power, women who have medical care, the first among others, the best that there is. I repeat that it is your duty first and foremost to know everything yourself. It is your duty first and foremost to know everything that needs to be known. When you're given an opportunity to come to a forum like this one, it is your business to listen. If I give you a story from the Bible, for those of you who are, who subscribe to Christianity, you do remember the story of Martha and Mary. Jesus came to visit. Martha was doing a very important thing. She was making the environment to be good for the Lord. Mary chose to sit at the feet of Jesus. To get from him directly was good. When you meet your Secretary General of your country, don't be doing ABCD, make sure you're sitting at the feet of your SG. When you meet the people who sit in your political party's district tribunal, make sure that you're not here, there, but you're sitting at their feet. I have already said that all this legislation you need to know. I challenge you in the next 7 days to have read all these statutes. And they're for Kenyans, they're not for lawyers. These statutes are not for lawyers. These statutes is the people of Kenya who make them. It's Parliament who makes them. These statutes are there to guide you. I challenge you to read all these statutes before the election. To take the debates higher and to make sure that you are protecting yourself. And with that, I thank you. Maybe hello? You can do better than that. believe we have learned a lot, have we? And I believe we have been challenged a lot, have we? The two things I got from her is one, you need to know everything, and two, you need to comply. You need to learn the laws and you need to do what? Comply. Because if you don't comply, you will go nowhere. And please, just to add on what she has said, if you Google a lot, you'll find a lot of information which has been simplified about electoral laws. There are a lot of laws which have been simplified about the processes and procedures. If you go to the, you know, I write my time because of where I come from. Political Parties Dispute Tribunal, if you go on their website, you'll find all the information you need about what they do. If you go to the IEBC, you'll find all the information about what they do and which cases they're dealing with. But then you go to the judiciary also, you will go. But still, she has urged us, and I'm going to do the same and ask you to read. Even today, when I look at the newspaper online, the IEBC chairman was talking about certain compliances required from your parties. What compliance was that? Today, they are going to actually review compliances of parties regarding their nomination rules. So if you don't follow that, then there will be something wrong. How many of us even contributed to those nomination rules? So today, IEBC is still reviewing. Now, we have about 10-15 minutes for questions. So I will give an opportunity. Please don't go into stories. Are we clear? If you're going to go into stories, I'm someone like a dictator to Global. I dictated a bit. I need the national anthem, and that's the dictation I'm going to do. If you start stories, I will actually take the mic. Are we clear? I will take the mic. So I'm going to give 5 people first of all, and after that, then we'll see if you have more time. You'll be number 1, you'll be number 2, you'll be number 3. I saw your hand up first. You'll be number 4, and then the lady in brown will be number 5. Please, 1 second. You start stories, I will take the mic. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. My name is Anita Kimatek from Tharaka Nithi. And my question is, Advocate Linda said that if someone chose the federal independent candidate, picture of a presidential candidate, it's an election offense. My question is, what if someone does not do that but they properly say, like other people say, I'm going to choose a position, I'm not supporting any presidential candidate, but people say I'm an independent candidate, below the president, and I'm supporting person, and is that
Naweza fungua Zoom. Zoom. Nifungue Zoom. Inakuwa na masaa. Ama ngoja kidogo.
Good morning, everybody. My question is, you said that the 9th of December is the deadline for the fundraising. Now, if you want to launch what your campaign is all about and your manifestation after 9, maybe in January over dinner, and that dinner you got people and you're charging them for the dinner to cover your costs, can that be called the fundraising? Because I think that's in January.
My name is Valerie Lumumba. I come from Nyamira. By MP West Monago. Have a question. And I know most of you have gone through that. After now nomination, then now the persons are going for up to the ballot. Now we are proceeding to the ballot. Of course, there is one who will win. Now, those who are losing, I don't know what criteria or what mechanism we are going to have, at least to cater for those who are going to lose. Because I don't think we are going to I'm not saying that all of us are going to win. But of course, one or two will win. Because at the end of the day, we have one who is going to win. So those who are going to excuse me, please. I know we are here. Everyone is pretending, or everyone is praying to win. But at the end of the day, we have those ones who might not succeed. Yeah. So the question is, those ones who are now, we have gotten a winner. The ones who are now left. As women, that's why I've gone through it, and I'm insisting this one. I don't know which policies we're going to put in place. I know yesterday, Honorable Shapesh talked about it. But again, what I was requesting, is there anything that, or is there policies that are put in place to take care of those ones who are going to elect? Because imagine, these people have gone through a nomination, they have gone through election, they resigned, they have lost their jobs, they have spent everything that they had, and now here you are.
Excuse me, if you want to listen to the question, please walk up.
Yes.
Is that okay? Yes. If you think this question is not for you, please do ask. And we have to respect for each other.
Some of you are married and you are there. Now, my question is, do you have any policy which is going to take care of these ladies? Thank you. We always have a deadline on everything. When submitting the names from the political party to the ICC for you to be declared as a candidate. Some political parties have a tendency of giving a deadline of 2 days. Nominations are done on Friday, then the submission of the names to the ICC is on Monday. Then we don't have that time to go and launch your company. What are we going to do as women? Because the deadline is only 2 days, you don't have that time to do that.
Good morning, everyone. I want to share a bit of my experience, and it is important for you ladies. In short, yes, in short. I want you to believe in yourself. I believe in myself. I did it and I will do it. I went all the process you've been talking about in 2017 when I realized that I was in the priority list and maybe 30 minutes to the names to be taken to for my statement, I was removed. Then I went to the party tribunal. I was never heard. I proceeded to the IBC tribunal. I was heard. I won. I continued to the court of appeal, and I won the case. I am from ODM, and those who are coming from Nairobi, you are with Immaculate dropped, but I saw that after the court of appeal, and I won the case. I was given the government, and I got in the decree. But what did they do? Nothing happened to this moment. And they were given 48 hours to return my name. After that, I went to the feeder. That is why I was feeling like I need to talk. I took my copy of judgment and decree to Frida. I requested Frida to intervene. And then Frank and the team, by then, that was 2017, they said they cannot come into that. I just have to plead with my party. And then nothing happened. I went to see our executive director, Morgan and Tony. They said that they will see. There is this issue of good agenda, maybe it's passed at the parliament and one of those. It never happened. I went again, now that I was preparing for the 2022 to the office to share with the director and our leaders. I was told that they know and they are very much aware that they have unfinished business to do. Because I went to ask them, now that we are approaching another election, 2022, I want to get in the race. And you know very well, you still have unfinished business to do. What are you thinking about? I was told that they had a plan that if BBI could pass, I would be given some support to do some civic education to get money out of that to help me do my campaign. Which I don't, it's not there. No. So my request to Frida. Let me first of all request to Frida. My names are also in Grace Oto. I didn't English myself. I am the chair of ODM, my son constituency. Right now, you are sitting in my constituency. You don't know? Yeah? Some constituency. I am the draft committee member representing Oisambo in the office of the Secretary. Then, I would request Frida, please, when we travel all that much, and I won, and I come to the office, and then you take me back to the past. That you cannot do anything, surely. What do you want me to do? Can you and for those who are going to do the same in 2022? Could you take this women? Because if Frida could have won my hand, right now we are in the context of the world. Thank you so much. Kwa majina naitwa Agnes Ndege, kutoka West Pokot County, nasimama kiti cha MCA Simiyu Ward. Mimi am from the minority community called Seged. Swali ni kwamba nilikuwa na shida madam. Wakati wanaitoa majina ya nomination kwa newspaper, hawakuindicate by ethnicity. Nikaenda kwa tribunal. Tribunal wakatoa court order for IBC warudie kulipublish hiyo majina na wao wamerekebisha stakabadhi zangu. Then baadaye nilingojea nikiamini kwamba IBC watafanya vile maana wamepata court order, lakini hawakufanya. So madam, nauliza ningeenda wapi tena? Nieleze after before 10 days ningepeleka hiyo mambo yangu wapi? Asante.
Then we have 1 more round and people who are already started. So 1 here, 1 there. So my guess is you. Please, is it also possible you could write down your question
Kama guest.
Remember, it is very easy to count the evidence. So someone speak about this with their face on it and a presidential candidate on the side. That's very easy because that person, if you're able to prove that that person is the one who printed that, then that is easy to prove report. The question was about a person who is an independent candidate in meetings, announces that they support a particular candidate. Now that clearly is actually doing the same thing as having a face on the post easily. But the question now for you is how will you gather that evidence? So now that is the place where I've been saying you need to work closely with, somebody to be able to guide you. And I say specifically an advocate because many cases get lost in court for lack of evidence. So for me, that's a question of collecting evidence. Number two, madam who says that you want to have a fundraising dinner when the year comes in the pursuit of your presidential election. You're asking whether that will actually be against the issue of fundraising. Now, the language even that you use, that you're going to have to hold a dinner where you're going to invite people to pay, let's say, 1 million a plate, or 2 million, or 3 million, or whatever, 50,000, is a fundraising. It's a fundraising. When the IEBC releases these directives, they are clear. And if they are not clear, this is where now working very closely with your political party, for you to be given, guidance on these issues. Like one of the things which I think you need to demand from your political party is that all these directives, you need to get SMSs, isn't it? Are you getting SMSs? It's essential that what I'm feeling, based on the questions that have just been asked, the strong feeling I have is that you need to go back to your political party to demand for certain things. One of them is information. There must be a method of the political party reaching you with an email explaining, like what Madam has asked there, explaining in detail this, that, or that, or informing you of deadlines, isn't it? So it's important. Then number three, you have Violet from Namira who asked what will happen to babies who do not make it through the nominations. And that's a question which I would like to give to the organizers to be able to provide a response to, because I'm sure that it's, because I know that the other speakers who are yet to come, they're going to talk about topics that confirm this. So it's something which I've seen the letter set out, but I will remind her that an answer should be provided. Then, Madam who said that she followed the process, and you can see that she succeeded, isn't it? I think that's wonderful. It's wonderful that she was able to reach where she reached, but then you can see what happened, isn't it? You see ladies, we live in the real world. We have seen many court orders not respected. That is the world we are living in. So you can see how, by you not demanding for court orders to be respected, it comes perfect. Court orders being respected is a thing for you and me, because tomorrow you have a decision you want to be implemented for your benefits. So, unfortunately, and I feel really, really sad, but her issue, even having gone to the highest court, has not been addressed. But I see it as part of the general problem that we have as a society, where we have witnessed enforcement of court orders. Then, you have the lady who asked the question that, and that's a very important question. Nominations are done today, names are given tomorrow. When will you complain to your internal party mechanism? But I want to assure you, victories can be overcome. You either will win the election in the first instance, and you go through US law, isn't it? Or you read it in court, isn't it? So start the process. I want to tell you, even if the nominations are held in the morning, the names given to IEBC in the afternoon, and you feel there's a problem, lodge that claim with your internal party dispute mechanism and take it all the way. How many, positions have we seen in America? We've seen them, haven't we? But you must start the process and you must go all the way. The last question, which is from the lady from West report, it is also a similar question that has been asked, that has been posed by the lady who was speaking here. It's a question of now implementation of obeying court orders. Again, it is all our responsibility to be able to make sure that we agitate for the respect for court orders. Otherwise, the happy crowd we are today here may be no more if court orders are not implemented and you vote a claim which is in your favor and is not responsible. So maybe. I'll just give people an opportunity. At least, let's lady here. Excuse me, let me say this. I'm begging for your indulgence. And the reason why I'm begging for your indulgence is this. We next presenter on issues of matter security and how we need to deal with security is already here. Unfortunately, he doesn't have all the time. He needs to do his presentation. And he's here, so he will be needing to go. So I'll give just 3 people. I will say I'll give her one. I'll give the lady behind the there. And but what I'm saying is this: 2, please do this, do this, do this. Please listen to me. Can you lend me your ears? Please lend me your ears. The other thing we have said is this: please write your questions. I know some of you don't want to write your questions, but please write. You know why? Even if Linda here leaves, we have so many lawyers here who will answer your questions very clearly. Are we together? Like I know I've been asking a question about elections reforms being done now, and yet elections are around the corner. What do we do? So that's the reason why I'm saying, please write your questions, give them to us. Some of them may be able to deal with any country, but the rest of us, we have about 10 lawyers in this space. And during plenary, we will deal with those questions. Are we together? And Lisa has spoken of us. Some of us have already have and know how to answer some of those questions. So we'll be able to do that. So first of all, Madam.
Thank you so much. My name is Bata. I would like to request for this accommodation because I'm using a sign language. My name is Ashura Michael. I am a planning lawyer and I'm vying for Senate position in Nairobi. My specific question is on Article 100. I really have issue with the Article 100. Equal representation and promoting persons with disabilities and not oppressing them. Article 100 is well defines a person, does not define a person who is a person with disability. Because in the Constitution it says representation of a person with disability. But it doesn't really specify if the person should be disabled or not disabled. So that person represents a person with disability. And many times we lose our cases in court because of Article 48, access to justice, and Article 54, Section 2, access to information. Many times we fail because gives us interpreters who are not qualified, because most interpreters are not put in the sign language. So, and we're not allowed to bring our own interpreter who really understands me better. So we lose many of our cases because of that. Can we have a fair access to information for them to allow us to bring our own interpreters because we have those cases in court?
Good morning, my question is okay, for example, now, the day of education was arranged. And once you just enter into that premises, only to discover that your name is not in the ballot papers. What is the action thing that you should do immediately? The day of nomination, you find that your name is missing, or maybe your picture is there and no name of the name is there, but your picture is missing. What is the first step you must take as the aspirant? Secondly, there is something else happening to some of the parties here in Kenya at the moment. You find that there are many aspirants, but amongst these aspirants, you find that some of them are like coordinators. So somebody is like, Anacheza Mubudi. He's an aspirant here and Apako is like a coordinator or something else. What should we do? Because I feel like us as women we progress somehow. And I thank you because you've taken us through the legal team and what have you. And especially using this internal dispute committee, sometimes you find that you don't have that trust in a party. Especially now, because I know this is ongoing in some parties, that there is an aspirant and the same time he or she is a coordinator. What advice can you give us? Thank you. I've forgotten the name by the way. I'm Jackie, Pastor Jackie Cherono from Nakuru West, and aspirant for against CSC. Thank you. Hi. My name is Agnes Kikana, MCA 2022, Magmoni Ward for Akaniki County. My question of concern is about gender-based violence. I'm asking if we can have a special law for women who are in politics, who are incumbent or whether they are aspiring. We can have a law that is protecting us from rape, from attacks, vandalization, and whether we can be given an appropriate number. Just in case anything happens on the ground, we can have that direct number that we can call to address our issues. Thank you. Opportunity we're going to give to our facilitator today to get to wrap up and finish. One of the things she has told me, and this is something we will think about until and these questions, we may actually not put it part of the PowerPoint presentation when they answer, and when we get the PowerPoint presentation, we will get the answers to your questions. So please write your questions. I'm so sorry, I'm going to request the last speaker to kindly repeat the questions. We're always having a small presentation at every year. My name is Agnes Kikana from Magmoni, from Akaniki County, MCA Magmoni Working Street. We both have issues about gender-based violence, people being attacked. My question of is, can we have a lawyer specifically for women who are in politics, who are already there or incumbent, who can protect us, just in case anything happens on the ground? We can have a direct issues are going to be attended on the spot without being told about go to the police, because when you start going to the police, wanakuzungusha au tunaenda katika tunazungushwa, and we have tailor-made paths for you to deal with our issues directly, not kuzungushwa.
Thank you. My quick answer to this question, because we have the next speaker is here, is that FIDA, you have quite a number of issues that have emerged from the floor where your input is needed. One of them is the question that was asked by the lady in yellow. You've marked it, you've noted it. Okay, thank you. And then now this one that is being asked by from thank you, about a hotline for women who are experiencing sexual and gender-based violence in police stations. Now, when I look at the number of questions that have come up to the front, it tells me that this is a topic that is very important for me, isn't it? Because I'm hearing you say that you are approaching party primaries, but you are afraid that things may not go as you expect. And when they don't go the way you expect, what should your immediate reaction be? Following from the question that Madam Cherono has asked, if someone is an aspirant but at the same time is a coordinator, is that not a conflict of? Yes. And you're already seeing these things, isn't it? So what I sense in this room, Judge Mabisi and FIDA, is that ladies in this room are saying, we are ready to put forward our candidacy, but there are certain things that may obstruct or that may make it impossible or difficult for us to be able to move ahead. It means that the journey towards a level playing ground for all parties still has not been won yet. A lot of progress has been made, but it has not yet been won. So you're sitting there thinking to yourself, what hope do I have? Remember we said, and because we could not go through all the slides, because of time, the point I want to make is this: the first thing you do is you put your things in writing. Put your things in writing immediately. Madam Cherono, you arrived at the polling station. You found your name is not there. I think the last thing we want to hear is, we don't want to hear that. We want to see things being put in writing, being given to the respective officer. And how many of you, I'm sure that you're on Facebook, you can't get up here. If you're not on Facebook, you're not on Twitter, these are mediums where information is exchanged. On a daily basis, you see things on Twitter where people put letters they have written to people, and we see action, isn't it? So I'm sure that there's somebody who is going to come and talk about the media strategy and I think this is an important issue, that the question of how to connect the issues happening on the ground and to figure things. You must highlight those things, but put them in writing so they can go through the total dispute resolution process, but also highlight them, shout about them. And if they're already there right now, start shouting now. I have seen that all the candidates for presidency, they have a very soft spot for women, isn't it? We've seen it, haven't we? Through your mechanisms, make sure that you are able to articulate this issue to the leader of your political party. That you want certain things in place before you can participate. So, for example, if these things are, why are you even buying? Why? If already you know that the possibility your name may not be there, why are you buying? Why? Are you just chancing it? You're just deciding to spend your money, waste your money? That's why I said I'm talking to ladies in this room who have a vision and a purpose for being in that ballot box on the last day and emerging the winner. Because that kind of a lady will be saying this: I have already seen something wrong with my political party, and it is my duty and my job to begin to blow the whistle from now. It is my duty to highlight that issue from now. It is my duty to write letters and put them on Facebook. If Wanachemukati will not see the one that you have sent through the post box, he'll see the one on Twitter. He'll see the one on Facebook. Other people will read him. Those who are close to him will tell him, Wanachemukati, what's happening here. What you cannot do is you cannot keep quiet. The question that was asked by Madam Asunta, Article 100. Time and again, Article 100 not forming a key part of what is happening in this country, because it says persons with disability, women, marginalized persons, progressive steps must be taken to make sure they are integrated in political life and all other spheres of life. What active steps have been taken to make sure that this happens? And one of the things she's saying is that you see people occupying positions for persons with disability and they don't have a disability. There are those who don't have a disability. Then there are those who present themselves with conditions as though they are disabilities, but then there are question marks about whether those are disabilities. There's a court decision on that, which I believe following the 2013, and it's one of the things that can be also added on to the people to ask questions. I mean, there's no reason about this question. It's because people are concerned. It's because people want to make it. And I believe that with that, I think I've touched the 3 questions. And I really trust that when the judge says that this question will be responded to, and that you receive an answer that everybody can see, because what's happening in Tharaka is happening in Embu. So with that, I thank you very much, ladies, and all the best. And please, whatever you have played, shareholders, go read, go research, make sure you know, and that's me for life. Now, there are a few questions Stephen is going to answer right now for some of the things that came up. They may not answer all of them, but at least let's give them a chance to respond to 1 or 2 issues that came out. And then there's another one, is it possible for FIDA and legal experts to influence the credibility of party primaries by maybe providing us observers for formal services? That's another question that has been asked. I think we started to keep it. I'm not going to do anything more, but I'll give Nigeria an opportunity to just respond to some of those things that Good morning. My name is Wajiro Amanda, the Deputy Director Programs. So, let's go to a few questions that are directed to us. The first is on election resolution and fact attribution that in previous election cycles, most human-rights organizations have not fought for what happens past election in terms of election resolution. But FIDA's election plan for this election cycle, as you mentioned on the one, we are working with the female aspirants pre-party primary election for. So next year, the plan we have in Ottawa will also be training a pool of pro bono advocates, specifically on election dispute resolution. And part of what they will be doing is supporting the female aspirants that attend the Women Leadership Academy in terms of litigation before all the So it's a election launch by FIDA for the previous election, second in the year, we are going to be together this year. Then there's a question of coming to FIDA during the last election cycle. First is just to request, kindly when you come to FIDA, note down which date and who you saw, because sadly what FIDA has learned is that there are so many organizations masquerading that we are FIDA. So many, you must be at FIDA, you are here, I know where all our staff are. So kindly
That closed down which the office, the Isumu office, Mombasa office, Nairobi office, please know which office. And that to clarify, FIDA has not never supported BBI. So that statement of FIDA says that the paper says it cannot be feedback. So I'm mentioning it Macarena. FIDA's official statement has always been we did not support BBI because of the respect for the rule of law. And then there was a question asked Rashula on petition in the courts, which we voted, maintaining the judiciary, we had several meetings regarding women in the processes before them. And just to assure you, tomorrow we have the judiciary presented, the judiciary commission election, the political parties, technology will also be presented. So all the questions you have for the judiciary to be treated to respond, including the concerns of the language interpretation, also generally people who come to give interpretation. For example, you have a Muslim who saw an election offense, but wanaongea tu Maragoli, wanaongea Kibwatra, so that we work with the courts for proper interpretation of the plan. There was a question of gender-based violence that the election debated. FIDA has several programs working on gender-based violence, and it's important for you to note down our toll-free line 0800 720 501. That's in response to the question asked by National Paragraph of Paragamiti on where to report sexual and gender-based violence. It says 0800 720 501. The number is also on our banners. It's toll free, so please also share with the women from the area that you represent. They can call us for previous sexual and violence. And to clarify, even up to now, FIDA offers free representation for sexual and gender-based violence for every report to us. There was a question on election observation, and luckily for us, our executive director is also the chairperson of ILOG observer group, so she'll be able to see how that can be done for the as I'm saying, and kindly request before I sit, please wear your mask. Tafadhali, COVID is very expensive to treat. You know that? Yes. And insurance does not cover COVID. Unafanyiwa harambee ya kusimama ama harambee ya COVID. Please wear your mask. Kindly wear your mask. Let's protect each other. You may be but you don't know that. The system there makes you might have a existing condition. So please wear your mask. Thank you. Thank you very much. People, if you appreciate it, I know for the way for all of us here, our team did not sleep for a very long time. But I can hear my own care for the time. Okay, so good morning, everyone. How are you? How are you doing? Mama, hi. Hi. Mama, hi. Yes, so part of this and the program is working to make sure that even as we use mentorship, we have to tackle the hard technical questions. And this is just a start. And by the way, what we want to encourage us, and I like what we had yesterday, especially from the guest, the life of the university. And this is our field. If you know and you experience and you are going to ask, and you're not in the what we are giving you is invest in network, invest in knowledge, invest in reading. I can tell you that because most of us are aware that we have got to the education and the school for research. Luckily for us, we are very office where there is so much information out there. Who I know for people like who cannot hire, she's not the senior person in the world. We are all students. We are also not a one very much all this information and know the rest. Just take time to learn from lessons. Even within Africa, you listen to testimonies of people like science programs, you learn one or two. There's a great banner, we have so many programs. And that's something I remember even Mr. Abraham, because I kept reminding me a lot. During that time, they didn't have it. So as we hear this, we feel that the way it is not, I wonder, each of you will have to go back. I hope even as a CPO, we started thinking with ourselves campaign, who's leading our strategy, who's our ground partner, here. Sina mama naye, together. Whatever we do, I so glad that you're going to go to see. How many of you have campaign? If you have a campaign, you can make it for people. Because you now have to see the rubber starts meeting the road. Exactly, because that's not what we're trying to do. As you see here, what here is largely going to this unity. A lot of the work inevitably has to be done by you. You are the leader, you are the provider of that campaign. So everything that you need, what leader will give to the leader, as you have even told, you will get it out there. In terms of personal delivery, how to put together, frequently ask questions and share with yourself. But ultimately, a lot of the hard work, the thinking, the strategy, the planning has to be by yourself. And the important thing for us is women are good at planning. However, I think a lot of work, you cannot sit at the glass and you might not. So let's internalize that and go to the next session. Data is here alongside other institutions to try and cover what we do to open those wells. You need security guarantee, those that inspect the table to guarantee. If you need IDC to be clear or limit the station, then do that. But ultimately, you have to put the work on the ground. Nothing to happen. So we look forward to hearing from you as you can write and I hope you that you for you have appeared every day and family just making those moves. That from yesterday, these are my 5 cases. And when what I do from the 2 this is what I'm taking. I'm going to be activity. That's what tells us, yes, I think if I go to the office of Cuba, I thought extra research and I can correct it. So I wanted to go to see, and we have a very exciting session coming after this. We have a gentleman who will now come and talk to you about the reality about the city. And we are finding a presentation. What is the famous statement that you begin to do? And find a little better. So we want to hear what it is you need to do practically, but also importantly, are very close to your security, your mental security. So we also have a very exciting and lady to have a security session. So my appeal is this, my dear sister. We will not have because we feel that we come from the form of that room. Still, where our other sister is that each of us has questions. It's a way of way. It's a way. So kindly, and that's why the beauty about it is compassion and disease. Just know that the two are here, and that my business is moderating, but we will not have as much as we want. But we are thinking whatever questions, comments you have, please make it. If you run out of paper, please let us know. Let's write for us so that now we are able to see each other and address this time because we are also very busy and we want to give the facility sufficient time so that all we get will be parity. Very good. So I will invite our sister. Morning. Good to see you. Okay, so I will take it away with some energy as we go for tea. And it's now what time? Please time, come back to time. 10:11. So let's be back please at 11:30 sharp. Not what we need, but please by 11:30 sharp.
I'll be entertaining you as you have your tea with a few songs. So those of you who feel like dancing, you can come and join us as you're having your tea and as you're queuing in the line. Take it away. The time has come for women leadership to rise. Women from the national and county levels, young, old, minority, and marginalized women, women with disabilities, women in the grassroots. What activities are how many problems? What are they? Time has come for women leadership to rise. Women from the national and county levels, young, old, minority, and marginalized women, women with disabilities, women in the grassroots. What activities are said? How many projects? What are they?
On the movement, it's a revolution. Our nation, Kenya, Katiba sensitization, conversations of my nationality, evolution, Katiba moja Kenya moja. On the move for Kenya, educating Kenya, together stand as nationality. It's our constitution. On the move for Kenya, educating Kenya, together stand as nationality. It's our constitution.
No, that's song of Dada. Could you put it for me on USB? I want to play during my campaign.
Tasonga na Kenya yetu kwa mapinduzi, tukihamasishana tutaponga na peshe zetu kwa uzinduzi wa mazingira. Tukizunguka Kenya, changamka Kenya, tunaandika Kenya, taifa letu kwa katiba yetu. Tukizunguka Kenya, changamka Kenya, tunaandika Kenya, taifa letu kwa katiba yetu. On the movement, it's a revolution. Our nation, Kenya, Katiba sensitization, conversations of my nationality, evolution, Katiba moja Kenya moja. On the move for Kenya, educating Kenya, together stand as nationality. It's our constitution. On the move for Kenya, educating Kenya, together stand as nationality. It's our constitution. Tukizunguka Kenya, changamka Kenya, tunaandika Kenya, taifa letu. Tukizunguka Kenya, changamka Kenya, tunaandika Kenya, taifa letu. Tukizunguka Kenya, changamka Kenya, tunaandika Kenya, taifa letu, katiba yetu.
424. 424.
We are women, we are strong. We are fighting for our lives, side by side with our men who work the nation's land. United by the struggle, united by the past, and it's here we go, for the women of the working class. We don't need government's approval for anything we do. We don't need their permission to have a point of view. We don't need anyone to tell us what to think or say. It's
strength enough and wisdom of our own to go our own way. We are women, we are strong. We're fighting for our lives, side by side with our men who are the nation's light. United by the struggle, united by the past, and it's here we go, for the women of the working class. They talk about statistics, about the price of food, the prices of communities dying all the time. In fighting for a future, we found ways to organize. We're women liberation, the strong is mobilized. We are women, we are strong. We're fighting for our lives, side by side with our men who are the nation's light. United by the struggle, united by the past, and it's here we go, for the women of the working class. Ours is a unity that friends can never be. Ours an education books and schools could never teach. We face the taunts and the violence of governments that's in vain. Fighting for survival, you've got nothing left to lose. We are strong. We are fighting for our lives, side by side with our men who are the nation's light. United by the struggle, united by the past, and it's here we go, for the women of the working class. And it's here we go, for the women of the working class. And it's here we go, for the women of the working class.
Kitoa presentation yake itaonekana.
Yake hata nisha connect. Ya nimeconnect hii kwa sababu ya inaonyesha hawa saa hii.
Okay.
Lakini sema ataanza nita connect hapo chini.
Itaonekana.
Ni anajua kuonyesha
Atatamsaidia kuingia.
Sawa.
Sasa electricity kama
Unapata mandazi. Kula zote.
Sound unafaa kuona na nisikilizie.
Na mali kwa kusikiza hiki kitu chukua sauti. Mpaka unisikizie. Kwa nini hapo?
Sio jaribu na simu.
Internet yao iko chini hata ichukue kwa simu. Kwa nini hapo?
Anatumia lakini sasa unajua huko kind of sound inakuwa iko chini sana.
Kamera inanisumbua kwa sauti.
Alafu unajua anatumia external. Nikirudi kwa internal hii sauti inakuwa tricky. Na regulate kila speaker kikuja anaongea.
Wamama wetu mapacha, wasichana wetu makada, wanawake wetu imara, masoja wetu vijana, wamama wetu fight.
Omega tilili makomanda, omega tilili makomanda, omega tilili makomanda, omega tilili makomanda, omega, omega, omega tilili makomanda, omega, omega, omega tilili makomanda. Mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni, mudoni, mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni nyachiro magerita. Mudoni kiri mama kuma, mudoni kiri mama kuma, mudoni kiri mama kuma, mudoni, mudoni, mudoni kiri mama kuma, mudoni, mudoni, mudoni kiri mama kuma, omega tilili makoma, omega tilili makoma. Omega tilili makomanda, omega tilili makomanda, omega, omega, omega tilili makomanda, omega, omega, omega tilili makomanda.
Wamama hoye! Wamama hoye! Sasa ningependa tusimame na tuweke round in a circle as we are celebrating our women leaders and our women commanders. Kwa wale ambao tumemaliza chai, tunaweza simama na tudance kidogo to shake before this next session. Na mnaweza kunifuata nyuma tukidansi wimbo. Haya, twende George.
Wamama wetu mapacha, wasichana wetu makada, wanawake wetu imara, masoja wetu vijana, wamama wetu fight.
Omega tilili makomanda, omega tilili makomanda, omega tilili makomanda, omega tilili makomanda, omega, omega, omega tilili makomanda, omega, omega, omega tilili makomanda. Mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni, mudoni, mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni nyachiro magerita, mudoni nyachiro magerita. Mudoni kiri mama komanda, mudoni kiri mama komanda, mudoni kiri mama komanda, mudoni kiri mama komanda, mudoni, mudoni, mudoni kiri mama komanda, mudoni, mudoni, mudoni kiri mama komanda, omega tilili makomanda, omega tilili makomanda. omeka tilili makomanda, 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 omeka, omeka tilili makomanda, omeka tilili makomanda, mutoni yajiro mapemela, mutoni yajiro mageri, 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 mutoni kirima makomanda, 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 omeka tilili makomanda, omeka tilili makomanda, omeka tilili makomanda, omeka tilili makomanda.
Wamama wetu imara, wamama wetu viongozi, wamama wetu sohama, wamama wetu viongozi, wamama wetu. Haya, patie next song, George. Next. Najua kuna corona, lakini tukiwa pale nursery school, kwa wale wanaenda nursery, kulikuwa na mchezo ambao tulikuwa tunafanya, si ndio? Sasa niwaoneshe kidogo. Tulikuwa tunatembea, alafu mtu anashika mwingine hapa, si ndio? Alafu wanaenda alfajiri, nilizinduka, tena chao pale mimi tena chao, alfajiri nilizinduka, nikapata maumizi, wazalendo nionyesheni, tena chao pale mimi tena chao. George, twende. Tumeshika sio?
Better child, one day, better child,
Sasa shughuli ya safari yetu session ya Bella Child imeisha. Asanteni sana. I hope you have all the ladies who are out there, please come back. Okay, the next section we're going to have, we have someone from the security sector who's coming to speak to us. And if you are out there, we will start without you because we said we should be in by 11:30, it's already past 11:30, so we will proceed. We're going to have retired Samuel Julius Ayuki coming for us to us. One meeting, please. Those who are in here, please can have one meeting. The next session, we're going to talk about security of the candidates, and I believe that security is important. From the time you decided to declare that you want to be a candidate, you obviously realize that it's going to be an issue. Ladies, can we have one meeting, please? Hey, ladies, please don't embarrass us in the presence of our gentlemen. It is not nice. Please don't embarrass me in the presence of our gentlemen. Please, can we have one meeting? If you want to speak and you think this session is not important, please just go out. And for those who are out, if you are interested in this session, please come in. I am not going to follow you out there. We will continue with those who are in here. Because you are leaders, you must carry yourself as what? And leaders lead. They do not wait to be told what to do. Leaders know what they want to do. But if you don't come in when it is time for you to come in, it may suggest otherwise. And I hope those will be more respectable to time and more respectable to ourselves. Okay. In our presence, we have Lieutenant Colonel Meseli, Lieutenant Colonel, na tafadhali tupatie heshima yake na tukuje ndani. Julius Ayuki is from the Institute of Professional Security Studies. Colonel here is a retired military officer, and he has had so many years in the military. Obviously, some of us here, I think we are very young. I'm going 43 years and we still look young. So he's really nice to our ears. And he has hands-on local and international security training experience and exposure. He has served as a military officer in the Kenya Army and an additional 23 years in the corporate security. He has been a regional security advisor, covering over 114 countries in West and East Africa, including
including Mauritius, Madagascar, the Union, and invited not just around here, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and many around here. He's the founder and executive director of the Institute of Professional Security Studies. He'll tell us a little bit more about the institute, whether we can go and learn about security. And he has previously served as the chair of the board, National Authority for Campaign Against Drug Abuse, NACADA. Please, can we welcome him? Out there, that's up to them. They will come in if they think this is important to them. These ladies are aspiring candidates from NCA, women rep, MP, senator, governor, and even have a presidential candidate in this space. They are from all over the 47 counties, 47 plus the big national counties. They come from all those spaces. So, thinking about elections and aspiring to be a candidate calls a lot for security. One must think about how do I protect myself, how do I protect my family, how do I protect it when it comes to the election itself, how do I protect the ballot itself. So can you stand and
Thank you very much. Ladies, hamjambo. I've never been in this kind of room. For all those years, since I grew up, I've never been in this situation. So let me start by congratulating all of you. For your commitment, your focus, your determination to make a change in this country. Congratulations. I have a couple of prepared slides about security, but I think more importantly is to start by saying that security is about you, is about your life, is about your style of leadership. So your security is your responsibility. It is important that you understand from the word go that security is not a plug and play. Security is a design, it is a structured process to achieve what you want to do or what you want to achieve. So whether it is your house, whether it is your family, whether it's when you are traveling with your car, please remember security is planned, is your level of preparedness. It is about your situational awareness. It is a 360 degrees design. So never forget that. So for the next few minutes, I will attempt to do two things. One is to enhance your understanding, your awareness on what security is. Two, we will be discussing just basically what is the landscape of Kenya. What is all these things about violence and politics and crime and related offenses? And how do we prevent it? And then I will allow ourselves to have a Q&A just to make sure that we are all thinking from the same face, and I also try to make sure I understand your concerns and your needs. Okay? Mpaka hapo tuko sawa? Mpaka hapo tuko sawa? Security is about you. Security should be integral in your leadership style. Security is about your situational awareness. Okay? Sawa. So, security, as we all know, is a cross-cutting issue. Whether you are in business, whether you are in whichever sector that you are in, security cuts across kila mahali. Whether you are discussing your family, whether you are discussing your travel from point A to point B, whatever you will be doing, security cuts across all levels and sectors. We will be discussing this very interesting scenario of the Kenyan situation, and we will be looking at security risks and threats. And of course, what is very important to you is just about your personal security and what to do about it. And of course, I cannot forget to talk about emergency preparedness, because we always find ourselves in unique situations to deal with all sorts of kind of emergencies that they might come up, especially when you are in different situations. And then, of course, we'll have a Q&A. We all know about all these nice things. That security, whether you look at it from a national perspective, it influences our development, it will influence what happens in your county, in your ward, whatever level that you're in. Security will always feature in everything you do and in all the areas that you're involved in your life. So, the insecurity that we always experience during elections and during the campaign period, we all know that it affects and it undermines our performance of business. And we all start and will be starting to see alerts being thrown left, center, and right by the embassies and diplomatic missions. Businesses right now are starting to develop what we call business contingency plans, because they think we are entering into a red zone. So, this landscape of when we kick in the election and the campaign period, and we call it a red zone, is something that we must think about. And it must be a part of the change that we are talking about. Security, as Kepsa will tell you, and as they always report, is a part of business, is a part of risk management. And we start counting losses when there is violence. And I'm sure some of you are in business. So it will affect you, not even personally, but even whatever business that you are involved in. Whatever business that your son or daughter or cousin or uncle is involved in. That is the situation that we are discussing. But we already know that we as a country have a clear agenda of to make Kenya a safe and secure country, a secure destination. Will you be a part of that change? Is your leadership structured and determined to be a part of that change? Security is a human issue. So whether you are planning against your candidate, whether you are planning to win that seat under all circumstances, please remember you're discussing about another human being. You're discussing about another Kenya. A country of 85% of the people are Christians. I was looking at the Bible, not in theology, but security is a part of the Bible. We need to synchronize our private and public sector. So in your agenda, you will need the private sector. You will need the business community to support your agenda. They are your voters. So you need to take them with you. You need to address their needs and concerns. That is the change we are talking about. So, quickly, I just want to quickly justify, just to understand, to help us justify. Different people define security in different ways. Different people understand it differently. But it's that freedom of risk. It is that feeling, an assurance that your family is safe, that you are safe, that your business, your son, your daughter, and whatever you want to do with your legacy in life, that is free from danger. We are looking for a situation or a feeling that gives us assurance of safety. And indeed, all the measures that we adopt to prevent espionage, sabotage, and attack. Now, let me explain this. We know what espionage is. Espionage is anything or any activity that steals information. So if I'm involved in activities to collect your biodata, your information, your energy, and all the activities, I'm basically conducting espionage activities. If I'm involved in doing things to hurt you, to affect your livelihood, to affect your children, to destroy ABCD, I'm basically sabotaging your activities. Tuko pamoja? Everybody is quiet. Is it scared? Oh my! The room just went thick. It is not my intention to scare you. It is my intention to create a situational awareness, to raise your level of awareness of what security is. Tuko pamoja? However, if you are in finance, when we talk to people, you'll be thinking we are talking about stocks and the Nairobi Stock Exchange. However, for women in security and for women in Kenya, it is when we discuss about assault, somebody who intends to damage whatever you have built, whether it's your house or your business. It's about rape, it's about fraud, it's about theft, and all these actions, let me say once again, that they are deliberate. Crime is not haifanani na makosa, si majini. Unasikia? Hata kama unatoka milioni kipindi lakini sasa ni wajani wale walifanya watu warudishe magodoro. Sisemi wapi. Please remember that security is about people. The guy who will cause harm to you and all those things we are talking about here is a fellow human being. Ni binadamu mwenzako jamani. It's somebody who knows something about you. It is somebody you have always shared information about you, about your children. That is the person who is likely to damage you. That is why professional drunkards are somebody for heading for bath. If you see somebody waking up and kwambia watu kwa heading for bath, you are amateur. Okay? Because security is about people. It is somebody who knows you who will injure and do all those things that we're talking about. So, this issue of overtrusting, this issue ya kupayuka na kuongea all the things that you said today to do today tomorrow na kesho kutwa, you are basically exposing your. Hizi stories za kupost everything and everything about your watoto na watoto yako kwa social media, na bila mmenunua nyumba mpya, na vile mmenunua gari, na vile mmeenda sijui wapi. That is exposure. And it adds to your vulnerability. Tuko pamoja? So how much information do you give out about yourself, about your children, about your intent? That explains your vulnerability. So, and each of us is in a different situation, and I will come to that. However, let's quickly look at the Kenyan scenario in the landscape. When we come to this interesting period when campaigns start and everybody wants leadership, they capitalize on our political and social economic vulnerability. Kila mtu wale wasane, now he's knowledgeable, anaambia watu unajua nini mmekuwa masikini kwa sababu ya sisi. Mnajua nini wakina mama, and all the things that we hear, it is just people trying to capitalize on our vulnerability as a country, as a county, and whatever location that you might be coming from. Because you are trying to hide people. You are trying to deal with people's emotions. So, are human beings vulnerable? Huh? Yes. Unakuta mtu ni mzuri leo na kesho anafanya nini? Anaua. Jamani, kando wa jeshi ana mameda kutoka huku mpaka miguu, lakini anaamka kesho anaua bibi yake. And you cannot comprehend at what stage he turns from the good guy to the bad guy. But he's in a split of a second to move from good to bad. Please, when you fight people, when you deal with people's emotions, just know you are triggering that fuse. I have seen guys kwa barabara naendesha magari, jamaa na kuruka mbele, anarukisha gari, unamwangalia, utakuuliza who the hell you are. Unakuta wanaume wawili katikati ya barabara, huku wale wanapigana. What was the cause? Aliruka nini? Sasa ile ujinga inalala. Lakini watapigana, watauana. We have just woken up to the sad stories today. What was the breaking news at 6 in the morning today? Huh? A whole policeman with a gun. Anaamka na kupiga watu 6 risasi kutoka hata kujua ameanza wapi and when it is triggered. We have not even recovered from the emergency in between. We have not even recovered from other issues that we are dealing with. How can we be a country where we jump from one issue to the next? So, organized criminal, political groups and activities, is it a reality? Na watu wanapanga hivi vitu vipo ni mwasikizana na mnasikizana hawa watu jamaa. Wakipangia wengine. Na tafadhali naongea habari ya hiyo utauliza mwenzako, dada yako, ndugu yako, a person of your clan, of your village. What a sad story. To avoid hitting on bad areas, let me give you my scenario. When I joined the military, we were in something called NFB, North Frontier District. Nani anajua huko? Watu wanajua, watu bahari yako ya bahari. Yote sisi tunajua hii bahari. Siweke tu hii bahari. Na unajua kitu gani kilifanyika wakala nasa? Aha. So we used to have a program called Shifter campaign, and the Shifter problems that we had all the way from the 70s something to all the way to the dealt with that. But let me tell you that a long story short. The only way we won that story was dealing with and winning the hearts and minds of the people of the Northeastern Province. Makofi tafadhali. They believed in Kenya, they believed in the country, they believed in the leadership, and they supported the military activity. And Shisa is no longer there. Now we have stories of proliferation of small arms. Bunduki kawaida Kenya. Si lazima tupigane na mapanga na masururu. Okay? So let's be careful. Cases of ethnic unrest, tribal unrest, these things are real. And if they will come to play, and they have always come to play. We must say, upfront, that as we move to 2022, within the power struggle, especially due to the succession, when the current government is not moving on, we will see heightened situation. Call it what it is. So the question, issues of deep trust, distrust, lack of confidence, and high levels of animosity. Oh, hawa ni Wakamba, hawa ni Wakikuyu ya kutoka Kiambu, na Githunguri, hawa ni watu ya Nyandarua, hawa ni watu ya kukula samaki. Tafadhali, when you start discussing those things and discussing your brother and sister in those terms, just remember what you're doing. You're dealing with a security situation. So, does it happen during campaigns? Do we hear it every day? Hata ndani ya kanisa. Na watu wanaambiwa sema amen. Piga ni makofi shaka amen. So, when we discuss security, ladies, we discuss very important things. One is physical security. Physical security is everything and everything that you do. Businesses, your house, your residence. You must ask yourself, where do I stay? What kind of security do I have? How am I protected by all those things we do? Put alarms, put burglar proof, put all those nice things. Have a watchman, have a sign about bow and arrows, all those things. We categorize them under what? Thank you. Personal security is about you, kwa sababu utatoka kwa hiyo nyumba. Ni sawa umeweka perimeter fence na nini, lakini lazima utatoka, umeweka maumbwa. Lakini lazima utafanya nini? You must move from point A to point B. Anytime you're moving, your travel, the vehicle you're using, where you're going, the road you're using, whether you're using air, that preparation, that planning, that situational awareness is all about personal what? Tafadhali. Never go. Never move from point A to point B without a plan. From a security perspective, we don't do it. We do not do it. And I will not, if I'm advising you and I'm planning your security, I will not allow you to move from A to point B without a proper plan and a level of prepare. So, does it make sense? So I'm just trying to summarize so that I don't take you through those small meetings, do you have a higher pressure, do you have a high back? Mine is, do you have a? I am a security practitioner for many years, but I will never move from here to Mombasa or from here to Maimandi without a plan. Because there will be many things that will happen along the road. Itakuta traffic jam, itakuta vijana wa kusoma mahindi pale kabla ya Kikape, and we do all sorts of things. Okay? And the worst of it is when a big trailer or a lorry decides to run you from behind and they throw you in the bush before my money. And you are a security practitioner. itakusaidia. Watu watakuuliza uliplan namna gani? How did you plan for that unforeseen situation? Now you see how this kind of thing. You might even be having a number of time for your medical rescue, for your evacuation. But did you plan for it? What is your medical situation? Some of us are high blood pressure, diabetes, and whatever. Even when the ambulance comes to try and rescue you, they do not know your situation. They don't even know your plan. Please plan for it. And for those who know all those things and whoever details, anybody with a medical condition carries a what? A medical alert bracelet. That is idea na Kikuyu ya Kijabe. Unajua hivi na wallets za wanaume zinakaa hapa. Na ukiwa na accident tu, wakija kukukimbia wale wa Samaritan wanakwambia mzee kaa nini? Kaa vizuri. Wanachomoa nini? Hapo ndio medical card ilikuwa hapo. Hiyo ndio ujinga. Now, we have got an interesting area on cyber security, the issues of mobile phones, how we are all now active in technology and embracing technology. Ladies and gentlemen, it has just exposed us from a security perspective. We are extremely vulnerable. Because today I can know anything and everything about you without ever meeting you. Without ever meeting you. Does it help in terms of that enemy of yours planning your attack? Yes. Political security, umeingia sasa mmetangaza nyinyi ni aspirants, nyinyi ni shangwe na vigelegele, nyinyi ni viongozi. The minute you jump into politics, please understand political security. Wewe mwenyewe umetangaza. And as soon as you jump into that arena, please make sure you understand how it is played. Please make sure how to plan for your security. Please make sure you know how that is dealt with. So, our political security is basically characterized by violence, organized gangs, harassment, criminal groups, and of course, there's a lot of resurgence of tribal conflicts. Okay? So, it's a very complicated landscape, and you must be very sure how you want to deal with it and how you want to train. However, women present special vulnerability because they are women. So just because you're a woman, you better know that you're presented some special what? Vulnerability. So traditionally, our landscape is about hatred, is about bravery, is about harassment, intimidation, and etc. So we are saying awareness, what we are now calling situational awareness of what to do and how to deal with it is your first line of tumekubaliana na tumekataa. Asante sana. So your security should always begin long before the incident. If we call it what we call a proactive approach. It is because you have done certain things which will be addressing to make sure that you have your level of preparedness, your level of the plan you have developed works for you. That's all. Okay? My wish is that we can avoid the political tradition, routine, and predictability. I hope the women will give us that change, and I will be addressing it as we go. We hope you will start handling your security, your cyber security, your mobile phone, the way you manage your money, the way you move your ATMs, the way you communicate in the social media, the way you harass other people in the social media. I hope we shall manage it differently. Okay? All those things that help us to plan, we call them risk assessment. You need to have a very good assessment. If I'm coming to Safari Park and I've never been here before, or if I'm going to Kilifi or Kwale, I must plan. I must look for a map. I must look for the routes. I must look for features. There are so many things that I must do from a risk perspective, from a risk analysis, to help me to map out the journey and to understand the landscape that I'm dealing with. All of you guys come from different places. The security situation in Lodwar is not the same as Nyandarua, and it's not the same as Mandera and Wajir. So your risk assessment needs to be different. So let's look at these risk factors. We always know that we will always have a gap between the rich and the poor. Okay? It's a risk factor. And the minute you start talking about it, and the minute you want to hype about it, just know that we're dealing with a security situation. Issues of cohesion is an issue that we all know. It's a part of our lifestyle, and it will always, if not properly managed, lead to conflict. And of course, we know the other risk factor these days is urbanization. Sindio? Kama unatoka Mombasa, unatoka Kwale, unatoka Lamu, you will find that, especially those people who are campaigning in urban areas, Naivasha, Nakuru, you will always find that you're dealing with a very complex urban-related situation which presents unique security situation. Please be aware that preparation of small arms is legal, and you will find situations where licensed and unlicensed firearms are within reach. Ndio. Juzi mliona hata Equity Bank in Kisumu. Ati jamaa anapiga mpaka anapiga kumiliki, polisi wanatoroka. I have no idea at what time criminals started having access to criminals. People have capitalized on the situation that the police capability and the resources are limited. Okay? So, people know that police cannot be everywhere, and they take advantage of that problem to undertake crime and offensive related issues. The other big problem that we have is a risk factor is of youth and unemployment. Jamani, this young man who is a graduate hakutaka na amekuwa kutafuta kazi na hajapata. But when you start amplifying and dealing with that problem and handing over money and doing all the other things, you are basically provoking and you are taking advantage of that risk factor. So, this is my message of today. If you must forget anything else, is what I'm calling the game changer. That women in politics in Kenya, in Tanzania, Suluhu has shown it. What's about Suluhu? Have a unique opportunity to change the traditional political trends and landscape. I cannot think of any other group of people who have this unique situation where people of different political parties, people of different religions and ethnic communities can come together on one table and reason to change a country, except the women of Kenya. Can you imagine if all the donors, business, investors, and partners knew that Kenya will be going through election, and elections will always come and go without problem because they are determined, focused women leaders? Can you imagine what will happen to our investment? You have the opportunity to make that change. Karibuni. Please be committed to these elections and be committed to the community security of your people and the area that you come in. Please preach about it in every forum and every leadership opportunity you have. And some of you are professionals in different areas, and most of you are gifted in different areas. Please use that opportunity to bring the change. Activate your ward communities. Activate your security committees in your areas, in the area that they represent, in whichever capacity, to ensure that they can monitor, they can do the early warning, they can tell you exactly what is happening. Please mobilize, educate, and engage citizens in countering all sorts of you have the unique opportunity to create this change. Mnaitaka hamtaki? Are you aware that it is actually a part of our religious upbringing? It is a part of our well-being and leadership, because you are mothers, you are our sisters, you are our role models. Tafadhali, let's make the change. Sindio? Mmekubali? So, here is the vision. This is the country that we are looking for. This is the country that you leaders of today, tomorrow, depending on where you are in your age group. Na wengine kama sisi tukaribu tunaingia 7 from, okay? That we must aim for security for all persons and property. We must promote public-private cooperation. We must deal with and encourage improved enforcement of the existing laws and orders. We have got a fantastic electoral law. I was looking at Crime Offences Act. I was looking at all those things that govern. We have enough documentation and laws in Kenya to deal with crimes and offences. But unfortunately, until we have the political goodwill, we will still continue to experience those problems. Let's promote national and inter-community dialogue. Let's encourage exclusiveness. And please, now that we know, let's tackle the root cause of insecurity. Let me quickly just touch on that. Yeah, I'm looking at my words. When we talk about personal security, and I think I said about it, please always ensure you do what we call a profile assessment of yourself. The profile assessment is basically to assess your level of exposure. When you understand your risk profile and your level of exposure, it helps to determine what kind of security you will need and you will plan for yourself. Always make sure you have a very good assessment, situational assessment of the situations that you are exposed in. If you are going for a political campaign, if you are going for a night meeting, if you are going for different issues from here to Mandera, please make sure that you have conducted a proper assessment and you have a plan on where to do, how you will travel, where you will sleep, and A, B, C, D, E, F. And if you don't have, please use your brother, use your sister, use your uncle, use your friend, use somebody that can help you to just deal with those professional aspects of advising you on the do and because you cannot move around without an assessment and without a what? And please adopt a protective lifestyle. Please protect your children. Please protect your family. Please guard against releasing those information. Please guard against injuring reputation of other people, because you will just be making unnecessary enemies. So. And I think I dealt with the residential security, cyber security, and the thing that I want to emphasize is, please, at any one time, develop a what? A security plan. Let me give you a very simple story. Very, very simple example. One day, this is my personal story. I'm on Kenyatta Avenue. Nimeingia kwa duka, nimenunua handkerchief, nimechukua pesa change, and I forgot my security precautions. Nikaweka pesa kwa mfuko. Change, and I'm wearing a white shirt. What do you think happened? Now you see, I'm dealing with brilliant people. You have presented an opportunity na machokora, because they were observing, wameona pesa, wameona opportunity. By the time I was coming out, they have already developed a plan. Wawili wanakuja, mmoja ananiangalia kwenye macho, mwingine anakaa kidogo kushoto, and concentrating with that guy moving, the next guy moving. Brilliant young people, Chokora can do a security plan against the whole military country. Why? Because I forgot my normal precautions. Never present an opportunity. If I leave my wallet nyumbani, na huko na mimi, na hujamlipa mshahara, na amekuwa akiomba Mungu kila siku, na unawacha Jumatatu, what do you think will happen? Anaangalia anasema, Mungu umerudisha shukrani, na unaona umenionea leo, naona miujiza imefanya nini? Because you have presented a what? An opportunity. So let's look at that. Let's look at all of this. There will be situations of carjacking, burglary, fraud, robbery, theft by servants, terror attacks, magic, fire. Just imagine, anything and everything can happen to you as soon as you put your guards down. As soon as your situational awareness is not properly dealt with. So, tuko pamoja? Mnakubali, mnakataa? So, threats, ladies and gentlemen, can be passive. All these things that you receive in social media, all those threats, intimidation, harassment, those are passive things. People can do all sorts of things. Even the neighbors, wanaweza kupa vitu nyingi kwa compound yako. There are all sorts of things that they can do. And there will be many things that will happen that are passive. Okay? They can be aggressive, and there will be very many instances where aggressive action will be taken against you. Sindio? And I think that the rest of the issues, and what I want to say is that today, in today's cases, we have very many examples. We have very many situations where we have all seen all sorts of things happening in our neighborhood. We are reading them in the social media. We are reading them in the press. Okay? And we know that it is possible. Sindio? Something that I don't want to forget about is just talking about emergency preparedness. So whether you are traveling, whether you're in a home, you must always ask yourself, how prepared are you to deal with any possible emergencies? Emergencies will always occur. And these are situations that are sometimes unpredictable. Okay? Now, there are a lot of examples of dealing with this or situations where all sorts of things have happened, where people have been kidnapped, where people have been assaulted, where people have been sorted out in political rallies, okay? Where people knew that you have a political rally in area A and area B, and of course, they decide to do all sorts of things. As I said, the best defense against all these things is what? Plan. P-L-A-N. Hata kwako kwa nyumba. Does your mate know what will happen if there is a fire? In your political rally, have you designed who will deal with what? Who will be countering those unwanted guests, those people who have been planted? If you don't have that plan, and the people managing that situation, it will be very difficult to deal with. Okay? So. Now, I want to say that when we have all these situations about violent crime, please remember they're always organized by and executed by organized gangs. That is the sad story. Okay? And so if you're not aware of what happens in an area, what happens in Isiolo, in Mandera, in Mokoroine, and who is who, which youth groups are operating in that area, you have no information or intelligence in that area, it will be very difficult to counter that situation. Right? Because it is organized. Okay? And of course, they will also happen especially in major cities and towns. When we are in urban situation in Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kilifi, it even gets more complicated because there are more groups, there are more young people, there are more guys with different skills who will be used to organize those kind of events. So, if I am a politician, which I am not, I have a responsibility of having a team that will be able to give me the information and intelligence of what happens within my ward, within my county, just to understand who is planning and who is meeting and who is in which camp. If you don't have that intelligence, if you don't have that system of collecting that information, you are flying blind. Well, you're flying what? Ni kama pilot ameteka from JKIA na hajui coordinates za Amsterdam. That aircraft can go anywhere. Na mkifika ni bahati ya Mungu. Now, this is an interesting situation in Kenya. That the people who are organized and the people who will deal with these crime-related issues are usually guys between 18 to 25, 26, 35. Actually, that's where the majority is. Very few guys above youth or above 25. Sisemi hawako, lakini they are few. So anytime you are interacting with young people, anytime you are dealing with these hungry people who are looking for opportunities, you are really very interesting group of people. These guys were attacking cyber-related crime. These people were attacking others on the social media. These are properly and well-educated young people who know how to manipulate and how to, and therefore that's why you find that getting evidence to prosecute this kind of offenses becomes an issue. This is a part of what I was talking about, and basically we call it surveillance. That in your life, when you have entered politics or you are an important person in the community, there will be active surveillance to start understanding who you are and where you are coming from, and who you're interacting with, and who your mother, where you came from, which is your plan. People will look for anything and everything actively through a well-structured what? Surveillance program. So, even normal crime, people will never attack your house. People will never attack you when you're going to the bank if they have not collected or they have not done some form of what? Surveillance. So, that's why people say a very small prayer and say, God help me from my friends because I know my enemies. Social engineering is a new thing, ladies and gentlemen. Social engineering is basically now where people take you through a very interesting situation. They give you very interesting stories, watch stories. They send you very interesting messages to make you open something, to make you meet them. Social engineering is basically dealing with your mind and your situation to assist the guy to commit a what? People will send messages on your phone, people will send emails and tell you you just won 3 million shillings from Safaricom. Please open the account to claim your okay? The days that we used to trust people, just trust me. And let me tell you, I will never forget the day a whole colleague, a military guy, spent 2.5 years in commission. And the only mistake he did was to give a lady a gift. That is the only mistake he had done. How good was he for that? How did it happen? The guy, he told wewe tunaishi huku, huyu madam anaishi huko, tafadhali nipatie nini? List. Na akampatia list innocent. Na kweli akamfikisha nyumbani. But kesho asubuhi, the lady found he was dead, murdered. Who was the last person? Who was the last person with this lady? Ni mtu anaitwa Kanali Julius Ayub Devire. Unakuta polisi kwako na pingu kisha wewe utafanya hiyo kesi miaka ngapi? 2 ama 5. Because you just thought you were good, but you had no situational what? Awareness. Sawa. So, awareness for you, your friends, your family, your young person who goes to school, to know that she will not just receive a lift from anybody and everybody. Be able to know how to take all the necessary precautions in life in today's world will be important as you jump into this new life. Okay? Find something interesting about this fraud and all these cases and where people are gone and the fraud of others is always because people don't want to do things. Kwa hiyo ukutana na mtu Naivasha anakwambia I know you, I think we are in school together, Mnaanza kufanya nini? Ole yako. What will happen if wewe tu ndio utakwambia kesho? So why security incidents happen? It is because of lack of that awareness, lack of taking precautions, lack of planning forward, knowing what to do and what not to do, being aware of the area that you are visiting and what people do in Kilifi and what people do not do in Lamu, ignorance of procedures, of the do's and don'ts, okay? And of course, lack of information. Don't take things for granted. Don't wake up and start moving from here to Naivasha if you don't know what happened in my mind last night. Please make sure that you have proper way of getting information, you have proper alerts, you have a way of getting feedback on what is happening in a certain area. Your personal behavior attitude will also dictate what kind of a person are you. How exposed are you? So all the things that you do will dictate or will tell about your vulnerability because people study you. Okay? So you must be unpredictable. You must be what? Kama unaishi Buruburu and you are in city center and you think people might be following you, kwanza unafikia kelele. And you must always make sure that at least through the situation awareness, you have a 360 degrees. You know who is sitting next to you, you know the car that is following you, you can almost tell the registration, and you can almost tell if somebody has been training. That sixth sense, which I'm told all women have. I'm told all women have sixth sense. No. Then you can smell and you can notice unusual quick. So it should be very easy for you. Okay? Please practice your sixth sense. Trust your. If it smells like a duck, and please, anytime you move, in whatever you do, plan for reliable and alternative communication. There is nothing as bad as when you cannot reach you, as when you cannot know what is happening, and si lazima iwe namba yako ile tunajua. All clever people have alternative communication. Beba kabambe. Be clever. Kwa kijeshi tulikuwa tunaitaka ujanja wa porini. Wa porini nini? Ujanja wa porini. Jamani, tunaingia porini, we are entering into a fight. You must be brighter and better than your age. Senior. And the only thing that gives you that advantage is the information and intelligence that you have. Ujanja wa porini. Now, unajua askari walikuwa na mambo mengi sana. Na walikuwa wanachekeshaga wakati kumekuwa shida porini. Wananiambia afande, ile shida nilikuwa ninakwambia sasa imekuwa problem. Ile shida nilikuwa nakwambia sasa imekuwa nini? Please be a team player. Please communicate to your children. Please communicate to your guys that you're with. Please ensure you have a reliable team around you. Your driver, your whatever, lady, all your backup team. Please, whatever you do, ensure you know them and they can back you up. Be a team player. There are the people who are committed to the mission. There are people who are committed to your survival. There are people who are prepared to die for you. Okay? I will not, that is a business life. But it's only that I think the first line is the most important. that the weakest link of any security is the human link. Security yako yote inaweza haribika because of the human, because it is another human being who will break it. It is another human being who knows something about it. And that's why today, even in our own lives, the biggest threat we have is what we are calling the internal threat. That lady who works for you, that driver who works for you, if you do not know him well, if you do not deal with him properly, that is where the problem will start. Yes, ma'am.
The way you have said that we have to be very careful about our data. You myself have made right now. So we're employed to campus. So how do you now get to know that this maid is actually my security risk I need to track or something like that? Because we really need to know. All of us have finance, or we have maids, or we have what? Drivers, we have all those people who we deal with daily. We have been meeting with them, and right now we have exposed ourselves. We have exposed ourselves to the extent that we need to know how then what are these steps and signs of these people. But I need to know, so I need to know what to do practically. I need to know this will not be a public service. But on the other hand, I may be starting, and then it becomes a identity. So practically, how do I deal with these persons who are working with me, already and who are at security, it's a risk or advantage?
I think she wants to add a question. Is there a second question?
Good afternoon, everyone. That was a very detailed presentation. I have a question. Is it right to have rules? Because my experience is very rapid people. We don't have guns, but when it comes to protection, we really protect very well. So, in terms you cannot trust this position. So, is it good to have your own rules?
Oh, what a difficult question. Is it good to have good?
Mine is totally different, but because we are all aspirants, I think I have to bring this out. In 2017, there was an aspirant actually died through microphone poisoning, and those who are in the Makasi used to have a weakness. So, since all aspirants use microphones like 100 times a day, how are we going to make sure that we're not going to die from these microphones, and what can we do to protect ourselves?
Okay. I hear that I'm in trouble for simple.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Frida Karani. I'm a senator in the county, 2022. And I want to ask about how you handle volunteer security men, considering that at this point in time, most of us are dealing with financial issues. So these people volunteer and they want to give security to you. Sometimes you don't know whether they are trained or not, whether they are capable or not. So kindly advise on how we deal with these volunteer security men. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Cheryl. I have an interest in media security.
what happened in our last election? Before the next time. Sorry. Yes, the media insecurity. You know, as aspirants, some of us are invited to the media houses, then you go, you talk, you say some of your secrets and knowing. How do we go about the media insecurity? So, and two, about the rules. Someone asked about the rules. How about if the rules we start against you, and I'm a leader and I'm a trained leader? How do I have this point? Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Sally Shantani. I studied in SBA, and I have a question. Who do we trust in matters of security? I have a case whereby an aspirant was abducted in Embu for a month now, and you can't find him. The police say they are following up for a month. So who do we report to? Is it a public security agency or a private security agency? Number two, for persons living with disability. We are told we are the most vulnerable. Why? Because we can be easily noticed. Like me, I am a skin white lady, and I'm proud of that. But the question is, how do I deal with the security? Everyone can see me. Now where do I hide? Should I do a mask? Thank you so much. Alison, thank you, aspirant speaker. Climate change champion. My question is, you talk about security all past. I've not heard about food security. Security for food because aspirants have been killed. We've lost a lot of aspirants as a result of food poisoning, as a result of alcohol poisoning. So, what is the team like? It is a food that is supposed to serve you. Because I've seen there's a trace from my previous governor in Nairobi County, Honorable Sonko, before taking any food, whoever family will have to test the food first. Before taking the water, whoever family will have to test the water first. So what is the precaution for us doing? Because we usually eat everywhere and every hour. Okay, on protocol concern, good afternoon. You have talked on cyberbullying or cyber security. So we have a clause in the Constitution, Article 33+2, that talks of freedom of media, which is not limited to intimidation or hatred. Do we have policies that are able to counter cyberbullying? Because that is a major concern for women who are aspiring for different elected positions. Thank you so much. I'm Veronica Fox from Korea.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Honorable Christine Florence O'Ward, nominated MCA, aspirant MCA Malaki School of here. I have this is a challenge sort of a question as concerning the security matter. Since ethnicity is a foundation to social division, here is a case that it is like an identity in all the forms that we are going to be. It is our one in the political party offices. That's where discrimination comes from, and that's where insecurity starts from. We request your support and peace of our life. Thank you. Can I cross in to answer those questions first? Please wait a second, answer those questions first. Then we'll do another round before we go into that. Okay. And on the other hand, please write your questions. And the reason why I'm saying please write your questions is this. He will send me here when the other presenter is here. So we will read those questions. And then before he goes, we will give him an opportunity again to answer those questions. Are you together? Madam President, what is the question what you do? Just write them down. When the other presenter gives the presentation, he will read the questions and then he will answer before he speaks.
Thank you. Let me do this for the sake of time. Let me tell you something about security. Security is a sequence. It is a plan. It's about procedures. It's not ad hoc. Umeelewana? So you might have, and you might be faced with very many situations. I've had stories about schools. I've had stories about communication. I've had stories about volunteer men. Let me tell you. The bottom line is plan your security. Let me give you a very simple example. Over PAP, when we do PAP security, when we do executive protection security, it is a structured process to provide that security. When Obama came to Kenya, the security team that was planning for the visit was here 2.5 months before his arrival. 2.5 months before what? The whole VIP security is a whole detail of people who go into advance, who look at the roads, who determine where you will go and you will not go, who visit all the hotels where you will sleep, turn around the beds, turn around the room, check for bagging, check for anything and everything. Security is not ad hoc. When you decide to take up an executive position, a VIP position, please take time to plan it. Please make sure you're a driver, you are cook, you are anybody and everybody around you have all been turned around again. This issue of imagining that you can just wave up cooler anywhere and everything. Your story was I have planned security for even corporate CEOs. And we go to the location, we collect intelligence, we plan the road. I even rehearse the route with the driver before the way here. We turn around the hotel room before. We do not give anything to chance for that. Hii story ya watu wanakuja viguns, wanavolunteer kwa security, throw it out of the window. Security is a properly designed program with even what we call layers of security. It's not a puzzle. It's not ad hoc. Hata ukisikia watu wanakwenda mahali na ndio wameletewa soda, please kumbuka, usiletewe soda moja. Umeletewa kile tatu, mjuzi wako ni it's not ad hoc. Kumbuka kwamba mahali ambapo unaona ile kuelekea Kenya chakula, there were 3 guys in the kitchen. Walikula hiyo chakula hapo. People imagine, you don't say a movie. People think when you see a movie done in Hollywood, wale watu walipigana ngumi wanafikiri walipigana ya kweli. Imagine what you see as a result is a different story to what happened on the background. So please don't take your security for chances. Please ensure you come on the plan. Please make sure that whether you're using a microphone, mobile phone, that you are not taking chances. You will fall a victim. Media security. I am not sure whether you can look at it from the media providing media services or the media themselves. Okay. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic question. That is very tricky. Please, when you prepare for interview, ensure you know media house, you know who interviewing you, you have a very good understanding of what you intend to cover and do, so that you are not ambushed by questions and issues that will put you in a predicament and trouble. Okay? Pre-planning, preparedness. Don't take questions, don't take situations just because they are represented to yourself. Do we have a policy on cybersecurity? Yes, we do have a policy. In Kenya, we have no limitation of policy. We have, electoral laws and offenses and crime. Sharia law is not that. Our problem is implementation. Our problem is enforcement of those rules and regulations. You will find that if you do not have evidence that you are actually been bullied, if there was no recorded evidence, if there is nobody willing to provide that evidence, you are dead in the war. Okay? Now, how do you protect yourself as you move from one place to the next, as you move from one different situation to the next? And as I said, never forget that if you're moving from here to Garissa, if you're moving from here to Mandera, all those things that needed to be put in place, you have somebody who gives you the information, who plans your itinerary, and you have a trusted team. Ladies and gentlemen, even that person we call a driver today, just because today you have become a Mheshimiwa, requires a complete different orientation from a security perspective. He must now change feeling responsibilities only driving. He now knows that he must be a security driver. He knows how to anticipate situations, he knows how to prevent a possible hijack, and he knows how to prepare in advance. That is the message I'm passing to you. So that we do not have these situations where you are finding yourself in a situation that was unpredictable and predictable. So, am I giving the correct model of taking? Never from now henceforth, as you get into this situation and this game, plan, remember, PLAN, always plan in advance. Usiende, ukifika Nyamguru, ukifika mahali, just because somebody has volunteered to give you a place to sleep. Unasema, Bwana asifiwe, nitalala ukifika ulale. You are taking chances. Just because you have been given a room, which nobody is even bothered to know whether the window opens to the backyard and what happens. Please allow someone to know where is the room. Is it in ground floor? Is it in second floor? Does the window open? Where is the window? Look at the interesting case you just heard of a BBC reporter dying in Nairobi. Mpaka leo it is becoming difficult to understand who walked in the room and who didn't. People are that smart, so please don't take chances. Okay? What I see always, and whenever you will hear of instances, you will always see there was a gap in the planning, there was a gap in collecting of information, and there was a lot of trust. Okay? The days we used to meet people anywhere and everywhere, and you say hello to them at the airport, and you become friends. Lord God. Lord God. Hata mimi ambaye nilizaliwa bahati na Shaumoyo. That's why I was after my life is in Choromoyo, in the Jericho. So this story is natural. Okay? People who you will meet will pretend to be something completely different. Okay? So security has no trust. Security has no ile kubahatisha. Tafadhali usibahatishe na maisha yako. Tafadhali usibahatishe na security. If I'm leaving Kiambu, I'm leaving Kiambu to go to town, and I know I'll be leaving at 2 o'clock in the morning. Am I vulnerable? Am I expected to take precautions? Thank you. So what do I do? I do many things. I can even look for 2 or 3 friends of mine who we are members of the club and say we got 3 cards for each other. Yes, I will use a different group. Yes, I will turn on my communication. I will tell somebody. You will have to take all necessary precautions. Lakini usiseme unabahatisha. Tafadhali security haina kubahatisha. Security haina kubahatisha. Security has no trust. The day you change your lifestyle, the day you decide to become a mheshimiwa, and you are not sure about that lady, you are not sure about that driver, you are not sure about that guy, unafanya nini? Unabadilisha. And please, anybody you deal with, including your mate, even when you decide to fire them, never threaten them. Usianze kumwambia wewe ni mjinga sana, ngoja unaona tutakufuta kazi wewe. Huyo driver yako, the day you decide to do everything, tafadhali do not threaten people. Please remember that your security depends on those people. The day their life is threatened, the day those goons don't get the money they are looking for, that is the day you will be in trouble. That way, wakati anajua kazi inakwisha, you can almost tell what she will do in that house. Is she capable of doing it? So don't trust people. Any other question that I've not asked, please, and if you're not sure, I know all of you have got friends, have got cousins, and people in security and people you can trust. Okay? Please change your lifestyle. Yes, 2 more questions.
I will just have 2 questions only, and then after that, two. I don't
and let me say, as the microphone moves, let me say something about the Please, as a leader, never ever give out your intent, your intentions. Even when you are mad with people, do not be predictable. Usianze kuambia watu mimi wewe nitakufuta wewe. Wewe utaniona wewe. Okay? You don't do those things. Because you're basically giving people opportunity to plan something against you. Also, please do not predict it. And tafadhali, just like somebody was showing us, ile example ya deal with emotions. Anachukua Coca-Cola, tupa Coca-Cola, you shake it. What happens? Please, when you take up leadership, kuwa kama haya mambo. Hata ukishake hata namna gani, you will not be able to know or predict where it is going. So, don't be emotional.
That's why our schools are strong. We as women, we deal with these things daily. Since we started fighting, I remember in 2013, the same thing was being spoken about, but you're not giving us practical things you should do
even on the side of right, we have the so-called bloggers, yeah. They attack the ancestors as women, nothing has been done. Tell us if I told somebody attacks me or somebody else, what would they do if they are being arrested? How would they be dealt with? And what's the punishment that they're going to get? So that the neighbor, and if that thing goes viral, the other person who is supposed to do the same will also learn from it. That's like what we saw recently with our governor, Madam Governor, and so on. You see that thing has, it breaks your emotions, your family and everything. So Mr. Sark, just tell us practically. Because these women are marginalized people, they don't, right? I don't think most of it, right? They don't know what disabilities you are saying, like plan 2 months. Who has that funding? You have that money. Plan a certificate. Give us something tangible. Okay, now, let's talk about the question here is how can women assist self-defense training, which is practical for purposes of political safety, physical fitness as a security measure. How can they do that without physical benefits? The last one is smart action to take, other than people do. Can we have those 3 more questions and please write those other questions? I think that we will actually give it to read, and by the time our next guests are finished, we will have already consolidated them. And first, the ladies, then they are not she asked about persons with disability, whether she should wear a mask or something. Is it that issue?
I said my name is I asked you, let me begin with who do you trust with that security? You say security is about us, and in case of anything, so we have been to police. Is this lady? How are you? We have a case making in for a big one person here. He was abducted 1 month ago. Police can't so if I'm a cat, I have to be which is the best procedure. Number 2, for persons with disabilities, especially light skin, yeah, and things. And light skin, anyone from anywhere can see me. So you say it's about me. Can you please give me something to understand? What should I do? I do ask,
Okay. I am hearing that people want practical examples of how to deal with different situations. Here, can I tell you something? One of the golden principles you will ever have is called prevention is better than. This story of somebody telling you how to defend yourself against carjacking, against rape, fighting back, and all those situations are the most difficult to execute. We are dealing with a real situation where a security consultant and a practitioner with an ex-Air Force person called Wayne Mckewen has been missing for the last 6 months. Those who know him. That is a person who knows security. He has been in media giving ideas and solutions. But the only mistake he did is he found himself and presented himself to a situation which somebody took advantage of. The guys who attacked Westgate, the guys who attacked Brookings, the guys who will attack you have collected information and intelligence about you for months. The guys in Westgate were in this country for 8 months. The guy who decides to block you on your way from Kiambu has planned and knows something about you. How how will you be able to fight it? Hata kama wewe ni karateka aina gani, even if you are the best practitioner. I do not want to give you false illusions that when you have lost your life, you have a capability, unless you have a very good security team to fight an attack. But I know that you can be able, using a security plan, deal with those vulnerabilities. You can be able to prevent them. So, I used to talk about somebody who is in center, and you decide to use, when that road used to be very bad, on operator drive. And you're leaving Serena, and you decide to come and use operator drive, Chile, Sanana, and Chico. What are you doing? It just means we did not plan for it. Because the only thing we need is one car, one guy. You just drop something on the road and stop it. So these security situations, and there will be many, and unfortunately the security situations are unpredictable. Because the guy who plans about it, he has got the upper hand on you. The guy who decides to come and attack you in your house, he has already planned, he knows the door, he knows everything else. Unless you have a response and an alarm system, you will breach. And that's why security, we call it a layer of what? Security. So, even for me, even for your own house, wakati unatengeneza security ya nyumba yako, na you never look at the locking system, you never look at how many doors there are in your bedroom, and your bedroom is on the ground floor, na wewe unaishi remove kigoni. You know what the guy just needs to do to get your house? He just needs to come and knock you on the window. Come, fungua ama kuingia. All that security is gone to the wind. Guys, ladies, please, and I want to beg you, let's learn about security, let's learn how security is designed, let's understand how to develop counter measures. The only reason why Westgate and Dusit was attacked, it is because the way the security design was, it was already vulnerable. You will never be attacked unless you present vulnerabilities. You present what? Vulnerability. Just remember the example I gave about my pocket. I was attacked because I presented an opportunity and I was vulnerable. You drive with your car, with your window down. Na ukafunga milango, na unatembea shauri moyo. Wewe uko shauri moyo. Sasa unangojea nini? Na unaanza kuongea na simu. Na uko shauri moyo. Utasimamisha gari wakimbiza ama unafanya? Okay? So please, I want to teach and I want to speak on prevention and understanding how to develop a security plan. So, whether una gari ama hauna, whether ni mashinani, whether una use public means, okay? Inaitwa nini? Situational aware, and you can Google. If you want to prove me wrong, today in the evening, just type on your phone, what is situational awareness? Also,
what I would kind of say, I would like to introduce my idea to speak when we look at this project. I find another question. When you are here to speak, then you give an opportunity to answer this question. Okay. So I want to introduce one here. Please not going away. Please. He's writing all the questions there. He's looking at them, and then he will do like answers as we need. I'll try to take that one. said. Thank you very much. One of the things you have said, prevention is better than so we need to know how to prevent those situations. By just looking at our members around us. Next slide, please. Can we have some meeting, please? Can we have some meeting, please? The next speaker is going to speak to us about self-care. And self-care has many vital topics. Our emotional preparedness, our physical, our emotional, mental, and all that. As women who are going out into elected positions, as women who are stepping up in situations that we may not have prepared ourselves for. But we are already prepared. As we venture into this political season, this will take us how many months? You have the next how many months? 8 months, isn't it? 8 months we need to be. If you feel your heart enough of this space right now, and you want to speak and converse and discuss and all that, you just go out, have a meeting, and come back, and let the others do what? Continue with the meeting. How is it? We say we are leaders, and leaders have a way of what? Behaving, isn't it? We were told about morality, we were told about integrity. Why don't we talk about in the morning? Decorum. If we really see, I'm telling you in the meeting, and I don't know when we are meeting, when you go to parliament, when other parliamentarians are discussing, you'll be having a suggestion among yourselves. Is that when we do it? I don't know whether we go to a public meeting, because I know next year I will have a lot. I went to very many town hall meetings last year, the last election, where you are coming to present yourself to us, and you are giving us very hard questions. And when I see that you are coming to me, and yet I was in a meeting and when you did behave, I will ask you that. So please, in as much as we are 300 people here, we are also learning how to be with others, how to behave in the presence of others, isn't it? How to be able to respect another person's opinion. You may not like what I am saying, but please do what? Listen. If it is really in the care and this something about the problem, I can think that you are not going to be uniambie. Vile jambo ambalo nimesema nimefanya nini? Nimeelewa. Sawa. So please, my prayer is here. Can we hear since 11? And I'm asking you and I'm asking you and I'm pleading with you. Please let me have an opportunity to speak to us. Some of us will have something to pick from what she says. The rest of us, if we know what she's saying and we already know it, it's already the lunch. I'm giving you that permission. And sometimes I can be a dictator. So I like the opportunity to be a dictator now. Ms. Wandia is a member of the Psychologists Association. And she has over 12 years experience in provision of psychotherapy services to individuals, to families, and organizations. And please, can we have one meeting? She is currently a clinical director at Interpersonal Health Services. She's a certified professional mediator and is a regular resource person for law society for failure in terms of mediation. In fact, she really does a lot of mediation and a lot of cases are actually solved when people sit together. Wandia was previously a lecturer of psychology at Kenyatta University under the umbrella of Mountain Snares Kenya. Under the umbrella of Mountain Snares Kenya, I put there a post. You will see what I said, whether you really need to follow her next. She has where she's a director, she has led expeditions to Mount Kenya. For those who want fitness, please follow her up. Mount Kenya, Mount Kilimanjaro, Mount Elgon, Twin Alps. I've never been there. I wish to get there. Call me. I want to go to the Twin Alps. And many more things of mountains. And she will tell us why she really goes to these mountains and what the Bible says. Locally and regionally. Her clients list includes individuals and international organizations like Farmer Britain, SOS Children's Village, and her passion and position has positioned her to be appointed as the Kenya Water Towers Agency as a board member. Wandia has an undergraduate degree in psychology and economics and a master's degree in counseling science. Wandia, please welcome. Doesn't she look fit? How many of you want to climb mountains with her? You work and collect from a minute. How many want to climb mountains with her? One thing is going to be as subject which is, I think, dear to most of us, our self-care, our mental health. How prepared are we in terms of our well-being, even as we go into elections in the next year? How will we think even with rejection? I think this morning somebody said here, some of us will fail, isn't it? And many of us we don't want to hear that. How prepared are we for failure? Even so, how prepared are we for success? So, Ms. Wendy, thank you very much. Karibu.
Good afternoon, ladies. How are you today? It's always very difficult to be the speaker before lunch, because I'm the one who's standing between you and the But I will request you to just be yes. I'll try to be as concise as possible. For the next 30 minutes, I'll give you an opportunity to interact with me, ask some questions, and hopefully you gain something from this. You ladies are amazing. Let me start by saying you are amazing. For me, it's a privilege to be able to come and share with you. Whenever you speak with adults, I do not come from a space where I know everything. Because I don't know, it's very experience. You live through life. So I'm just going to share what I have, and hopefully also allow it to work for you as well. And then as we go out for lunch, please pick up from the conversation that we had here and enrich one another. Mental health is a conversation or a space which has gained a lot of popularity in the recent past. More so since the beginning of the pandemic. Is that correct? You see it all over the place. And then this morning, as I was leaving to come here, I live around the place where the incident happened. So I found the police presence there, I found the tires on the road. So indeed, there is something that's going on. But if only you could take time to listen to yourself, understand where you are as a person, and also be mindful of the people who are in the system. Then we'll be able to stem some of these issues which are prevalent in society. Great. So you are a psychologist. And I generally love what I do. I'm a psychologist and I'm an engineer as well. I love what I do. I wake up and I'm passionate about what I'm doing every single day. Well, not every single day, but most days I'm passionate about what I do. I love what I do. Allow me to set this up. Unfortunately, you will not be seeing all the slide has been put. Fantastic. Okay, great. So I'll start with the definition so that we always begin. So when we talk about mental health, the unfortunate thing is that what comes to mind? People just say, you are a cheat, isn't it? However, that's not what the definition is. The definition is what actually you can see right here. Allow me to read it through and then I will unpack for us. The state of well-being in which every individual realizes his or her own potential. I choose the mention that because I can see your business just here. And can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively be able to make a contribution to her community. That's not the definition, that is the World Health Organization definition. Now, why is this important? It's because as we go through life, there is pressure that we experience a lot. Remember, I just started by telling you that when I was leaving home, I came across a hostile situation, meaning there was pressure that I experienced. But my ability to resolve that and be able to come here and interact with you means that I have got a good way of coping with stress and pressure. Many times people don't have that. And every single day, they're going to have pressure and stress. Pressure is what comes first, then it builds up to stress. So when you wake up in the morning, as women, how many things are running through your mind? 1001, I can't tell you something from that one. 1001. And then you people are so amazing that you added one more thing that you want to do. Aren't you amazing people? Imagine you're amazing. So this is what mental health looks like. And then I also said that you need to know where you are as an individual and manage yourself. We're going to take that systematically. So then we also have to understand who you are. As a woman, who are you? Apart from being a woman and a beautiful lady, what else are you? I would encourage you to interact with me. You've got notebooks in front of you. Please open your notebooks. And write the things that you think you are. That's what I put to a woman. And then there's a little way here. Where are you here? Political affairs, isn't it? I am. So this will be anyone. So you can write that one down. What else are you? Are you a mother? I can hear somebody else say you're a mother. Who tell me you're a mother? What else can you be? You're a leader. Yeah. What else? A daughter. What else? A wife. What else? Sister. Counselor. Manager. Role model. Organizer. Influencer. Mobilizer, auntie. Some of us are blessed with grandmothers. Those are blessings. Daughter-in-law, mother-in-law. You've got many of these things. Sister, of course. Have you ever taken time to actually analyze what each of these roles do? Or you just want to be told by society? You ever actually take time to internalize what it means to be a mother, to be in the political space where you're entering? What does that mean? What are the responsibilities that come with that? Have you taken the time to actually understand? Because with each specific role that you are given or that you are playing in life, it comes with this pressure. And if you do not understand what that is or what that looks like, then you're actually in a very precarious space. Why have I put a box there? It's because as women, we can't be put in boxes. People tell us what we're supposed to do and what we can't do. Is that right? Is that right? Or is it only my experience? When it's only my experience, it's different. But as a mother, as a wife, there are certain expectations that are put on your shoulders. And nobody claims to have to do this, but they're there, I can say. But if you do not intentionally take the time to look at all these things, and I came up with a list of about 11. You see, professional is the political aspirant, the organizer is that there's a mother, there's a wife, there's a daughter, there's a sister, there's an aunt, all these different roles that we play. I think women are very amazing. No, women are very amazing. I don't think they get enough credit. Women are very amazing. These are all the different hats that women wear. And they wear them and they wear them with pride. However, you need to understand, you have put there the definition. It's title, responsibility, honor, and opportunity. It's a title that you've been given. When you say you are an NCA, you say you are a doctor, you say you're a counselor, there's an expectation around that. Isn't it? And there's an honor as well around this title. So you need to be aware of what they are and decide for yourself. Because as I said, society is going to tell you what you should do. It is up to you to decide what each of these roles mean to you and how you're going to discharge your responsibility around that. Am I connecting with you? Very good. So, let's look at it in more detail. So out of all those terms, and I can bet that for each of us who are sitting here, each of us is wearing a minimum of 7 hats of this. Minimum of 7. Most of you are wearing close to 15 hats. You can see I put there in law, amplified in law, because you could just be a daughter in law. But the others here who are blessed, who are not only daughters in laws, but their mothers in laws. Then they say, the spectrum wide. So all these roles, all these titles come with responsibilities. And what does that look like? There are different levels of engagement. And the first one is intellectual. And this is what people are doing here for the 3 days of the here. What is required of you is your intellectual space. But beyond here, many of you have got other professional engagements that you have. Is that correct? So as long as you're here, whatever else that you do to bring in money is not getting your attention. Is that correct? So all your intellectual energy is here. And as you enter the space of politics, you need to understand that your business, your business is going to, what is going to do? It's going to suffer. Have you really understood that it's going to suffer? Those of you who are employed, you have to either take a sabbatical, or you have to resign, or something like that. Isn't it? So there is the intellectual energy which is going to be taken away from you, simply because of this thing that you're entering. Emotional energy as well. Interacting with people on a daily basis. Remember I told you about what I do. But for me to be able to do what I do, I need to engage with my clients emotionally. I need to listen to them, not get lost in their world. Again, I would say that people are very, very privileged lots. You enter in this space. I know that politicians actually are, they are owned by society. So you wake up, you get into an elected space, and you find somebody at your door every single day. You know that? Or you expect that the people telling you. They become people and they become telling you what they're talking. And then they expect solutions from you. What are you going to do then? What will you be doing with them? You did. You will say to them, and you come out to go get up. You already have a full schedule of things. Because remember, you're not being entered into office to just listen to the other things that you should also do. So how do you spread yourself out? You've got your family. You know when you said you have a minimum of 7 hats on your head? You added another one. So where do you get all this emotional energy from? And your constituents and the people that you represent will come into very big issues. You're becoming to be very big issues. A mother who has been picked up by her husband, they are out of the street, the children, and they need to be supported. What do? You can leave your house. Maybe you get the person first. But then can you take everybody into your house? What do you do then? You solve their problem. How many can you say? Because you're not going to become one. Nobody is Syria for your house.
What I will do is they came to my house, listen, listen to them, really hold the marriage, first listen to them, and then tell my PA, take down the media issues. Then put them on a program for maybe last week, next week when I'll be able to see some of them. And then now, and then when I make sure that they're comfortable, and I'll
very good. Let's give our hand. Talking about one person, isn't it? We become very big. We become very big. Remember, you told me your mothers and your wives, and so your children in the house will also be expecting your support. They will also be your siblings, your parents, everybody else wants your emotional energy. But there is two other space that also needs your emotional energy as well. Why am I bringing this to your attention? Between now and when you roll out, I don't know when you're rolling out your program. I assume during December, Christmas, people This is a very important time for you. You need to prepare your family members that for the next how many months? Mom is going to be involved in this and we don't have the space to be with you as much as I was. You need to have those conversations. And even as having those conversations, you still need to create for them during that rush. You can't say, I can't be told that back this month. Yes, you still need to allocate time for them. Why is this important? Because I'm not giving you problems or solutions. I will give you solutions. If I told you that I like what I do, I love what I do, but it takes a lot of me every single day. I'm able to see a maximum of 5 clients in a day. 5. Beyond that, I don't have anything left. Each client who walks into my office expects me to give them 100%. Whether I am the last client of the day, they don't care. Whether I'm going to do something in my personal life, they don't care. The same thing is going to happen to you. They don't care what is happening in your life, but they want to 100% from you. They don't care if you go through a loss, they don't care if your money has run, they don't care. They just want you to serve them. So what you have said is ideally good if you're doing one person, but you have multitude. You have multitude. So there's going to be an emotional tap on you. Then as women, they're also expected to be very spiritual. So people, and even also in Shamas, they can see it. So there's that people tell you pray for us, we expect to do this, the family, the Shaman, all the other roles and tasks. Yeah. What do you do? What are you going to do with this people? And then of course, because you are in the political space, even at your land, people expect that you have a lot of money. You guys have bags of money. Then when you see you, then you and also because you but you are very happy. I'm about to go. Yeah, we just want to say, I will you. In fact, I'll tell you what I say. But that is a stress on you, on your family, on your business, on your relationships. You need to be very aware of the space that you enter. It's an amazing space, and I see everybody where they say all the best, but it is a high stress journey that you enter. And this is just the beginning. If you succeed and enter the office, then there's something else. And I've been hearing the reality of the ground from the women, politicians from the office, and they tell you how difficult that journey is. But if others have done it, why can't you? So self-care, which is what I was talking about, begins with self-awareness. It begins with self-awareness. And the picture that I put there, somebody looking at themselves in the mirror. One thing that I find very interesting in the clients is that a majority of them don't hold full length mirrors in their house. How many of you have got full length mirrors? Very good. Many people don't have full length mirrors in their house. And then those who have, don't look at them. How many of you have full length mirrors? Now the hands are not ready anymore. The mirrors are there, but we don't look at ourselves in the mirror. Why don't we look at ourselves in the mirror? Why don't we look at ourselves in the mirror? Because many times we don't look front, like this. That's the reason why we don't look at ourselves in the mirror. And as we enter in this space, there's a reason why you have chosen to enter and take this precaution. It must be, and then underline that, it must be personal to you. Not that somebody else has told you in here. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up for failure. It should be that you want to do this and you are personal reason why. You have to know why, what the reason why you're entering this space. You need to get to the mirror and look at the costs attached to this. Because we know that the relationships and businesses do collapse when people make the decision to enter the political arena. Are you ready for the fallout? Are you ready to have whatever it is that you put in the background, put out into the full began all of us to look at it and see? Everybody has never settled in the closet. Isn't it? Are you ready for us to see a skeleton? And not only us, but your children, your colleagues, everybody is going to see a skeleton. And it's okay, you don't have to, I'm not very scared. But what do you do those things? He accepted that everybody has a story. Isn't it? Everybody has a story. And I tell people, if you want to discern somebody, put out that, I'm not going to do that, so then you put out that thing and make it powerless. Because secrets are what kill us. So the more you make for example, and I know secrets somebody else knows, actually, what I'm speaking about. Really, for me. So if you want to disarm people, put it out there. Talk to the people who are in your ecosystem, the support. The ones who will be affected with something they like have a conversation. Because as we pick up and things start to on, start seeing mad being slang around, and unfortunately, women bear the brunt of it. Women do bear the brunt of it. I don't see men being slang in the mad a lot. I see men being back and that's why I say I really look up to you and say, amazing. Well done for putting your hand to the ring. But you need to be ready for what is there. Simply for where if you're made choices in the past you're not proud of, have a conversation. We are human beings, we can't stand. Be self-accepting of who you are as you are today. Because everything that you have gone through, everything that you have done, has worked towards being where you are today. You believe that? Yeah. So bad experiences, good experiences, they're all experiences. They're all experiences. So self-care begins with self-awareness. Why is self-awareness important? And self-acceptance. It brings authenticity. People are able to connect with you when they believe you're being genuine. If they tell that you're not being very real, they won't be able to connect with you. People connect with stories. People connect with pain. I've lectured for many years and I've spoken a lot of platforms for many years. The beginning, of course, I gave my stories with a bit of cushion. But now, I give my stories with all the people's issues I've gone through. And people connect my story more. And I've got nothing to hide anymore. That's my story. I've only this is who I'm here, are my experiences. And if I hadn't gone through these experiences, I would not be able to be where I am today. We connect with the authentic individual. But it begins with you. You own it. When in this space, be authentic. Authenticity also means being able to set boundaries. Remember, I told you I see clients that take a lot of opportunities. It means at the end of the day, I know I need to be given at least an hour by the four-way system. My loved ones for me to return to practice. Now I'm talking about self-care. I need an hour every single day once I get home, just unpack. Because it is heavy carrying those issues of life. Let nobody teach that you shall use the story. Because you are in the you will be carrying those issues. And as a psychologist, I'm not supposed to start crying my friends. Any time I cry, I need to cry. But again, it's not very real. People can't start to do their story. But that's not the natural way of listening to stories. So my friend tells you a beautiful story. You want to be happy, but in this case, you're not supposed to. So that also adds a certain level of stress or pressure on you. You also add on you, and you may act out on other people. You may hear yourself banging things, kicking the cat, shouting at people in the house, simply because you have not taken some time to unwind for yourself. And it's okay to say no. Something very interesting about us, because I'm not okay. But you know how to say no. You know how to say no. No, yes, no, yes. Yes. When we are asked to do something, maybe we are doing for a click or Natanga and you don't have the money. People don't say no. They dance around that. They dance. And hopefully they hope that the day has started. They out. They doesn't have money, but because you're not authentic to yourself. You don't have boundaries. I tell people, no is a complete sentence. It's a no like if I tell you yes, you ask me to explain myself. So where do you want me to explain my no? Yeah, because people ask me for me. But when I say yes, they ask me why yes. Why am I explaining my no? My no should be active.
Outside. She's outside.
Self-awareness, self-acceptance gives you freedom. allows you to live your best life. Remember I asked, or I said that you need to understand at a personal level why you are putting yourself in this space. Why do I want to run for political office? In your quiet corner, it's not for you, it's not for the people, it's just for you. You're the one who knows why you want to enter that space. As you look at the pros and cons, why do I want to enter this space? Why does it make sense for me? Am I willing to risk everything? I mean, I saw the figures that were put up by commission or about the amount of money that are needed to run for office. And I said, okay, very good. I said, very good, that's good for 1 year, for the next person. I'm willing to put this amount of money into the ring, hoping I'm going to back the price. But not all of us can back the price. That's true. Is that true? So what if we don't back the price? What happens? Let's have my relationship to fall back on. With my children still be there, with my business still be there, with my husband still be there, with my mother still be there. During this season, again, I would say it is important for you to put in as much as you can into those relationships which ground you. There are relationships where people tell the truth, who do not sugarcoat things for you. Those are the ones that you really want to surround yourself with. Because people will lie to you in this season. People will lie. Yeah, but you are not going to be able to do that. You can be able. But ground, you can be. Surround yourself with people who have got your best interests at heart. Those are the people who will be in your corner. And make sure you segment time for them. So I ask them, I don't know about the time. If you're going to try that, how are you doing? What are you doing? How am I performing?
The entrance before I
You're not able to hear from them.
that's how you can get all of that. Am I allowed to take a copy?
Because when you're in the mud, what you're saying.
Now it's up to
When you're in the mud, you don't know what is going on. When you're in the mud, you don't see what is happening out there. You need to say, you know what?
if you ask the guy, if the book may be more for senior people. Okay, let me just
Try to talk about my group of people. You have to have a group of people. The cheerleaders and people who can speak the truth to you. You have them. Very good. Good that you have them. And ask them to be honest with you. Even before we get into the new year. Ask them, what do you think about this position that I said today? Tell me honestly. And I will not take any offense in it. Just tell me, what do you think about it? What do you think I should do? What are the things I need to look out for based on how you're going to be all this year? What are the areas that we need to work on before things become heightened? Am I somebody who loses my temper quickly? Am I somebody who is not able to take rejection? Am I the person who is going to work for passionate? What do I need to work on? What are my blind spots? You need to be open to feedback from the people in the ecosystem. You can only see what is in the mirror. That's what is behind you. You need somebody to be able to tell you what is behind you. And only people who can do this are those people who are in the ecosystem. And be very, very, very careful. Of course, we also have those friends who are just those friends keep them out. What are they called? Frenemies. You have them. Every man, we have those people in our ecosystem. So you have to know them as well. And you don't put too much into those ones. In fact, those are them on there. So self-awareness is about authenticity. It allows you to have boundaries around your family, around the things that are important to you. This is not mention family because family is something that's really important to you. So have boundaries around family. What is important to you? What is the space that you allow to cross? You need to do it for yourself. Nobody can come and tell you what that is. It allows you to be free. So here are a couple of tips that you need as you're thinking about self-care. You need to be intentional. That's what I really like. I I just don't do things for doing sake. I do things with intent. You committed to be here for 3 days, isn't it? Do you know why you are here? What am I expecting to get out of the meeting? Because there are so many speakers who are going to stand in front of you. But before you came, you must have had an idea of what we are expecting from that. Is that contact, a specific contact I want somebody, a specific speaker, is that about security, what is that I want to get from it? And ensure by the way, what is that? Be intentional in the things that you do. Don't spread yourself very thin. Because there will be very many opportunities to do a lot of nothing. In life, generally, try and be intentional. You know, the things that matter to you. Be intentional in your behavior, in the things that you engage in. Be very present. Be present. I ask myself, I've got my friends who are going through this season of life. I've got my family and going through this season of life. I know if I'm meeting with one specific person, where they are, I have to know where they are. So I know the amount of energy to in that space. Does that make sense? Somebody has just lost a spouse or lost a job. When I go into that space, it's going to be heavy energy, heavy emotional drain on me. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but you need to be aware and present when you go into that space. So I always check myself and see, hey, where you are here today. So I've seen 4 clients and I've got nothing to do that person. So I'll postpone for a day and I've got time. So I'll be able to say, that's really maybe on Friday, when I've been able to charge my batteries. So just be aware of the people and present of what's going on there. Because when you enter that space, it's going to take out of you. You also know the people again, as I said, if somebody has lost a job and you know what the financial state is, enter you there, they are going to set the expectations from you financially. If I do not have the capacity, either financially or otherwise, I will not enter that space. I'll enter that space and I will be capacity to give that support that we need. Okay? And about allow yourself. One thing that I find very interesting with women, remember you're wearing like 10 hats. You find it so difficult to shut everything down and take care of yourself and love yourself first. Women find that so difficult. They say, what about God? What about Jirani? What about you? But I ask, what about you? How can you love somebody else if you don't love yourself first? You don't know what love is without loving yourself first. You have to prioritize yourself first before you're able to give to others. And in this space that you're entering, my goodness, you shall need to be very intentional with loving yourself, taking care of yourself. This is your calling self-care. Every morning when I wake up, I check and see where I am at specifically. Where am I? How am I doing what's on my mind? How many times people do that? But check, straight and say, okay, if I'm feeling like I'm a bit low, what do I need to do to bring my energy level up so I can continue to use people? And as women, people expect us to be endless. All the time. Anytime you check in, you're coming from a very busy day, Mom, I need there. Mom, I need this. I need this, I need this. But you need to first take care of yourself before you can be able to take care of everybody else. Here are people activities that you could do. Prayer and meditation. We are normally called a prayer meditation, isn't it? So you have to first pray for yourself. You believe in prayer. You pray and meditate. Every day set the tone. When you wake up in the morning, set the tone for your day. Don't allow yourself to just jump off the alarm and do it when you mess with the day. Wake up. Remember, I talk about being intentional and set the tone for your day. What are the things that I want to achieve today? Of course, there will be emergencies that will come up, but ideally, meditation is about focusing on the things that I want to do. Remember, you're running for a specific seat. Therefore, there are certain tasks that you accomplish every day towards that specific goal that you're trying to do. So you need to think about and be very clear and intentional every single day. Write things down. It's very therapeutic. You're trying to understand and process and pack what the things that have been carried just down or down. Exercise. Yes. You want to exercise for your health and also for allowing yourself to be stressed. Something as simple as walking for 2 minutes a day now. What does I carry mountain? That's one of the things that I need to be able to help this process. I am very selfish in the morning time. But because morning happens and people are awake, I wake up before people wake up. Does that make sense? So I'm not in the gym by 5 o'clock. Meaning I've done anything, I've done my focusing on the day, I've done my decently, I wake up about 3 o'clock. Those are hours where nobody is going to interfere with you. As women, you need to be able to look for that time. If you start trying to look for that time with the children and if you're having a good feeling, you never get that time. I remember a story about a lady, a couple of ladies in the 1900s. She had 18 children. And yeah, she had 18 children. And she was very intentional about her time herself. But because these 18 children are like one classmates. So she put on a chair and put a tablecloth on her head. I trained her children to when mom puts that tablecloth over her head, nobody should disturb her. You just sit there and making noise all over the place, but that was her quiet time. So it's important for you to figure out what works for you. My 3 o'clock is what works for me. I don't know what works for you in your situation. But for many people, it has to be when those distractions are not there. When the phone is not ringing, when the children are looking for you, when your colleagues are not looking for you, look for some time for yourself. Be very intentional about that. It doesn't have to be a big amount of time, it could be something as small as 15 minutes each day. And if you do that consistently, you will look for me and tell me that you're going to reap the benefits. Friendships, you have spoken about your tribe. You need to know that people who are going to be real and true with you through life generally, but especially in this season. You've got those people who have been consistent with you. Nurture, nourish those friendships. Allow them to give you what we call a free pass. That you may be going through something very difficult, but you just need an ear. Have a system where you say, hear this word from you, I'm not doing well. There's something that used to do my friend. Used to say, I send you a message, you an ambulance. And we would respond to one another. We don't ask questions, you just say ambulance. You just ask, where are you? And you respond like an ambulance. When we get there, we won't even ask you what's the problem. We'll just be present. You ask for an ambulance. When the ambulance has reached, then you tell us how you want us to discharge ourselves. So try and create that so you have got a safety net. Because sometimes you don't want to talk, but I just want to be a kind face. Of course, if you're doing that for them, they're also doing it for you. So it's not one way, it's two ways. Friends are what make life sweeter. Hobbies as well, and holidays. I don't know if people still have hobbies. I do. I don't know if people still have hobbies. The things that give you energy. When I walked in and met Madame, she assumed that I am very young, but I thought I can remove my ID, those old ones will be good. I am quite old. It's just that I take care of myself and I nourish myself. And I'm very intentional about this. When I was young, of course, I just did what I was like. Just went to being intentional and focusing on myself. But the older I got, I realized that life doesn't have to be as messy and unhealthy as it has been. I can choose the things that I engage in and the ones that I don't. And I'm going to apologize to me for it. Because I want to leave a mark. I want to leave a mark. And when you want to leave a mark, then you have to live with intent. You have to be selfish with your time. And you have to be focused on your goals. So for these activities, I also say like holidays and hobbies, think about daily tasks, monthly tasks, quarterly tasks, things that you can do, that you can look forward to as it becomes very difficult or it's very busy. There are seasons where I go and I'm extremely busy, from client work to leading expeditions on the mountains, it gets extremely busy. But I know at the end, I'm going to focus and say, 3 months, but I don't have a holiday. So I work when there's something coming up. I work and I want to spend time with my family. So when I'm in the trenches, I give it my all, knowing that there's a reward at the end. You have to be able to set up those things for yourself. And sometimes I don't say what I'm looking for. What happens? As you said, you know that not all of you are going to make it into political office. What happens? Where are you going to go and lick your wounds? You have to have a plan.
You have a plan? Are you sure you have a plan? I'm going to ask you to share with me your plan. Who wants to share with me their plan in case they don't make it? What are they going to do? Who wants to share? Anybody who's brave enough to share? In case you don't make it, they will. Very good. Yes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Ashura Michael. I always know politics is about two things. You either fail or you win. You lose or you win. So if I lose, I'm ready because I have something else that I'm doing. And also, I'm working in some UN agency, so I will just go back to my job. Thank you.
Well done. Let's give her a clap. Thank you, Sister Plan. Let's have a count of something else to do. I'll ask one more person. I think it's serious. So if you jump up, it's out.
My name is Jael Omnyamoli from Kakamega, and before I decided to get into politics, I was a farmer, and I was working with small-scale women farmers in the community. I also run a community-based organization in my community to ensure that we have food in the village. So if I don't make it in politics, I'll definitely just go back to my farming and my women and my community work, and that's my plan.
Well done. Well done. I'm feeling very encouraged that people have a plan. People have a plan. You all share their plan. You share the overlap with one another. That's beautiful. Okay, I'm going to take him from maybe from that one and that one.
Nimejituma.
Hi guys, I want to share my experience that worked for me in 2017 because I vied for MCA and I lost terribly. Not really terribly because out of 9 guys, I was the only lady and I was number 3. One was very rich, he spent a lot of money, the other one was with the party. My strategy before I decided to go for the MCA, I first sat down and asked myself, what do I have on the table? And I set aside because I knew I don't have a permanent job that I can go back to. And Kieni, those who know Kieni is a very dry place, so I can focus on farming or anything like that. I had to get a backup. I set an account, a fixed account that was to mature after elections, and set my amount that can take me for 1 year. Without a job, I have a son, I have to pay rent, I have to take care of that. Because at the end of it, you have to eat whether I win or I lose. And when you either win, it also, you might take like 2, 3, 4 months before you can get the first salary. So it might take you some time. Then I sat down and asked myself, this is the remaining balance in my account, what do? I invested first. I took my money, got a property that I knew that at the end of it I can't just sell it because of politics. Because once you're near the election, there is this mood swing that you are the only one, just one more coin and you make it. And by the time you realize that you've lost and you don't have anything in the bank, right? So I said I invested my money. Then I called my friends and told them, you know what? This position is ours. I got like 10 friends who believed in me. The money they gave me, I only added 50,000. And that's how I managed my campaign. Without a lot of money from my pocket, we had to survive with my son. Hallelujah.
naitwa Joyce Kilavi Mwende. Natoka Afiliva Township Ward na 2017 nilikuwa nimesimama. Kwa hivyo pia nilipata changamoto lakini nilijaribu nazielewa. Mimi ninasimama tena 2022 na sianguki kwa sababu niko na strategy nzuri. Kina mama, hata sio lazima uwe na mamilioni ya pesa. Kama kwangu mimi Afiliva Township Ward, kwa kila polling station, niko na polling station 18 na 60 streets. Na kwa kila polling station nimeweka committee ya members 20 kwa kila committee polling station zote 18. Na wote tunajuana na tunaelewana na tunapendana. 2017 niliteswa kidogo na chama lakini nilijaribu tu kuibuka tena. Amen.
Thank you, Joyce. We wish you all the best. Okay, great. God is good and all the time. Thank you, ladies. I vied twice and I lost. The first time I went against the Negotiated Democracy in Mandera County. Nikapeleka ukiwaji na democracy nikabagwa nje. 2017 nikajipanga. Niliwaambia Councilor Douglas, if you want me to step down, I should be given position. And I campaigned that you cannot even imagine. Guess what? I was taken to the second person in this country and I was given the job. So, ukijipanga huku mbele, sasa unaona you are very strong, you can negotiate with the guys who are mbele yako, especially the governor and those ones whom you can compete with. So mimi nimejipanga na nikapata kazi. Sasa hivi niko mbele. Wakileta story bado najipanga. Asante sana.
Wamama, habari zenu? Mko poa? Kwa majina naitwa Pamela Tambula, yani natambulika sawa. Mimi natoka katika Kamkunji constituency na nasimama South. Nataka kuniona na mapendo. Sawa. Sasa mimi natoka katika Kamkunji lakini nasimama ward ya South. Na naweza tu kuwahimiza. Mimi nilikuwa Vihiga County, sehemu inaitwa Shamahoho Ward. Nimesimama kuanzia 2002. 2002 nilisimama ile councilship, labda wengine hata huko wamezaliwa hivyo. 2007 pia nikasimama. 2013 sikusimama, nikasimama. Na sijawahi kupata, and I'm still strong as you see me. A woman of substance. Mimi nyumbani wao wananiita Pamela Tambula Buhari Ushindi. Wale wamesikia kama kuna mlema pengine akisikia hivyo. So hata ukiamka jipe moyo, lakini usipone mengi ya kwamba wewe ndio unaenda kupita. Useme kuna mara mbili kuna kupita na kuanguka, si hivyo? Mara tatu kuanguka, lakini nikasema sitachota maji kule chini, nataka nichotelee maji wapi? Nairobi. Mbarikiwe mpaka mshangae. Sawa jamani.
You know, I like it when you've got this energy and you want to share and you want to express yourself. Unfortunately, saying is self-awareness is key. You need to know yourself. Begins with you. You need to know who you are as a person and why you're doing all the things that you're doing. Beyond that, the important things in your life, so that you can put a ring fence around them. It's important to put a ring fence around the things that are important to us. She has told us that her son is so important to her that she ring fenced his future post-elections. She put in a fixed deposit account such that in the event she didn't make it, they will still be okay. So what are the things that you're going to invest in your life? What are the things that are important to you? Everybody's is unique. I gave you one insight into mine. For mine is family, so also put a ring fence around mine. It was going to enter the political area. What are the things that you need to ring fence for yourself? Be intentional. Don't do things just for the sake of doing them. When you're entering this space, you want to make a difference, you want to be unique, you want to be recognizable wherever it is that you are going and where it is that you're talking to. So be intentional in how you carry yourself, in the things that you say, in the things that you associate with. Okay? So be very intentional. And above all, love yourself first. You cannot be able to pour out of an empty cup. You have to continuously fill your cup, fill your soul. The things that matter to you, do them and do them with serious commitment and regularity. I have been defense the things which are important to me in my life, and I do them with consistency. So the three things I would like to take away from this presentation. When you know yourself, you are empowered. When you accept yourself, you become invincible. You become invincible. So all areas, all experiences, accept them. Nobody can tear you down if you have accepted everything that is in your past. So throw it out and go and say, I can just support my job. You become invincible. Ladies, I want to thank you for allowing me to come and share with you. Those are the contacts again that you need to reach out for any support, psychosocial support. Reach out to us. So asante sana, and I wish you well.
Hey, you ladies, you haven't done well. Iyo clap, Papa. That's appreciation, Papa. I asked the panel to look at the questions. Panel is going to give us the answers to those questions, but he's not going to give us now. And the reason I don't want him to give us now is because I know if I unleash panel on you, you will not let it go. We need to go and have lunch. And Professor Maria is also already around. We want to hear from her. Please, ladies, can we have one meeting? So we want to go for lunch. But what I want you to do is this. Where's the lady from Laikipia? Where's the lady from Laikipia? I want you to look for him. Where is she? I want you to look for him. Make sure you sit with him on the table. You have to mind with us. Yes, you have to mind with us. So those who had very serious Laikipia issues and all that, please look for him over lunch. Please sit with him and have lunch with him. So we're going to have lunch now. Thank you. Yeah? Please wait. Wait for the announcement. Can you wait for the announcement, please? Can you please
we have really tried that, and especially for a while, and really to become, and mwingine amewaita hivi, kuna mwingine. Because it's a logistical issue. So even as we have questions, even for our family, we have tried to get you the best of the best. Mumeona? So the reality, kuna maswali, we were just assured ourselves here, we are taking those questions. Kama nisikia nimekaa sana, sivyo? But we'll try. Alafu tutakuwa na zile sessions tulisema mkienda kwa hoteli. This is just the beginning. So as we go for lunch and as we actually tayari watupatie number, kindly keep time because we want to be here exactly at 3 o'clock. We have a professor from the university and we have one of the leading ladies of for strategy and practice, and they have to leave by 5 o'clock. So let us help them so that we help each other. Tuko pamoja? And now, before we go, so by 3 o'clock we are going to start. Karibuni for lunch, but before we go for lunch, I'd like to appreciate the panelists, asanteni sana, and Waiga, and also every kidogo kina mama, na pia kukaribisha mwenyekiti wa Vita Chair Nancy amefika, karibu sana. And now we can go to lunch, bon appetit, 3 o'clock on the dot.
Literally, she was my student. If she was here, she would confirm the same. The story of Gilu, I will summarize it to you in about 2 minutes. When I met Gilu, it was in a session where I had women like yourself in one room. I had brought them together, the first batch of women that came forward to run for office at the beginning of the multi-party political landscape. And that was in 1992. Gilu was among that group, which included people like another indomitable lady who you know very well, once called an Iron Lady, Honorable Mother Karua. She was also part of that group. And the person you wouldn't even guess could have been there, was there. And that is a very celebrated woman leader who excelled even globally. Who do you think that is? Who? Yes, Professor Wangari Maathai. And I'm sure some of them, you saw them here yesterday, including Kitoni. There were quite a number of them. The other Iron Lady from, the other part of Kenya, who was known to be the major contestant against also late Nicholas Biwott. Who was that lady? Can anyone tell me who she was? She still is, Tabitha Sei. She was in that group too. So was one among the senators that we have today. Beth Mugo was also in that group. And now I sit on a board of parliament, appointed competitively to represent public universities. And I sit there, and it always gives me these memories when I see Honorable Beth Mugo. She is in that board, and she's still going strong, which is what we must learn, all women, that, age is just a number. Let's not lose confidence because we are getting older. And that should not be an excuse for not running for office if you have the qualifications to do so. So let me complete the story of Honorable Charity Gilu. Gilu was sitting somewhere in a corner, like you see that door at the back, and she didn't want to be seen. The women in that room were not as many of this, I have to admit. It's like half of this room, so it was from here going this way. And I was making them talk for the first time. They were coming for training. It was the first ever training session for women candidates. That was in July 1992. So I was exposing them to an area they were completely green. They were just venturing very timidly and not very sure they can survive. So everybody was, except of course, people like Wangari Maathai, they had already had their stint in public life. She knew how to defend herself. But I noticed one lady sitting right at the back. That's what teachers do. They notice even when you think they are not noticing. And I said, you, yes, because she was going like this. You, right there, please, can you stand up and introduce yourself? And then she stood up very shy and said, I'm Charity Gilu. And I said, no, I introduce yourself properly. Because everybody else was mentioning their names, and then he would say, I'm running for this position. Yeah? You are running for governor, you are running for member of parliament, you are running for as an MC, whatever you are running for. So she is the only one who said, I'm Charity Gilu. I said, that's not enough. Then she said, I'm a housewife. And I just came to listen. I told her, there are no housewives in this room. Everybody who is here is a political leader, already or in the making, and you have to start thinking like that. What can I say? The rest is history. because from that day on, Gilu entered in the hot, can I say hot swimming pool at the very deep end of the pool in a place called Kitui Central. She used to live here in Nairobi, but now she moved to where it was not easy for her. I remember there were nights commission to try to save our women who were under attack by men, threatening to rape them, to do this. But the women's movement, I don't know, Daisy, whether you have joined us at that stage, maybe not. We were the ones fighting for other women to stop being harassed, because the level of harassment of all types, including sexual, physical, everything was happening all the time to discourage the women who had come forward. So don't think you are an exception in that regard. At that time, it was worse because we didn't have 2010 constitution. We didn't have anything to hold these people accountable. Now we do. Now we do. So we fought for Charity Gilu. There was, at one moment, her women supporters, because she had a lot of women supporters, were locked somewhere so that they don't go and vote for her. And we had to get all of that done, and many other things. After winning that seat, because she won it, she became even more confident. And come 1997, what did Charity Gilu do? She ran for president. And I can tell you the story also of this very quickly. When we reached that stage, I started looking around. I said, last election, we didn't have a woman president. I started with Wangari Maathai. I am not going to disclose what she told me. So Gilu was my second choice. And I was shocked at the way she said, Prof, you think I am ready to run? You think I can run for this at that level? I said, yes, and we are going to support you. And she did. And what number did she become for the first time in the history of Kenya? She was number what? Number 3. In fact, if it wasn't that men intruded into our business, and I'm not going to tell you all the details, because they did, they started interfering with the Charity, telling her, oh, we are, Prof is a lecturer at the university, you need now to behave like men do, and taking her in another direction, because I had actually advised her the best thing to do, because she was the most popular, because the men were disagreeing among themselves. Yeah, she would use that opportunity to actually now make a choice among the strongest of those male parties and form a coalition. The thing they are doing now, we were proposing at that time, and work out a deal, but a winning one, because she needed the numbers. She would not have been number 2 or number 3. She would have been what? Number 1. But we said it's a good effort, and we have learned a lesson. Even her, she told me so. Now, of course, she's a governor, talks with a lot of confidence. If somebody tells you she was the same girl who was saying, I'm a housewife. So it is possible. That's what I'm telling you, ladies. It is possible. It is possible, but you must have confidence in yourself. You cannot get into politics if you are half-hearted. Nobody is going to cheat you that it's going to be easy. Running for political office is not a walk in the park. It is hard work. That's why you are being trained here to be very well prepared. And the first preparation I would advise is yourself. Yourself. You must come to terms with yourself. Don't start, asking others, Daisy, do you think I'm fit to run for political office? You shouldn't be asking that. You don't need to be affirmed by others. You first affirm yourself. And then see what you do, and then bring others in. That would be the first advice I would offer you in terms of preparedness of running for political office. You must come to terms with yourself. If you go to run for office having been pushed by maybe, and they do this, a lot of men do this at the last minute. They come to you when people have already lined themselves up and you have no time to prepare and you are being pushed. And then you start saying, my people told me so, that I should run. Your people are not enough, because when you lose the election, because you could, you must have option B and C and D. And those options can be only made by yourself, not somebody else, in terms of preparation. Then there is all the other preparation you need, which is civic education, like you are getting here, being trained. And I can tell you, if you people want, I don't know whether you have got all this information. I even prepared a manual, a written manual, a whole book on capacity building of women candidates, containing the various things you need to build your capacity, including the capacity to do what I'm doing now, which is public speaking. You cannot be a political candidate if you are not able to deliver your issues and package them politically to persuade others to follow you. You must speak with confidence. You must know the target group that you are speaking to and stay to the point, among other things. People think that public speaking comes naturally. It doesn't. It does not. And I always tell my audience, and she has heard me say that so many times, that we had even a professor, a woman scholar with a PhD from Harvard, who was put in the August House by appointment. She didn't run for office. She was an appointed leader, which is okay, because women also, by entering parliament, even if they are on appointed basis, it's part of affirmative action, you also learn. You learn in the process of just being there. But what happened is like she lost her capacity to speak. Someone who teaches at the university, she was unable to utter a single word in that parliament because she was ill prepared for the kind of articulation and capacity needed to talk in an environment called our parliament. And you have seen how rowdy that place can be sometimes. And very sexist in the way they treat women. So you have to be Millie Odhiambo. I hear Millie was here yesterday. She has not been here. But you have seen her in parliament. Even if they shout her down, she will still continue talking. She will not stop until she has said what she wanted to say. And I think this is where you have to be that forceful. But also you have to organize and package yourself. So this is simply communication, how you communicate. And then people talk about resource mobilization. And the first thing you think about resource mobilization, what do you think about? Money, money. The first resource and the most important is yourself. It is yourself, and that doesn't cost you any money. Before you go even into preparing a fundraising campaign strategy, which you must, you start with yourself. And I'm sure you know some women who have run elections with a very little budget, but they made it. But it started with themselves, how they prepared themselves. That you don't start by creating a budget where 99% is what others are going to give you. And you only bring 1% or nothing. Now, that's not a winning strategy. It is not. And so what I'm saying is, I want to do a little mixing the history with the present and what you need to do. I've touched on a number of issues already. I've talked with the issues of how you should package that preparedness package and what needs to happen. The other thing is, as an individual, you can see I'm putting a lot of emphasis on you as an individual. You want to become a political leader. Have you asked yourself why you want to be there? Really, what is the end goal? And are you prepared to pay, the highest price for it? Some of you tell me, but I need a job. And I was told when, you go to parliament, that's a ticket to, my poverty and coming to an end. If you're just going to it and seeing it as a job, then your tenure there may be very short. Not only must you go there knowing that you are venturing that direction because you want an opportunity to serve as a leader. It's about service in the first instance. And you must be prepared to give that service even if you are not paid for it. As Daisy here, the amount of work she has done for women, which was not paid to her, because I know her, she's my younger sister, and she has been very, very committed to this process. Many of us, when we started training the women candidates, there were no donors to fund us. Those that have taught at the university, I'm sure you have seen my small university office at the 844 building. That's where you women were coming to see me. That was my headquarters for a very long time until we were rescued by one of the donor agencies, and we got a small office in South B. But we didn't ask for money. If you ask Charity Giru whether she ever paid me money for training her, she'll tell you no. I didn't pay her a single cent. I did it purely because I wanted. Thank you. I wanted to make a contribution to building capacity of our women leaders. And that was my role, going to be, and still is. I still see myself as a leader, but with a different role from one of actually being in parliament. You need people like me who are on the outside, who are objective, and who can tell without any discrimination, tell you what you really need to do, to advise you with a clean heart and with no ulterior motive. And so you must know why you are going there. The other reason why you must know why you are going there, you must address in advance what will happen if I do not succeed this time. Don't say, I don't want to think about that now. You better think about it now. And the way to think about that is to say, if I don't get this position now, I'm going to continue to struggle until I get it. You must be prepared to go the whole hog. Talk to Martha Karua and what she has been through. She is still there, isn't she? But she doesn't have any political position in parliament. She has been out in the cold, and I followed her during the last election, and I know how much hard work she put in. But for whatever reason, she did not make it. But she has not given up. She is still there. She started in 1992. In 2021, she is still there. And you can see now, finally, even the men are beginning to have some level of appreciation of her contribution and what she can do. We wish her all the best, don't we? Yes. She has served Kenyan women, and she has served Kenya in an exemplary manner, and she's someone who has not been associated with one of the weaknesses we have in this country, which is corruption among leaders. They cannot stay away from the temptation of misusing our tax money. We give them the position to lead on our behalf, but then they decide now, after they get in, that they have a bit of entitlement to convert even our tax money into the extra cash over and above their salaries. So you must see yourself as a leader, not a seasonal leader who is only want to be a leader just for purposes of getting a job. And if you don't get a job in a timely manner, you exit. And we have noticed a high attrition of women. They run once for office and then they go into oblivion. And you're asking, what happened? Where did she go? Just watch the men. They rarely give up. They can even lose two consecutive elections and they come back. They will come back until they garner the seat that they are looking for. So we must have sense of understanding Leadership, political leadership is about giving public service. Public service. What happens therefore when you are there? Daisy also knows this one. You must have three things. I call them triple A's. Triple what? The first A is access. The first aim is to access political office, but that is only one step. You have found your feet through the door, and now you are inside. Whether it is in a county assembly, whether it is in parliament, either in a national assembly or senate, or as part of the executive, you have access. Don't lie back and say, finally I have arrived. You have not yet arrived if you are a real committed leader. Remember what you promised the people who voted for you. What did you promise them? That you are going there, you make a difference for them, that you have an impact, that you are going to give something back, that you are going to do what men have failed to do. You make that difference. And that is the second A. It's called what? Agenda setting. You go there to set an agenda, not to just listen and go along, because that's where the majority are headed. To be strong enough to defend what men would want, and others. Because I don't want to say this is a male thing, because I'm coming to that as well. But primarily, you find obstacles to you setting an agenda, and you must be prepared to fight for what you believe, because you went there with a mission and a vision. That's what leaders do. And you must carry that mission and vision with you, and you should not allow anything to discourage you. And I'm saying that fully well knowing that we have a big problem in our governance institution. The governance culture in our institution is not only undemocratic, it is very patriarchal. Maybe you don't know, until recently, the motto outside Parliament, where the entry of the Parliament, where you see, I think it's a motto of the National Assembly. What was it called? Maybe Daisy, you have a better voice than me on this one. For the good? For the just governance of men. Women had to fight very hard to have that removed, because that August House does not belong to men alone. And that's part of what I'm saying. You must do whatever you're able to do to change the governance culture. Because if you don't, you'll be like that lady who was there for 5 years, a Harvard graduate. She was not able to speak once for 5 years. That place was threatening and intimidating. She was seeing patriarchy all over, even in the way the men were behaving in that room. So you must go there with that sense of, you have a calling. Almost like the way religious people say they have been called to serve. But with you, you are going there to serve the women and all the people of your country. And yes, it can overwhelm you, but that you must know that for you to be able to serve in that capacity, you must be on the lineup for changing the institutional culture. And I can tell you, without fear of contradiction, I have yet to be able to count, even a few women who have held that, torch. It has been too difficult for them. The tide has been too heavy for them to be able to set an agenda which is, reflect on the real improvements that are needed of our people. Because you are going there not just to serve women, but all the people of Kenya. But of course, to also change the masculinization of parliament and other governance institutions, to make them more democratic and where a human face, and especially the women's face, that is often missing. You must be hawk-eyed to look at the budgets and the allocations. That those allocations are not towards interests that only serve a certain constituency of elites, especially male elites. You check to see whether that budget also targets the needs of the vulnerable groups, including a lot of women who fell into that category. And you must fight for that budget to be more representative. So I'm saying you are venturing in a place where we need women, but you cannot make a difference if you're just going there simply with a personal agenda, and that's it. And if that doesn't work, you take off. Having said that, let me say this. We have another problem, call it a threat, but a challenge that can be overcome. As we sit in this room, I know you are all representing certain sectional interests by virtue of politics. Some of you are in this party, the other ones are in that party, and the others have, these inclinations. Some come from certain ethnic groups, and others come from another different direction. That is okay. That should not be a challenge. Diversity is not a challenge. It is an opportunity. What we are not often prepared to do is to harness the best out of this multiplicity, the beauty of difference. We only see the worst part of being diverse. And instead of women working together, they start tearing each other to bits, which is something we should not do. And so we must be tolerant of people from different political parties, different ideological positions, different mannerisms, because even among women, some are loud and aggressive, and others do different. We must have that level of tolerance, because we should not expect that women are homogeneous, and that when you go to that August house, you will not have some differences. But you must know where, as women, you congregate and fight for issues that actually affect women more than they affect men. The negative impacts of certain issues in that August house. That is a strategic issue, and it's very difficult when as a country you may have 42 ethnic communities represented here. And I'm saying there could be wrong, maybe times have changed, but that is as it should be. But what we need to do is to distinguish between ethnicity or ethnic, diversities, which are based simply on, you are born in a certain place and others were not. But they are not, and to recognize that there are some of those differences, but not to use that to fight politically. That's what we call, politicization of ethnicity. And then it becomes negative. I think it's Reverend not Reverend Joya, who is this member of parliament, the one who used to be in jail, I'm trying to remember. He wrote this book, a treatise about ethnicity in Kenya, which you should read. Koigi Wamwere, he's the one. He wrote this book, and you need to read it because he tells Kenyans how to distinguish between positive ethnicity and negative ethnicity. And all these personal biases you may have, which will take you away from focusing on the most important elements. I don't want to say the last thing, but I'm about to stop. Issues about presence, as well as to substantive representation. We must make that distinction, because as we build our strategy for entry, of access, of agenda setting, and finally the last one, which I didn't say, accountability, we must know what all of those mean within the framework of creating a space where women can collaborate. I believe apart from KEWAPA, which is the Women's Association within Parliament, we have one more, Daisy, which are, and between them, these are places to congregate and strategize on the 3 A's. The first one, access. The second, the third, accountability. And accountability means you can hold your head high and hold yourself accountable, and even hold others to account. This issue of presence, as opposed to substantive representation, becomes crucial, and is part and parcel of what are you going to do there, what is the output, what difference are you going to make? Because increasingly, even those of us who do research on these issues, worldwide, it has been found that it is not necessarily the numbers, how many you are in parliament, that make a difference, or in terms of impact. It is whether the numbers can be translated into influence. That we are talking about being champions for change. That you'll find in many cases there are very few women who can sustain a momentum of being champions for a good cause. And the rest get lost on the way, and you will not tell the difference between them and men in terms of their political behavior. And so you must also keep an eye on that. We actually look up to you because you are the one going to that parliament. I see many of you are from the younger generation. We are looking for you to transform that space. And we want you to convert your numbers. And indeed, we want to attain the 33% threshold, but it must be a 33% that is effective and can do the job it was intended to do. So, Madam Moderator, I think the rest of answer you are asked by the distinguished ladies are very specific, anything they want to hear from me. Thank you very much. Oh, I can talk when I'm seated.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you for actually showing she's not shy, is she? Apart from it, when you look at her, she looks shy, isn't it? But when the person speaks, she's a giant, isn't it? And see how she looks small. Please do not take her for granted. Because by the time she settles with you, you have known what is inside her. She has told us something. She said something that I like. It's not about the numbers. You've been told about you and what you're going to do what? To do. Most of you sometimes, how many are in MCAs right now? MCAs. So now when you're in front of now, I'm serious. What have you done about that stuff? Now, I want you to give you an opportunity to ask some questions. Number one, just listen, please. And first of all, I'll take 5 questions. I will give her an opportunity to answer. Because she said she has a crisis aspect, then she will give us permission if we can ask for. Is that okay? So we'll take the first 5. If she answers and she still has time, she will grant us permission. Because we do not want to take her for granted doing. So the first 5 questions. I'll take one here, I'll take one behind, you never say we are leaving you. I will take her and her. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there will be 5 here. And then in red will be number 5. Number 5. So please let's start. What's the one here? Please let's start with the lady here. Secondly, please, Sophie, as you take the mic, please ask the question. If you go into so many stories, I will actually take away the mic from you. Please ask the question.
Good afternoon. I am Cecilia Mati, aspirant for MP Westlands. I'm a champion for education, particularly for access to public education quality. And I had to sit in a university board. I And so my question is, we talked about the health and the interest rate and how they affect the graduates that have finished university. So among the reforms that we are pushing for are the health reforms. My question is, how are we going to ensure that our graduates, especially when we are talking about women, we know women we build leadership in university. So most of us come out of university want to be leaders. So how are we going to address this issue of health loans and how to reduce the interest rate of paying the health loans, especially applying to women as we're talking about women issues?
Okay, my question is directly in regard to diplomacy. You stated that is the discipline that you are in the higher education, and we really appreciate you. I'm just requesting, if now that because you're in lesson in the public universities, you are able to conduct more of these sessions on behalf of our women in political parties. I am a leader in the national, in a political party, and you know this is where women have challenge when they're given a stage to address themselves, they leave the stage without a signature. And then with the institutions, we normally have a lot of programs that you can have collaborations on behalf of these women. The last one is about your handbook. Maybe you could give us the title and how to access it. Thank you so much. My name is Paul Wawaida, National Chair for Peace and Democracy. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for letting us know that we are actually our resource. My question is on matters of capitation within the TVET. The students complete their studies without, and the certificates actually withheld, simply because there is no funding, there is delay of funding to the TVET trainings and universities. So what is from the government? What is the answer for that? And then there is within the presentation, you see about 3 A's. I got access, agenda setting. What was the last A? Saying accountability based. It is delivered. So regular constituency, accountability, and what to expand on accountability, because we are accountable to ourselves, to our people, and we are the women who are supposed to be transformative and to transform this nation. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Lydia Anyango from the International Congress. My county is Kajiado County. Prof, we appreciate your time and thank you so much for informing us. One of the most significant persons you've ever supervised is Titi Kariuki. It caught the attention of everyone when he got his PhD at 77. And so when I bring that to our attention, I actually would want you to comment from the academia point of view, the need of pursuing higher education. I know that you know that has really been an issue in the media, but we would want to know from your end, what is the role of academics in our pursuit of political interests? And then secondly, there is the biggest concern for women in the political arena is the violence that exists in our county houses and even in the National Assembly. From the perspective of the person who is in the board in charge of the National Assembly, we'd like to know what really the board feels about this and what we as aspirants should take home.
All those my name is the chairman of the State County Assembly. I have access. Professor Nzomo, I was at the meeting.
in July 1992. The microphone went around every person and they were saying what you're vying for. I was 21 years old. I put up my hand and I said, I am running for Kilimani Ward Councillor, Kajo. 30 years later, I'm a perennial candidate every successive election. I have tried to do the thing to evaluate myself. Why am I always a candidate? Why am I not always making it? I try and do it and have access. I'm now in the county assembly. All the people that don't have one vote here because we come from the assembly together. Everyone here who has a relative friend, please tell them what we get. Gosia County Women represented in 2022. That's what the government is saying. 30 years, 33 people. Thank you for listening. Thank you. I'll come out of this. Cynthia Muteru.
I was in the room, the resilience has been maintained. I got elected, people think I'm a very strong person, I'm a product.
So you.
Ladies, please, she's trying to communicate with us. Please, can we let her hear?
I can tell you, I love what I was given. I thought some of the questions are being asked. And I'm trying to do my best. So, a director of a school, yes, I'm part of the. But I can tell you, what has to do with competition and finances and, the writing those who are given help. These are matters that taken care of at the very highest level of university, the level of national. It's a poor policy question. Decisions about whether to keep it at the status quo, etc., take place at that level. But I do understand, I recognize the graduates who come out of the university having not stayed alone, and the time is not enough. In fact, because they take a lot of for their employment, and I'm not about this. But unfortunately, I cannot give the decision of the department in terms of a reverse campus. Right now, we are going through some very radical reforms in all sectors. At the university, just like you told me at the university around the world, because of COVID, it has got a lot of financial institutions. And therefore, the university of Nairobi, is the largest university of the entire south of the border.
We have faced enormous challenges in that regard. So I wish I could give you good news, But it doesn't say that these are loans because they are contractual agreements, they have to be paid. And as far as the fees increasing, it is in the same way that I'm saying. But I would not want you to say you give up in terms, I think maybe if you approach the loans board, there is a sense in which you have real difficulty in your system. Now, that's the best I can say on that matter. In regard to my availability for more sessions of training and talking to as many of you as I can, I'll endeavor to do so when and if I can. Like now, I've been needed since morning. I'm playing hide and seek in my university because we are preparing for the main graduation, which is coming in about a week. And people like me are very busy preparing the students for graduation. But I am here. I chose to be here. And I had to put aside some of my graduation. In fact, I can tell you one of the classes I had to reschedule was one of my military students, because he also teaches the military, the National Defense College and Defense Staff College, which are academies of the military. I had a class with them this morning, but I had to postpone it until tomorrow in order to be here. So I really want you to know my heart is here with you, but I'll try to, where the organizers, I don't see any of them close by. Yeah. I even explained to them how difficult it was going to be for me to be here, but I have at least managed, I thank God. And I'll try as much as possible between this day and this period and the elections, maybe up to June, July, the final stages to be around me. I used to do this almost on a full-time basis in the 1990s. In the midst of harassment at that time because of the way our constitution was, by police, they would just walk into a training session and say, this meeting is illegal, get out. Thank God, though that behind us. 2010 has done that to us. Now, okay, the handbook, the training handbook, I think people like Daisy who are running, civic organization, you should be able to get it. It was not being purchased. It was free of charge. Literally, it was, and I know that they have prepared a new manuals using that one as a model, which is that it should, because times have changed. Teaching you about fundraising strategies, communication skills, packaging your issues, etc., etc. But we can work with those universities, see what they have and what they don't have, and we see how we move forward. I was also asked to talk a little bit about this question of accountability. Accountability is a very, very difficult thing to, first of all, to assess in terms of performance, because a big part of it is personal. The part which is tangible returns to your being in political office. Only you as an individual can determine that, because you have to show your constituents that you did something while you are there. If you want to run again, you'll still be held to account, even if you don't do it during your tenure. And now with the communication technology being what it is, you can easily assess your members of parliament on TV or in social media. So they have no place to hide. And now you will have no place to hide. You have to be held accountable by not just those who elected you, but even those who didn't elect you, now once you are there. So accountability is something we have to work on. It is part of good governance. That is how you build the culture of good governance. Instilling in your life and in the way you think accountability, that whatever you are doing, you ask, if somebody was looking at what I'm doing now, would I be able to defend it? That's part of accountability. So I'm sorry, but it is important and it must stay there. Now, one of my students, former students, was mentioned, and I don't want to appear like I'm neglecting that. Gigi Kariuki, the late, that was who was part of the first team that ushered us into independence in the 1960s. Despite his old age, he joined my institute and came and told me that he wanted to do a PhD. I didn't even know he had a master's degree, but he did. And sure enough, because I was his supervisor, I was able to see that behind this political man, there is someone really who intellectually is above and ahead of so many young people. So I used to tell my students, look at him, he's your grandfather, So he was really a role model, let's put it that way. And when he passed on, we were just on the verge of trying to convert his book, his PhD thesis into a book. And even now we are trying to talk with the family, as a way to remember him. I think he was a good man, if you ask me. In a country where patriotism is so central. Now, being told himself, hello, Professor Nzomo. I understand you have served several diplomatic positions. What motivated you not to vie for political position? Something when Kenya needs you. It's exactly what I was saying earlier. When you are a leader, there are many types of leadership. Political leadership is only one area. Whatever hat you put on as a leader, whether it is to be a professor of a university, a trainer, a doctor, whatever it is, you must address it with that level of high commitment. Absolutely. Yeah? Leadership does not only, permeate around politics and political issues. It is everywhere. And therefore, I know and I sincerely believe I've done a lot as a leader of this country, but not within politics. The work I do, like talking to you now, it means I'm a communicator. I am a teacher. That is the heart where I'm very important. And it has produced results for so many people I can name, apart from Gigi. Apart from Gigi, let me just give you 2 or 3 names that you also know. Do you know a lady by the name Monica Katina Juma?
Yes.
Yes. You know that lady? Yes. She was my student. I participated in making her the leader she is today. And I think she is doing well as a student.
Very.
There you are. You know a man by the name, what's the other name of the head of the Equity Bank?
Mwangi, James Mwangi.
James Mwangi of Equity Bank. Are you surprised? These are all people have been, and so I may not be a political trainer, a political leader, but I train people for leadership. So I think that is called division of labor. So I am training you now to be the next batch of political leaders that now I will be expecting to see myself through you. That's what leadership is about. And what I just been doing now, I was accounting for my leadership.
Yes.
What the examples I've given you is accountability. And I account for who I claim to be. Yes. Yes.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Ladies, I want to manage to know. We must appreciate the young leaders who are not yesterday.
Yes.
The ladies who have gone ahead of us, who have made open spaces for us, who have encouraged us, who have mentored us, who have. I think we need to appreciate the ladies. So who wants to tell us how to appreciate her? Appreciate her.
Wonderful.
Please, let's sit down. Professor, thank you very much. I believe you are not welcome. No matter please go and whatever yourself, register yourself with her.
Okay, no worries. Anakaa kidogo. Sini kuanzisha host. Wamekuwa
I want to also introduce something else that you need to look at if you haven't done so already. And I'm pretty sure many of you, except a few who have said you are there for those candidates, that those who are new among you may not know this, but the women of Kenya have something called the Kenya Women National Charter. And it is subtitled National Women Leadership Platform for Action. And this small booklet here addresses, just like a constitution, all the basic principles that women aspire to reach themselves. It summarizes everything that we need. We actually launched this, it was there with a lot of fanfare in 2020. And we committed ourselves that in running for political office, we all must meet this one, the National Women Charter. And it has a preamble that we believe, like our national constitution, it starts by saying, we, the women of Kenya.
The things we committed. So I'm sure Daisy, you have copies of this in your office. It is called the Kenya Women National Charter.
It's online, the WELL website.
The wheel, when the wheel is already there, and it's the wheel. Oh, I also forgot one video. I helped the women movement.
The one who wrote it, yeah.
You can see I'm holding myself accountable.
Yeah.
And by the way, just go and Google her name, you will find everything she has, most of the things she has written. And if you are doing research around issues of women, please just Google. She'll be one of the resources that you need to read.
Yes.
And I think even that should be also all online.
The website.
Now, I want to welcome Daisy and Gary. How do you know Daisy? And she's enthusiastic about this area and a practitioner with several years of experience. I know we have gone some places with Daisy and made a lot of progress with women. She's going to take us through how to garner support for women. She's giving us experiences about grassroots intelligence, how we ensure party support, and those things that we really should know as we get into this field. So, Daisy, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies. Let me ask you first of all to do one thing. I want you to all stand up. And I want you to give yourselves a very big round of applause. You deserve it. You can see it. You deserve it. And I want to congratulate all of you. You know, it's one thing to say that you want to run for office, public office. It's a whole other thing to put yourself in that position to run. As Professor Maria Nzomo said, running for public office is not for the faint-hearted, even where systems work. But it's that much more difficult when you're running in systems that are skewed completely against you and where people don't play by the rules. And I know many of you, because we have walked this journey with several of you, and I want you to know that you are trailblazers. Really, you are. Because sometimes it really takes those people who are willing to go and break the barriers. It's one thing to have the law, but practice is a different thing. And so just by being there, even just by your numbers here, that it was televised live that come 2022, we have women who are running. You know, that communicates a very powerful message. It shows that, number one, you have really taken the affirmation in the Constitution seriously. Because you know that the Constitution 2010 affirms the inherent dignity. We have a lady here who's running for president. You know? We have ladies running for governor. We have ladies running for Senate, MCA. Listen, you are helping to break the barriers. And so I want to congratulate you and to appreciate you and to assure you that we are in this together. We are in this together. As you people are out there willing to take the risk, you know, of putting yourselves out there, we are here to support you as best we can, you know? So thank you for that. Mine, you know, I was given a mouthful of things, but of course it is not possible to go in depth into everything, you know, talking about political analysis, resource mobilization, campaign and political strategy. So really what I'm going to do here is just talk about just basic elements that really we need to look at. Because, you know, it's also, you know, they say that if you aim for nothing, you'll hit it, you know? So you have to have some kind of strategy. It is important. And so that is really what I was asked to come and talk about. You know that over the years we have trained. Okay, let us give Professor Nzomo a round of applause as she leaves. Thank you. And so Moses is going to project a presentation, and I'm sure FIDA will share with you, you know, the elements. Those are just elements, just basic things that you need to be thinking about, you know, as a general rule, because you are not the only one who is vying. Yeah? Some of you already, the seats are sat on. Others, you are sitting on those seats and there are other people who want to unseat you. Some of you are just giving it a try. So it's about really having a plan, having a general plan towards it. And Professor Nzomo talked about some of those aspects, but I'm going to repeat some of them, but not too in-depth, because I also don't want to bore you with too much, because some of you are also veterans and you know the realities on the ground, okay? So I think that one of the first things that we all, anybody who is seeking political office, whether it is elective or appointed, because you know, it's not everybody who needs to seek elective office. Because remember that our constitution provides also for nominations and appointments. There are appointments to cabinet, there are appointments to civil service. There are many ways that you can access leadership, even appointments to the diplomatic corps. So there are many avenues. So we must not look at things within the scope of only leadership as being you are Mheshimiwa. You can be Mheshimiwa in different angles. So your strategy, you have to look at your strategy in terms of where it is that you want to go. Where it is that you want to go, or where can you get to realistically? Although sometimes I think it's good to also be unrealistic. You know, like, you know that one where you aim for the sun, land on the moon. You know, that kind of thing. Yes. So part of the first thing that you need to do is to ask yourself certain questions. And Professor Nzomo talked about some of those questions. So the political analysis starts with asking yourself questions. What do I want? What are my objectives? What's your goal? What is your plan? You know, what are you seeking? These are questions, as Professor said, it's not that you go and you ask other people. You must be able to answer that for yourself, okay? So what do you want? What are your objectives? Once you have decided what your objective is, what are the resources that you have available to you? You know, what do I have? What can I use to get what I want? By the way, resources are not just cash money, okay? There are many types of resources. So you need to be able to assess what kind of resources you have. Then, once you know what you have, what is it that you need that you don't have? What resources do you need but you actually don't have them? Who has the resources that you need but don't have? Okay? And can they help me? Could they possibly help me? You know, to be able to achieve what I need? And who do I need to collaborate with? What are these, if there is somebody to collaborate with, what are their objectives? Because you know, you may need to collaborate with somebody, but they don't necessarily have the same agenda as you. So it is not in their interest to collaborate with you. Can you build an alliance with these people? Then looking at your resources, what are your strategies? What are the strategies then available to you? Once you've done this assessment, what then are your strategy, and who are your actors? If there's a coalition, people you need to build alliances with, then who are the specific actors in play? And then what are your strategies? Will they be successfully implemented? As in, score yourself. Do you think can I actually manage this? You know, what are the counter strategies of your adversaries? I know we like to call them competitors, but you are going to war. So your adversary, because you're not the only one going for the same thing. So what you have to anticipate what opponent is coming with so that you are not blindsided, okay? What are the probabilities of those counter strategies against you to succeed? Because people can come and sabotage you. If you don't plan for it, you're blindsided, you fall, you know. What's your best strategy? Get your implementation strategy in place, put timelines to what you need to do. Now, all these things that I'm telling you about are not new. Why? They are playing out in plain sight as we watch on the national stage, okay? If you look at what the men are doing, they're doing exactly what I'm telling you. Mr. President is no longer eligible to vie. Sindio. But what is he doing? He already has an agenda, isn't it? The deputy president has an agenda. But they are talking. And you know, sometimes we may see these guys fighting in public, but I can assure you, behind closed doors, they are talking to one another. Okay? And this is something women don't do well. This is something women don't do well. And Professor Nzomo alluded to it, that we must learn how to talk to each other. Okay? And not to take things personally. It is Mandagor. Mandagor said, siasa usiweke kwa roho. You know, because at the end of the day, we will be all back here if we lose. Sindio? And we will be licking our wounds. And it is time for us to come out of this congregation of mourners. So what I'm telling you is that as women, we need to learn how to do things. We may not be good at doing it, but we can learn, because all these strategies, they're skills, and skills can be learned, okay? And you have to be deliberate. And the reason I say this is, who would have thought in 2007 that come 5 years down the line, President Uhuru Kenyatta, now President Uhuru Kenyatta, but Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta and Honorable William Ruto would come together to form a political party which would take government? Would you have thought that? Would you have thought that Honorable Raila Odinga, Right Honorable Prime Minister at that time, and Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka at that time, remember they used to fight over protocol and carpets? Who would have thought 5 years down the line they would have come together to form a coalition party to garner for the presidency? Do you understand? Do you see? I'm just giving you that as in terms of example, that for when it is political, when you're in the political arena, you need to learn how to negotiate and work in collaboration. So look at who, don't be seeing at, hey, Daisy is my competitor, I can't talk to her. Ukiniona hapo, it is, women, we need to learn how to separate issues. So it is something that we must learn how to be deliberate about. And you know, the good thing about women is we learn quickly. The other thing is Professor talked about it. The most important factor in the attainment of your goal is actually you. You are the most important person in this thing. And the first thing that you must do is to be honest with yourself. Do you know that you can cheat yourself? Are you aware of this? You can deceive yourself, and it doesn't pay. Talking to yourself and being honest with yourself doesn't mean that you have to do it publicly. You can sit with yourself and call yourself to a meeting and be honest with yourself. Candidly judge your strengths, your weaknesses against those of your aspirants, fellow aspirants, because remember, you are not fighting in a field alone unless you are going to be elected unopposed, which in case then you have nothing to worry about, right? But if not, you need to honestly look at your opponent and judge your strengths against their weaknesses, or your weaknesses against their strength, because that will help you to make the decision, okay? When you find your weaknesses early enough, it helps you to be prepared to deal with them and to respond to those challenges. I'll give you a story, a true story. I won't tell you who, but as part of just this journey of working with women, aspirants and women, there is a lady who vied, and she vied the first time, she came third. Against quite a strong opponent, strong and moneyed, okay? So, for her, coming from a position of not having that much resources and everything, coming up against a well-seasoned candidate and coming third, that's not bad. So the second time, when they went again, she vied against the same guy, she came second. And now they were going a third. And, she sat and she said, I honestly don't think I can take another. And even my husband now is getting tired because, it's taking money, it's taking my time and everything. And so we actually sat and looked. And the thing is, the guy is very moneyed, very close to the party that was dominant on the ground. So in terms of nominations, it was very likely that she would not be able to get the nomination for the dominant party. And so it was a question of, so what is the next best strategy? And we looked and we said, maybe the next best strategy is don't vie, but instead go and offer your support to this winning candidate, but make a plan. Because he is very tight with the party leader, get yourself to be at the top of the list nomination, so that, because this party definitely was going to get enough seats at least to warrant 1 or 2 nominations. And so that is exactly what she did. She talked to the guy and she said, listen, I will support your candidature. I will mobilize my supporters to support yours so that you win with a bigger margin. But the deal is this: make sure that I'm at the top of the list. The guy was like, fine,
Good. And you know, the party was also like, cool. Why? Because, you know, it's about winning, it's about numbers, right? And lo and behold, without expending herself in a campaign, she ended up being nominated in the next parliament. And come the next cycle of election, she had built enough political capital and enough resources to actually run for elective office successfully and won. And now is continuing, you know, she's looking to defend her seat. So that's just a different strategy. So these are things that you must keep yourselves open to. The next thing is you need to do research, and not research of that one of going to university, just basic research. Research, you know, looking at what are the rules. By the way, we had a meeting with Registrar of Political Parties last week, and you know what she told us? Very, very few women are actually going to the office of the registrar parties to get information. She said her office is full of, but majority of the people, how many of you in this room right now have actually been to the office of the registrar of political parties to find out the rules, just by a show of hands? Okay, look, how many? Maybe 10 at most? In a room of 300 women. What do you think that says? So in terms of getting information, and so for her, it was a concern because we were talking about getting women elected. But she was like, if the women are not bothering to find out, because remember, IEBC, how many of you know that IEBC had written to all political parties because none of them were compliant with the law? Eh? So IEBC wrote to political parties. You are saying no, they didn't write. Maybe they didn't write to some, but we know they wrote to 89 political parties. I'm telling you they did because also, you know, we also work with those institutions. Okay? Okay, yes, they did. I know they did. They did, because we are also working with we also work with these institutions, so we get to see. In fact, I think this week they are at a retreat with political parties in terms of ensuring compliance. The thing is this, if your party, by the way, is not among them, then you must go and complain, because that's actually how they also lock you out, or you get locked out. Because at the end of the day, remember that one of the things that IEBC is going to do is to give certificates to political parties that are compliant. If your party does not have a certificate from IEBC showing compliance, imagine you are investing yourself in the wrong thing, because it means that your party will not be able to field any candidates. So it's serious business. So you need to find out if your political party was not written to, you must go and find out what is going on. If you are in a political party and you are investing yourself in this political party, you must make sure that your party is compliant, because at the end of the day, you might find yourself investing in nothing, you know, umemwaga unga, you know. So you must know what are the rules, particularly like now, for the time being, all of you are aspirants. Hakuna candidate hapa, unless you are in a political party, maybe you are the owner of the party, so utajiweka kwa ballot. Okay? That will say kabisa I'm a candidate. Otherwise, all of you are aspirants, meaning that you are not yet there. It's kujaribu. Sindio? So what are the rules? Do you know what the rules of your political party are? Ama huko ndio mutaenda. You are preparing yourself to campaign, but they have decided it is consensus. And you know consensus equals what have already been decided. There is a list somewhere. That's what consensus means. Okay, it means that there is a list somewhere. So you may be there running around saying I'm an aspirant. When the list comes out, you are not there. So you need to know what the rules are. Also, what is the environment that you're operating in? This is part of your research. When you talk about environment, remember that there is a wider environment within which you're operating. Who here can tell me what is the current environment that we are operating in terms of the 2022 general election? Hapana, don't go that way. Don't go that way. Hatutaki hizo vita hapa. Eh? Okay, now you are all speaking at the same time. Harsh environment. Oh, I'm saying, what is the environment that you are, or your candidature, or your aspirations are operating in? There is a political environment. You need to be able to know it. Yes. Yes. It is a transitional election. The incumbent is no longer eligible to vie. So there is a transition, one way or another. Coalitions. We're operating in a space where coalitions are the norm. Yes? Male dominated. Yes. And you know, one of the worst things right now for us is the 2010 Constitution has been rendered in regards to the women's political rights. The politicians have generally exercised veto power. As in, you know, we are supposed to be in a constitutional crisis. You know this. You know that parliament is supposed to be dissolved. Are you hearing anything about that? Are you hearing them saying anything about 2/3? Only IBC. IBC are the only ones talking about 2/3. And they have said any political party that will give lists that have more than 2/3 will be rejected. But guess what? Don't clap. No, don't clap yet when they succeed in pulling it off. I wanted to tell you why don't clap. The same, Article 88 requires IBC, to regulate the amount of money that is spent, to regulate money, campaign financing. And you saw that IBC actually gazetted the Campaign Financing Act. Do you recall? Who knows what has happened? Yes, members of parliament rejected, and what happened? IBC had to de-gazette it. Okay? So, IBC saying something is one thing, enforcing is another. If our political parties are not keen, if you parties, you are not enforcing what IBC is saying, it is only a matter of time before IBC do what? They are forced to cave in. Maybe even they will start rioting. When Chebukati rejects lists, you will see them maandamano, Chebukati must go. Mutafanya nini? So it is a matter of understanding the environment, because that understanding of your environment helps you to build your strategy. What are the characteristics of the voters? We are seeing it is mkono mtupu haulambwi, na kama yako ni tupu basi yako haitalambwa. You know, there are there are issues around voters. We are seeing how voters, we are hearing what. So what are the characteristics? Don't look at national. You must look at your place where you are buying, whether it is your ward, your constituency, your county. You know, you must look at the characteristic of the voter, because that's the person who you are hoping atakuchagua. What happened in past elections? This information is readily available. There are many reports that have been done by women's rights organizations about what has happened in previous elections with regards to women's candidature. Read these reports, see if they are happening, and look at how do you counter them, okay? Because it's the same people that we are going to, isn't it? Then what are the main factors affecting the election, this current election? There are many other factors that are affecting the election. Kandona environment. Who can tell me what the factors are? Name at least one or two of these factors. Yes. COVID. Yes. COVID is one of the factors. And you know, it can be used as a strategy to do what? To make sure that you are not able to bring out your vote, you are not able to campaign, you are not able, those kind of things. We've seen how COVID has been used to say some people can be doing COVID rallies and others are not allowed because they are spreading COVID, right? And these are the realities. Another, insecurity. Yes, unfortunately, violence is a strategy. Unfortunately, violence is a political strategy. It's unfortunate. And our security agencies are really just paying lip service. In fact, next year we will be launching an app to put security in the hands of women. So all of you, you must participate so that you get it, because we have negotiated for this app. And it is one that will also hold leaders, the security agencies and the institutions to account, because it's unacceptable that we see violence playing out and nothing is done. So you've got guys who have gangs, and they know now Mekulenga na those gangs. And don't go, some of you, and say, even because I also know some women who say, even us, we have gotten our gangs. There is an aspirant in 2013 who said, unajua sasa mimi nimejipanga, I'm tired. I have 3 groups of gangs. This one wakishikwa, tunaingiza wengine. You know, so now, you know, we are supposed to be going up to clean up the politics, but instead we are just going and playing dirty, you know. But we must learn to hold the institutions to account to do their job. You know, we shouldn't have to cheza chini, you know. Who else? Yes, over there. Hey, Miss Ogot, good to see you. Yes, indeed. Impunity, a culture of impunity. Yes, we are operating in a culture of impunity, and the rule of law is not respected. The lady at the back. Undermining of IEBC, poor IEBC. In most cases, you would think the I is silent, you know, because it's supposed to be independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, but they don't allow it to exercise its independence. The other, yes, Dina. Apana, we can't even hear you. See you say. By the way, it is. Although we don't want to go there because there are people here who support BBI, and of course you know that for me I'm Linda Katiba, but the president has actually signaled that constitution review is not off the charts. But that's actually not necessary. It is part of it, yes, but that is for the future. Iyo wame park. They have parked it for the future. It's for Nini, yes. No donor funds are there for these activities. This is a donor funded activity here. They are all of them. But you are right when you say no donor funds, because they have said IBC and all those institutions should not be funded by donors. But I want you people to mention something. I'm not getting it. Maybe I'll get it there. So you're talking about voter apathy. Voter apathy, it is true. And you know the voter apathy is mainly because it's young people. These are new voters. They are not excited about the choices that are there. So there's no excitement about the vote. But remember, despite the fact that they have not said new voters, we have existing voters. We have existing like 19 million voters. Are they 19 million? Okay, last one. That's true, by the way. Social media these days has become a problem. Fake news, Photoshop, and all. And this is something I think we actually need to have a clear commander. We need to have a clear social strategy to protect women. Like, seriously. That needs to be something that we need to take seriously. And I've seen now many hands. I don't want us to go there because I want us to continue. But one of the things that I was hoping that I would hear from you is that we are in the midst of an economic crisis. That's one of the environments. And that will have an implication on your country. Because for people, at least watapata kula na kunywa. So it will affect voter choices. It will affect voter behavior. Okay? So that's something also to look at. Those are some of the factors affecting the election. And then, of course, what are your strengths and weaknesses? And then what are the strengths and weaknesses of your viable opponents? Viable. So you need to know who your viable opponents is. Everybody who is viable, some of them even they don't come and vote for them. You should not be one of those people. But there are people who are not viable. There are aspirants who are not viable. So part of your research must be to have an honest assessment of who your sure competitors are. Okay. The other thing is now it goes to opposition research. That is the people of who you will be coming up against. Okay, not to go and research opposition parties. It is the people you will be coming up against. You know, you need to be able to contrast yourself. For instance, you may be vying against a fellow woman, Cindy, and then you start saying, vote for me because I'm a woman. You see, there is no distinction there. So you need to be able to create contrast between you and your opponent, okay? Because these days, you know, like men, they can't say vote for me because I'm a man, yeah? And if you are vying in the same place and you are the same tribe, you can't say vote for me because I'm your tribe. Maybe you can go clan, but they look for other things. So we need to learn how to create contrast between our candidature and our opponent's candidature, okay? And one of the things that you must learn is sometimes if you don't take time to do this kind of research, it could end up hurting you. You could end up being blindsided, okay? We've seen many times women invest, and then at the drop of a hat, your candidature is brought to an end like that just by the entry of somebody else, simply because you didn't take time to look at what are the possibilities. What happens if Mavisi decides to come and vie, and she has potloads of money, and our party is struggling, and she's going for the same seat as mine? See, nitawekwa kando. Yes, and that happens to very many women. Then you need to have what is called a political map, okay? You need to, these are things as in you need to sit down and do these things. You need to sit down and do these things. I'm sure you have campaign friends and teams. You need to be able to do this because your map gives you a clear picture of the relevant actors in your course of action and in the pursuit of your goal and your relationship to all these players. Okay, so it's important to be able to do that. It gives you clarity. And in this, you are number one, you are the center of this map. It is you against the actors on either side, okay? So that you place yourself, you've got your opponents on this side, you know, maybe you've got political party on this side, the political parties, maybe you have the environment. There are different factors that you will look at. So when you're developing that, after you've developed your map, then you analyze it properly. So you look at these actors. What does that mean? What does it mean? What kind of resources are available? What does it say about the political environment? Because your map will be able to tell you those kind of things, okay? Then you look at, once you look at that, you now ask yourself, so is my goal attainable? Is it reasonable? Will I be able to get there? Is my opposition stronger than me, right? What do I need to do to maintain my position and my authority if you're an incumbent? You know, because if you're an incumbent, for sure there are people who want to unseat you. So how do I retain my seat? If you are looking to unseat somebody, you must ask yourself, then looking at these factors, can I flip this seat? Am I able to flip it in my favor, you know? And what do I need to do to flip it? You know, these are questions that you must answer honestly. You know, there's no harm in saying, okay, looks like my opponent is too strong. What's my next best strategy? Sawa. So I've just given you like a template of what the political map can look like, with you in the center, your forces against you, your opposition, your support, because you also have support. So you have supporters. So in one side, if you're looking at your opponents, so on that side, who are the actors and who are your supporters on that side? If you look at political parties, who are the forces against you? Who is your opposition? Who is your support, or who can you count on for support? So it just acts as, just a template to be able to help you. Then, of course, then you do an inventory of all these actors. You develop a list of actors, the resources that are possibly available to you. You are taking it, each strategy being considered, because what it does, it helps you focus on how you are going to attain it and who your possible allies are. Who can you go to for support to help you, you know? in getting what you want. So you look at those actors, the activities that you need, the resources, your objective, degree of influence, because you know, you may come to me, but I don't have the kind of influence you need. Church leaders, you know, there are people who have influence. Church leaders have a lot of influence. Don't think that when you see these people going to church it's because they really like to worship. It's because they know it's convening, natural convening. Imagine you're speaking to a congregation like this and the guys can't talk back to you. So you just talk at them, you give yourself. That's why they go to those. You look for funeral, wedding, you know, you are looking for those kind of things. Who are your allies? There are people who can naturally convene for you. Trade unionists, you know, NGOs, that's what we do. When we talk about supporting women candidates, Kwani, how do we support you people? See, we say we will support you with meetings. Say we'll give you 5 meetings of 200 people each. And we will pay for the whole, we will pay for the food and their transport reimbursements. Yes. So you look for those are the kind of things that you look for, you know. And knowledge, yes. Modoni, how are you? Okay. Then I've just given you another thing of, you know, analysis, you know, of the political forces, looking at the actors in favor of your goal and those opposed. These are things that you need to do. Put them down, list them. Some of you, even it might be your spouse who is against you. So you have seen. You remember what happened with Mrs. Modama? She's on a ticket. It's all but guaranteed that she's getting it. The husband decides to start unleashing my nonsense there, you know. And you can be blindsided by things like that, you know. And those are the realities on the ground. Many people face that, you know. Your children call press conference to say how you have abandoned the home, you know. And those are real things. And then lastly, on the first one of political analysis, I want you to see. Just go to the hidden agenda. Yes. You see that big fish? You see that small fish? That is you and your agenda. Always remember, there's a bigger hidden agenda. So that bigger hidden agenda could end up swallowing your small agenda. You know, because like now, see, I've seen many of you, you are running. Hey, the mountain is calling the lake. Munaenda po, muna dance vigorously, and you think by being seen there equals the ballot. The others are busy selling wheelbarrows, thinking that if you are seen in yellow, it means you are on the ballot. There are others, I don't know which one else is there, okay, because these are the ones that are prominently there. Then there are the others who are saying they are very safe hands. And you think if you are seen on social media taking picture with them, that means nothing. All those things are about perception. And you can be sure by the time they are coming to tell you, behold, Oka, there's a lineup. By the time they are coming to tell you mountain and lake, there's a lineup. By the time they are coming to tell you wheelbarrow, there's a lineup. There are people who have already invested. So now you are coming, how have you invested? And this is where you guys, this is where we go wrong as women. We think that because party leader calls me and tells me to mobilize, party leader alinipigia, so let me mobilize. And you think that means something. It is time for women. Let me tell you, you know that when Uhuru is calling Kalonzo is not saying, yes, sir. He's asking, what's in it for me? What is in it for me? If I do this, what are you giving me? Okay, what do you want? I want to be the president. I want you to mobilize those guys behind me. Okay, that can't happen. Okay, so what's my next best thing? Okay, but even as you do that, I have my team, my people that I need. Women, we must know how to climb together. You are here, especially those of you going for high seats, presidency. Do you have members of parliament who will run with you? MCAs, governors, who do you have them? If you're running for MP seat, do you have people you know you can run with for MP and MCA? Ama you are there Lone Ranger, Ukute, you have a hostile house and they will be the ones to remove you. Do you understand? And these are the realities. Now we go quickly to resource mobilization. I hope I'm Jalala. Okay. Sawa. Okay, nimesikia mko macho wazi. Yes. Okay. Now, when we go to resource mobilization, first things first. To mobilize resources, you should have a campaign budget and a fundraising plan. As I said earlier on, if you aim for nothing, you will hit it. You know, if you don't have a destination, anywhere is there. Sindio? So you need to have a realistic campaign budget and fundraising plan. Now, please, don't mind IEBC with their crazy ceilings. Yeah? You just do yours, okay? The idea behind campaign budgeting is to help you visualize your campaign, okay? To visualize campaign, to help you in being able to explain how your campaign will move from one stage to another and lay the foundation for you to be able to mobilize resources. Because I've seen, and I don't want you people to take offense by this, but I've seen some of you even send us invitations to attend your fundraising. Now, why should somebody give you money? Why? Why should anybody give you money? Eh? No, support. Why? No, why? You know, when we are in church, we give money because we are worshiping the Lord, because we are building the building. Your candidature, you know, people will support what's in it for them. Okay? Eh? No, I'm not saying, listen, I'm not talking about posters. What I'm just asking, the first thing that you should ask yourself, why should anybody support your candidature? Give you money or give you support? Why? Okay, you can't all talk at the same time. Okay, back there. Because they believe in your cause, okay? That actually, what you have talked about is called the what's in it for me factor. People will gravitate to what's in it for them. Don't think you'll go and say, you know, 2/3 na mini mwanamke support me because I'm a woman. Nobody will give you money. Anyway, let's move on. I want us to move on. It's important. I mean, I'm just telling you this. So you need to have an itemized estimate of campaign expenditure, which includes, this is now for you on your end, income and expenses. And remember, money is not the only resource. Money is not the only resource. Listen, when many of these men are vying, who are the first people they look for? Why? Because we are the best mobilizers. And you see, most of the time, do you mobilize with chums? It's because you have certain standing within the community. People know you, and so they know if so-and-so calls me and I need a plan. And so you have the trust of people. And they know this. So they'll be like, who do they look for? Women Guild, Women Leader, Chamas, Youth. Those are the people that they look for. So you need to understand that that is a resource. So it is something that even you can convert. If they keep calling you and they know that you are able to mobilize, then you should be able to say, okay, if I mobilize for you, what's in it for me? But see you women, you are so loyal. You are just excited that party leader amekupigia simu. Eh? You are so excited amekuita mkutano. Sindio? Na anakwambia atakuchunga lakini hakwambii aje. Anakwambia we just be patient. Me, I've got you. I've got you. Si even ndio vile mnaambiangwa. Tena ninawajua by the way because I know your stories. I'm always warning you about this, but some of you don't listen. Yeah? And then at the end of the day, you mobilize for them. They get in. After that, every time you call, they are busy. They're in a meeting, they're what, until elections come round again. And then you women, as forgiving as always, you revive your love for them and you say, no, but huyu anakuanga ni mwaminifu, si ndio? Si ndio vile mnafanyanga? You are carried. Actually, these male political leaders, they carry women like handbags. You know that favorite handbag of yours? Sasa hapa kuna watu, you moved. And let me tell you how it looks. Because our political parties are nothing more than special purpose vehicles. But Anne Derrito, bless her heart, is so committed to turning them into true institutions, ideological institutions, and governance institutions. She's so committed to it. And she's facing an uphill task, by the way. They don't want those stories. She's telling them, we want to know what your ideology is. But most of them, the ideology is power, all else later. So you people are mobilized around that. Nyinyi wengi wenu hapa mulikuanga KANU damu, si ndio? Wakati wa Moi, si mulikuanga KANU damu? Mukaingia NAK damu, si ndio? Mukaingia PNU damu, si ndio? Mukaingia CORD damu, mukaingia ODM damu, mukaingia. Sasa mnaenda wapi? Sasa mko UDA damu, muko. Meanwhile, you are not consulted. Mnaambiwa tu hii ndio chama. You don't even ask. And so these are the things. By the way, we can laugh about it now, but it is serious because this is where we fail. This is where we fail. This is where we fail. So I was talking about the resource and the connections because nyinyi ndio mnajenga vyama. Kwani mnafikiri ni akina nani wanajenga vyama? Kwa sababu chama kipya kikiundwa ni nyinyi mnaitwa. Mnaambiwa sasa chama ndio hiki, sasa muende muambie watu, you go there roaring like lionesses. Na mkiambia watu chama ndio hii. At the end of the day mnawachwa kwa mataa, si ndio? So you need to, it's time for us to flip this narrative. How do we use these resources to the benefit of your candidature? How do you use it for yourself now? Okay? And if those people are willing to believe you and to not be mobilized with chums, kwani you can't convince them. So you can convince them over your candidature. Yes. You must be realistic about how much you need. Don't say that I'm running for MCA seat, I need 50 million. Okay? Start with what you've got. Go do estimates and based on assumptions. If you said you've done research, so you've got assumptions, but above all else, two things. Have a contingency plan. If your plan doesn't work, have a contingency, or if things go and they go more, have a contingency. But always have a plan B. How many of you here have a plan B? Truthfully, have a plan B. It's important to have a plan B. Have a plan B. So, elements of a budget very quickly. Okay? The things that you need budgeting for, voter contact, media, and you know, some of these budgets are not actually for you to pay for media. Some of it is just to get yourself there. FIDA, Crown, organizations like us, we organize. For me, can I tell you a secret? Well, it's not a secret now, since I'm going to tell you. But do you know how I ended up going on TV and becoming a regular on TV? Because you people used to refuse to go to TV. We book slots. And you know, media is powerful. You know, and women are scared. So you tell them, we've booked slots for media, please come. Last minute, cold feet, Aki, I can't go, I don't know what to say. Have you seen the men? Even if they don't know what to say, they just go there and say that a lot of nothing, you know. And I'm not saying you go and say a lot of nothing, but just go. So, you know, to keep those slots and to keep the relationship with media, I would say, okay, so-and-so is not coming, but I will come. I'll come. And so I would go, me naongea yangu yote huko. Then another media house will call. Then I'm like, see, you give us slots for women. I tell women to go. Some of you want to be paid to go. You know, a lot of people thought that we get paid to go on TV. You don't get paid, but the pay comes back to you in a different way. It gives you visibility, you know. So you don't be afraid. If you don't know, let us sit down and talk. How many times have we sat dinner? When it's time to go on media, okay, what am I going to say? These are the points that must come out. Say this, that, and the other. We organize, we strategize. What are the things that need to come out, you know? And then you go, and let me tell you, when you do it once, you do it twice, you do it, you become a veteran. Kabisa, Paka, now you are confident to call media and you can talk. If you make a gaffe, it's okay. It's okay. But women, please, you cannot shy away from it, okay? One of the things during this season, we always have good relationship with media. Because we also accuse media, we tell media, you are not positioning our women. They're like, where are they? Give me, they will call you, they say, give me 5 women. And the only thing you're not going to just go and talk about at 2/3. That's not a story. People are not interested in that. Go and talk about the economy. Go and talk about health. Go and talk about youth unemployment. So, Jifunze is to start reading up about these things. Read. Not always to watch. What are those programs that come from Spain? The ones you like so much. You see, even you know them by heart. Not always to be doing that, and not always to be listening to our media. Sometimes our media misinforms, Read widely, talk about climate change, you know, look for those hot button issues. Hamida, champion of climate change, you know, talk about infrastructure, talk about things. And then people begin to say, this one, she's talking things. Find out what cost of living. Do you know how much gas is? Yeah, I was talking about it at lunch. Do you know how much gas cylinder is these days? It's very expensive. I was even wondering, Kwani, what is that? Talk about that, because those are issues, women's issues, livelihood issues, household issues, you know. Talk about those things. So get yourself, learn about them. You can be sure we will get you onto media. And these days, there is a plethora of media. There's vernacular. In your Ushago, we'll get you those slots when they are on a coyote, you know. And let me tell you, you know, people, when they hear you in the media, you are their champion. By the way, media is powerful. So don't refuse. Don't go scared. You know what courage is? Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is being able to confront that fear. So even if you're afraid, go. And after 1, 2, trust me, it becomes, something. Look for people who will volunteer to your campaign, who will volunteer to work for you. There are people who like you. There really are people who like you, and they will work for you. They will say, I'm going to put myself there. Wale wanaitangwa watu wangu. Si umewahi kusikia? They will live and fight. Watapigana. Wakisikia mtu anataja. You know, there was that thing where, I don't know, some people had called a press conference. They were talking about a leader. And somebody came there and said, hey, you're not going to talk about him here. So those are what you need, people like those. Find those people who like you enough that wakienda kusema nyenyenye kukuhusu, they will fight for you. They are there. You do. If you are a viable leader, you have watu wako. Find those people, mobilizers, volunteers. Look for people, organizations that are doing meetings. How many meetings can you give me? How can you support me? Lessons, t-shirts, posters, mutanipatia nini. Let me also tell you one thing. Please know, up until you become a candidate, not many people are going to invest in you, okay? Because it's anybody's game. People will invest. Once you are on the ballot, you are halfway there. So the most important thing is getting on the ballot, okay? And then after that, you look for those people which organizations are doing meetings. Who is going to train for me my agents? Who is going to pay for me my agents? Who is going to, because those are the important things. Hapo ndio kura zinaibiwa, ama yako inahesabiwa like a spoiled vote, So logistics, people can give you cars, People can give you cars, people can give you fuel, people can give you ndudhi. One thing Professor Maria Nzomo didn't tell you about Charity Ngilu's campaign, because she used to go on a bicycle, Black Mamba, These days, there's ndudhi. Don't always want to be seen in a V8. Get onto a ndudhi. Find the chairman of ndudhi in your area. win them over to your side and get them to help you. You know, those kind of things. Okay? Sources of resources. First person to fund your campaign must be you. Usijipange na pesa ya wengine. Unataka watu wakusaidie kujipanga, ujipange kwanza. Hapana, don't go there. You must fund, you must give something to your campaign, okay? Then friends and family, those are good. People will give you small monies here and there. If you have run before, there's always people who supported you, go back to them because it means they believed in you the first time. They can still believe in you. Issues. Who are the issues people? People like FIDA, people like Crown, we are issues people. What is our issue? We want more women elected. So that's our issue. As our issue is we want to see more women elected. And there are many of us. We are many. Femnet, Action Aid, many. Find them. Issued people. Well, you know. And yes, by the way, the Women's Charter you can find on the website of Well. Okay? Then there are other ones. The madam here mentioned it. Influence buyers, people who like to win. Because they know, you know, when you come in, if you're an MP, uko na CDF, hiyo ni biashara. You think when you see Mount Kenya Foundation supporting Raila, it's because they love him? Eh? They know ni biashara. If he's president, he will remember that I did for him. Barabara ikija, I'll be like, dude, remember I supported you. But women, you are going there to say, support me because I'm a woman. Why? I mean, he's got a wife, probably daughters, you know, I mean, you know, why you not her, you know? Issues people, how do you align yourself with issues? Do you know who the business people in your community are? In that area where you are vying, do you know the people, business people? You go and you tell them, look, I want you to support my candidate. And when I do, I have seen you sell seed. In this area, we have farmers. I am going to make sure. CDF, one of my issues is going to be food security. Now, tutatembea na wewe. Hapa, there are 1 million people who need seed. That one will support your thing. And then, hey, there are the other ones who also don't want to see your opponent win. You know, there are candidates who have enemies, real enemies. Yani akisikia kamanda amesimama, watasema no. This one, I'm opposed to her. So they will come and fund you just because they want to make sure so-and-so does not win. Look for them. Look at those people who don't want your opponent to win and say, I'm here. I'm viable like this. And I'm sure, see, you know, there are people like that. Okay? People who should fundraise, aspirant, you should be the first person fundraising for yourself and be specific. Don't say, Sasa, give me some support. Be very specific. Okay? You can come to me and say, look, I need you to support my campaign. Can you support me? I need 100,000 shillings. If you can even look for people you are telling, look, if you can give me 10,000 shillings every month for 8 months, and this is how I'm going to spend it. If I say no, then you say, okay, fine. Can you give me 1,000 t-shirts, one off? Can you give me posters? Wachania, how are you? You know, so you be specific. Don't just say, I want your support. If I give you 1 shilling, see, I've supported you. Yeah? You need to be very, very specific with the kind of support that you need. And then friends who talk to friends, family who can support, and make sure you convince your family to be your support. You know, there are some families that mobilize support against you, and they can even put a candidate from your family against you. Yes. So you don't need that. Now, finally, your campaign strategy to Namalizia. One, we talked about analyzing the situation, identify your strategic purpose, map and utilize the channels of political influence and communication. You are now bringing it all together. Build, support, and reduce opposition to your candidature. You must minimize. You don't want too many people opposing you. Doesn't work well. Okay? I know they say any publicity is good publicity, but it's not. There's some publicity that's very bad publicity. So you need to minimize as much as possible the opposition to your agenda. If you have too much, you need to rethink, okay? You must be able to see the forest, not just the tree, okay? Look at who are the important actors. There are very many important actors right now. if you are in a place where there are certain dominant forces, who do you know within those dominant forces that can penyesha you? Because you see, like now, us guys, as civil society groups, one of the ways that we are going to help you is to push for that agenda of the 2/3 to be realized, whether tutafanya maandamano tuseme we don't want to know. We just want any party that has a list with more than 2/3 to be rejected. That is opportunity for you because you are there. I'm here, even if it is just to be put on the ballot because you are making up numbers, that's fine. Because once you're on the ballot, you are halfway there. Okay? So, exactly. So that is, so you need to look at the important actors and what pressure they are putting. So like us guys, and you say, yes, you know, in the party, you say, yeah, by the way, Kwani, our party, we need to field candidates. You know, we will be putting pressure. This is why it's important to work together, you know, as women's rights organizations and political players. We work together. We will do the legwork. We will go to the political parties. We will say we are going to make sure. Kwanza, we have already said 2022 elections that does not meet 2/3, we are going to say it is not credible. Kabisa, okay? Find out what can bring you conflict and work on those conflicts. Minimize your conflicts. Minimize relationship conflicts, right? Get information, please, you people. You need to get information. Some of you will be locked out simply because you're not getting information. Ni kama mnataka hiyo tikiti wapate kwa kitanda. You know, you need to find out what's going on. And because there are many pressures. Remember the environment that we're acting in. Let me tell you, do you know that one of the things that Moi did in 1992, after opening up the space for multi-party elections, there was only one party at that time, Ford, remember? But by the time we were going for elections, how many parties were there? There was Ford, Asili, there was a plethora. Some of these parties are even, they are engineered by the state. What, do you know what the characteristics of your party are? Some of them are just there as distractions and then they'll be folded up. Sindio, you remember what happened in the last election? See how many parties folded into Jubilee? 16. There were 16 of them, right? What did you negotiate for yourselves? Eh? You people were sitting waiting to be told how the merger is coming along. No negotiation about what's in it for you. By the way, coalitions are very dangerous for women's candidature, especially when women are not political party leaders. I've heard here there is a national party leader. Those are the kind of people. Charity Ngilu has survived on the political landscape because she has a party. Do you know that? They would have buried her in Kaburi La Sahau if it was not. Martha Karua, even despite not being elected, is still a political player. Why? Akona chama. You people are there running around looking for sijui what. Those, let me tell you, those things matter. Those things matter. How are you allying yourself within the party? How are you being strong within the party? Okay? You need to study the patterns and power of influence and opportunities to wield them. Look at what opportunities do you have to wield them. Are you close with the party leader, your chairman or chairperson of the local place? Because those are the guys, let me tell you, we saw a lot of things in 2017. Women removed from party lists overnight. Mumejua, you sit in NEC, the list is there. IBC Gazette, it's a list you have never even seen. Because when you were there, Ngorota in usiku wa manane, the list was changing, okay? You need to look at how do you shape what opportunities are available to shape other people's perceptions, positions, and behavior, and even understanding of you directly and indirectly, okay? So some of those indirect ones are through going to the media, you know, people getting to hear you. Because sometimes when you're in these crowds, you are just part of the crowd. Cindy. So you look at the issues at play, how they are directly and indirectly related to you. Have a short, medium, long-term plan, okay? Looking at political elites, citizens, grassroots groups, or all of them, you know, what are the institutional rules and requirements? Do you know? Do you know what your party is saying? Because parties were written to, none of them were compliant, they were told to be compliant. But each of them was written to and told why they're not compliant. Do you know why your party was not compliant? Because none of the parties were compliant, including these big parties. None were compliant. But do you know what their non-compliance was? Have you found out what the non-compliance of your party was? And how are they resolving it? You know, those are things that you need to know, okay? And because it all implicates on your strategy, okay? So we've talked about this, you know, who matters, how can they help or hurt you? Can they deploy influence? What are some of those influence, those informal networks that I've talked about? How can you deploy them? Are you able to deploy those sources of influence? Is it sustainable if you have influence? Because let me tell you, if you're running against an established candidate, you know, there's that thing where they say, if you're running against somebody who has a horse and a chariot and you're on foot, you cannot run as though you are on a horse and a chariot, because at the end of the day, you'll exhaust yourself. Cynthia. So you must look at the sustainability of your strategy. Media, influence and access. What are the bottom line interests? What are the bottom line interests? Find out what those are, because all these have an implication upon you, okay? And you must look at your long-term relationships in terms of your circle of influence, leadership styles, styles of learning, your allies and your enemies, okay? Do a SWOT analysis. We all know what a SWOT is. Is there anybody here who doesn't know what a SWOT is? Yes, you must look at your strengths, weaknesses, and your opportunities. You need to know your map and who is influencing your map, how to go about it, realize your limitations. You know, if you see that your strategy is not going to work out, what are you willing to settle for? Do you want to be a cabinet minister? Do you want to go into the civil service? Do you want to be deployed as a diplomat? What do you have that you can negotiate, you know, to be able to ensure hawachi kwa mata? Okay? These are things that you need to be able to do. And then finally, go for it. And so let me stop there. Fida will give you the presentation. But anything else, these are things that are available. Mavisi and I and Professor Dungo actually wrote a book on women candidates, taking you through the different steps of how to be a women candidate. I don't know where that book is. Mavisi, you'll tell us. We wrote it for UN Women. And so there's a lot of stuff that's out there. You know, these are just elements, yeah? And so I really wish you all the best, and we are there. We are not just here, we are there, and we will be supporting women candidates. We will. We will. So, now sit.
We have ordered this. I know you've been sitting here since what time? 7:30? I know most of you are getting tired. That's not all getting tired. There are some who are still young and restless. There are some who need to can go to a disco and dance until morning. There are some of us who need to go and put down our clothes. But what we will do is this. I'll just give an opportunity for only 5 questions to base. Only 5. And please, only a question. There's one at the end. There's one here. You have spoken. There's that young lady here. That is please. There is still. And where's the fifth one? And that's Demo. Why is the muscle putting up their hand?
Mutu for Indiana Award. What I wanted to share with my sisters is, they said that these men users are not married. What I wanted to say is this. And when it started bleeding, it started giving it legs. After some time, the chicken started following you, despite being skinned to death. So we are the chicken. And let's now change not to be the chicken, to be women of substance, to be elected, not to be nominated, to be called flowers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number two, right here. Number two.
My name is Vivian Shah. I'm running My name is Vivian Shah. I'm running for member of parliament in the constituency, Nairobi County. Thank you very much for sharing the insights that you shared. I like the fact that you said that one of the ways in which we can try to mobilize the resources is reach out to organizations that are interested in issues like of women. So my question is, what's the process or procedure? Like if we want to have these women meetings in our various wards and constituencies, do we reach out to you directly? Do we go through contracts? Could you just give us some direction so that it's a little bit clear, especially for first-time aspirants like myself who may not have done it previously? Thank you very much.
It was that table right behind you.
Okay, thank you very much. Once more, Mr. Christine Florence Owuor. I appreciate the learning this afternoon. This time is almost, so far you have made me what I am. It's not the first time. I'm asking different answers, we just want to get information. Give us time now. We are also like you. You are also listening. And that's why we create fear amongst ourselves because I want to open. Okay, I want to appreciate. This is what I'm telling my fellow women. The way we have been told the 3 days, and also what Desa said, the best strategies. This is what I'm telling you. Let us work out our ways, and also to be called women. Let us also there tell men, a woman starts from here to down, but not just the same. I want to ask Mama Daisy. So, for example, I'm the only aspirant woman in my ward. I have 9 women. And also, I want to get a win-win team for women. You know, it will possible tell them, I'm there as a mama for change. Will it sound bad? Okay, in today's world, I need less advice than to get hard and get a win-win. That was a challenge to me. Since she said, John said that you are a woman. And now I have 8 aspirants and the only woman. And also, something to say that we should not be nominated. We will need to strategize if you have plan B. The other plan B is where? Yes, nomination. All to get Zanzibar County. I think that's the plan B. Thank you.
Hi, David. Your name is Awazito. My name is Sophia. I'm an MCA aspirant from Olulowo, somewhere in Nigeria. I'm a second MCA aspirant, and you have challenged us to come out of the congregation of women and women. And you have told us that women must know how to blend together. Can you please give us an example? Give us an example, please, of where women are blending together. I'm sure you have met me. Kindly advise us. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you please ask your question again? It didn't come clearly. What did you say? How women are doing what?
You know, we know that women need to work together. Can you give us examples of where women are working together on how we can come together and do something together? Because we also always go.
Please, we are waiting for you. And I believe if you wanted to ask anybody a question here, not all of us can speak. If we speak, you will speak until tomorrow.
Okay, can I just answer the ones that have come and then they will come to that side? Okay, thank you. So let me start by responding to Vivian. Okay. Procedure and process of reaching out to women's organizations. You are already in the midst of one of them. This is part of the procedure because for sure Anne is here and I know that Frida from here they are coming down machinally. But one of the things that I need you to know and that I told you is that we know that for starters, as part of the process towards nominations, direct support is not going to be what I know you are looking for direct support. What you need to do is to use the support that is being given to you strategically. You understand? I want you to know that women's rights organizations are working behind the scenes to ensure that there is enough access for you women. Like what I told you, the thing of the 2/3, having the not more than 2/3 gender principle as a reality where political parties are forced to have women, that will help you, you know. So the work that we are doing with institutions to push that agenda is central to that. However, we will make public the kind of support that is coming because we are organizing around it. You know that we rely on donor funding, and we are right now in the process of actually developing the strategy of support to women candidates. And it will be made known to you, okay? And how to access it. Christine, you talk about you are the only woman aspirant. But let me tell you, even if you are the only woman aspirant in a sea of men, being a woman is not a strategy, okay? You can't tell people vote for me because I'm a woman. That's actually not a strategy. They need to know that you are somebody carrying an agenda that will have an impact on their lives, okay? Because you may find a male candidate who can give you a run for your money and is telling them, because people gravitate to hope, a message of hope, okay? Something that shows them that your candidature will actually be useful to their own. Because there are some cultural norms that don't give status to women. So being a woman could hurt you, you know. So you need to come out with a different one. Sophia, where are women working together? As far as I can see, right here, women are working together. Let me tell you, women's rights organizations are women. The fact that there are women who sat down and wrote a program to bring you people together to start the journey of your candidature, that is working together. Part of the strategy also is about being able to sit down together, because even as time goes, when analysis is done, you need to be able to look and say, quite honestly, if we sit with you, remember I told you the story of the lady we sat with, and it was clear her third run, she was still going to lose. She didn't want to lose, so what's the next best strategy? Are you holding on to your strategy to a point of death? You know, you can go in another way. If the door is closed, we go through the window. If the window is closed, we go through the back door. Even the roof. There are ways, there are strategies.
that you can do. And I know women who wanted to vie, it was very difficult. They went one way, they got appointed to something, and they ended up being elected still, maybe 2 elections down the line. So that's why I'm saying you need to have a short-term, medium-term, and a long-term plan. So here, Carol Ogot from Kisumu. Now that the rule of law has been snubbed and impunity is roaring, it really is, which other way would you as women's organizations use to convince political parties to meet the 2/3 gender rule? Actually, we are next week we are at a retreat, women's rights organizations, to do exactly that, because the court orders have been rendered useless and the rule of law has been rendered useless. So we need a strategy. We need a strategy for how women are going to be elected. So when we come out with it, of course, now you know it's the end of the year, you will hear of it, what the plan is. And of course, Carol, because you are also one of the people we work with, you will get to hear it and feedback. I mean, there's a plan. There are plans underway. You know, there are plans. But the most important thing is to be honest about your candidature so that we know how to place you where. Okay? Because it's negotiations. Remember that as we are planning for women aspirants and candidates, there are also men who are also gunning for those seats. So we need to be honest and we need to have a good strategy. Okay, this doesn't say who it is, but what are you going to do with the one who has gone to the ballot but did not make it? Is there any policy in place to support these ladies? Okay, yeah, you know, I know there are quite a few who've gone to the ballot and did not make it. There are no policies to support those. However, you know, you have experience. And as Professor Nzomo said, you just have to keep going, you know. I know that for some it is very difficult. Cynthia Mutere is a friend. I don't know if she's still in the room, but she has been at it for years. I was with her that time in '92 when she was trained and sought to become a counselor, and she was not successful, but she continued and continued. Eventually, she's a sitting MCA right now through nomination, and she wants to vie again. The important thing is that you cannot give up hope. And the good thing about women who have vied before, and even if you've lost, at least there is that experience. And it's something that we can work with, and these are things that we need to get known. I don't know, maybe that is something that Wanjiru, we can look at. Cindy, Anne. That's the last question. Are you going to support women from political parties only or even independent candidates? I believe support is going to go to all women that are there. I do want to caution, though, for all those of you who are going for women representative seats. You know that whatever happens, that seat is going to go to a woman. And a lot of focus is going to be on dual gender seats. So you're looking at presidency, governors, senate, constituency seats, MCA seats. Those are the ones that we are going to be focusing on, because we want to flip as many seats as possible. But even independent candidates, as long as you are on the ballot, if you get onto the ballot, we are going to look for a way to support you. And by the way, in 2017, we had a good strategy. We supported women candidates. It was mapped out, UN Women allocated to us, and we supported women. And we got more women elected. Now we want to do it even more, you know, so we will support women candidates.
Are you going to answer this last question?
How can we get slots for media sessions? Eva. Oh, those slots will come. You know, there is a demand on the media. So, you know, you are working, right now you are working with FIDA. All of you, you are in FIDA's database. We also have women leaders on our databases. As time goes by, we work in collaboration, not in competition. So we are going to work together to ensure with the media. Remember that we have the Association of Media Women in Kenya. All of us are going to work together to ensure that we get as many slots as possible. This is not the question you should be asking. We are asking you, are you going to go to media when we give you those slots? Semeni hivyo alafu tuwaite mwanzo kusema sijui mtoto, sijui usiku, sijui nini. Okay, we will get you the slots, but you must go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daisy. We want to appreciate Daisy for and she will actually be able to. A number. Daisy, they're asking for your number. If you can put it out there, please put it out there.
I'm going to give you people, I'll give you people my number. Number one, don't flash me. Number two, if you call me once, twice, and I don't pick, maybe I'm in a meeting, send me a text. Don't call at odd hours of the morning or the night. Okay? My number, by the way, is a public number. It's not, and I've kept the same number for years. Those of you who've known and engaged with me, you can testify I have the same number. But please, to Heshimiane. So my number is 0735 yes, I'm in that category. 0735 299 296. Iko on WhatsApp. Numbers anyway, you can't even ingiza me in groups. I stopped that. Now you can't putting me in random groups.
So thank you very much. I think you got the number 0735299296. That's the number?
Yes.
So you have it all. So thank you very much, Daisy. Let's give her another round of applause.
Allow me
Remember you had some, first really wants to leave. We will allow her to leave. Thank you very much, Daisy, for being with us. We will give the panel 5 minutes. We have some questions, very pertinent questions. You can just tell us a little bit about those answers, and then the questions, the answers we have to give us, and then we can mark them sent to you. Thereafter, Greta Molonu, where are you? Come and sit here. Come and sit here. I want to say something after Colonel speaks.
Good evening, ladies. Wow. I haven't seen this kind of energy anywhere else. And thank you very much for a wonderful day. For me, I think I've learned quite a bit in terms of understanding what politics is all about. And let me finish where I started by once again congratulating you all for your commitment, dedication, and focus to drive the change we want for this country. I have attempted to answer some of the people who asked me some of the most difficult questions I've seen. And let me summarize this. In security situations, and I will read this, is important. The strategy that I'm hearing, there should be a security plan. 2, tafadhali, as much as you want to know about actions of carjacking, kidnap, and all those situations, what matters most is your state of preparedness. So, lastly, if there is something I must repeat over and over again, is that you ladies have a unique opportunity to drive the peace agenda for this country. It must be a part of the women's strategy. It must be a part of your strategy machinani in your ward, in your constituency, in your county. This country needs you, needs peace, needs security. Your children want to change the landscape. And you have that unique opportunity write that agenda. So for me, if you still, and I want to offer this, and that's why I sat back here. Answer, and it's very possible, and I've answered both of the other questions, including some people who wanted to know how to throw grenades. And they wanted to be taught how to throw grenades and how to do some this. All those things can be done.
What else do you have
Okay?
to say about yourself?
But it has to be a part of your profile, your strategy. All said and done. Don't be a part of those guys who have always made violence, who have always made hatred and intimidation a part of their lifestyle. Please, let's make a change. With those many and few words, it is so sad that we must leave. I would have loved to be here today, tomorrow, but unfortunately, you know, there's nothing as nice as being next to too many women. Hakuna kitu mzuri kama hiyo, because ule mtu alinilea, and the person we all remember is my mother. She was a religious, and I must tell this story. She was always a very religious woman. She brought me up in the book of Bahati Mashinani Sholumoyo to be who I am today. You people can make it, and I want you to believe it, that you can bring the desired change for this country. Don't be intimidated between you and your mom. The relationship, we held youth groups in over 25 counties. And during all those youth programs, you know what the youth told us? When we asked them what is the problem, walituambia nyinyi watu mmekaa hapo kwa high table, mmetuletea hizi shida ambazo tuko nazo. Can you imagine? That's what the youth say. So let's make a change. Once again, I can see she said, mimi nimeshukuru na wapenda na washukuru na kipigeni na wajirani. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here. Welcome everybody to my number. Na mjue mimi nakuwa na jibu moja sawa. Zero seven 933 521. 0707-933-521. Sawa sawa. Asanteni sana, asanteni na Mungu awabariki, na mkienda mwende salama, muwe wapole na muwe na mapenzi.
I just want us to give an opportunity to let them know who is a presidential candidate. Just 5 minutes before the man to know who he is. Just 5 minutes before the ladies go.
Ladies. Hello, ladies. Move on. You're so tired. You can't be tired at this time because it's our last day. You have one more day. I think yesterday I spoke about my occasion, and mine actually is a calling. It is a calling. So let it not be mistaken that I just sat down and I started dreaming of becoming Madam President in Kenya because I have so much money and so much knowledge and everything. No, it is not so. Mine is a calling. So let us put that one right. You know, God loves Kenya. And I'm going to talk about the legal about why. Because as you have to say, it is important.
Hi. How are you? Yesterday when I spoke here, and I remember very well, and I want everyone to listen to me because that is what Peter espouses. We say that our hope and our prayer, having spent so much time, energy, and videos to bring us here, is that we live here with three things: sisterhood, sorority, friendship, and that entails respect. So I would urge you please, because we are giving Rita a chance. Part of feminist values, because I believe we are all feminists, isn't it? Is respect. So let's listen to her. If you must energize and get a cup of tea, please do so quietly. And this is important, let me tell you. You know, when I'm watching, and I'm not watching Russia, they're not here, but I can tell you men of Kenya are watching us. And if we are not careful in how we collectively organize ourselves, we will already see how the country. So whatever we do, as much as we want to, and we are free to even get a cup of tea, let's remember that core value, that sorority, respect, and friendship is what will make us stand up. These are your number one criteria, by the way. So as we live here and as we listen to Rita, who has been bold enough to declare her interest for that seat? We're only giving her 5 minutes to wish we could give it more Rita, but the program is very tight. Let's espouse that. And once we do that, we make everyone's life easier.
Women, changamkeni kidogo. Now, as I was telling you that mine is actually not a vision, it's a calling. I've been having it for 20 years. And I'll be bold enough to tell you that this time around, this nation is going in the heart of God. It is not going in the heart of man. And I'm saying it without fear or any contradiction because that's the way it is.
The people of Kenya have suffered enough. We've already listened to what has been happening in our elections and how women, you are looked down upon by men. If you look at everything that has been said here, it is the lack of leadership. Because if we had good leadership in this nation, this would not be happening. But why is it happening? Because many people are compromised. The IEBC could be judiciary, could be any of them. They are compromised. The people to save this nation, it is you women. It is you women. I will look at you in your eyes and tell you, this time around, you better shape up. Because you are women and we're gonna make it. This nation must go in the hearts of women. When God called me, He knew I was a woman. And we've been watching those men for 60 years. They haven't done much so far. Our children are still dying. There is no order. The mind of our state. We are easily compromised. You don't have the self-dignity. Why? Because you've been manipulated over and over again. We are looking forward to have a society and leadership when people have their own mind. We cannot continue to people where they see the wind in front of them. For heaven's sake, we were created to be able to control our own mind. The parties will come, elections will come, and they will go. But you and our children and our grandchildren will remain. You are looking for a better future for this nation. We are sending our children outside this country because we don't feel comfortable here, including our leaders go out there for treatment. Is it because we cannot do it? We can do it, but we have chosen not to sacrifice our lives for the future of this country. Today I would urge you, each one of us that is vying to become an MCA, an MP, a governor, or senator, do it for the future of the country, not for ourselves. Are we together? This time around is going to be very hard because it will be a shift that have never happened before. It is not going to be normal. And I'm telling you, whether you like it or not, your mind will be changed. Something is going to happen and your mind will be changed. You will be responsible of this country. You will no longer walk in this country like you are refugees. It's like you left this country. The decisions we make, it is not good. Women, you are the one who did that. This nation belongs to you. You need to be confident enough. It is not about money. We need money, yes, but I'm telling you this one, and one day you remember this day. This time around is not about the experience you have. It's not about how much experience you have in the politics. Things are changing and very fast. You have never seen any country or anywhere the country get delivered by the people who are inside the system. They come outside from the outside the system because they are not corrupt. Do you agree with me? Most of you are new. You are right now for the first time. Why do you think this is happening? When do you think that all you women are seated here today? If it was 5 years ago, you would not be here. Because if you were here, you'd be fighting with, I am ODM, I am NASA, I am this. But now you can feel the feeling there is unity in the spiritual realm. And this is caused by you, women. Rise and shine. The time is now for women to take over. And I am not afraid to tell you that 2022, it is not about them. It is not about man. It is about God. And we're going to make it. Fuck you. So be strong, be confident, listen to what we've been taught here about being who we are. We need to be a good example. They are watching. When conference is going like this and we are unruly, they are watching. When we are disagreeing on things, they are watching. Do not give men that privilege. Let us be well organized and we can do it. Let us help each other. We can do it. We can make it. 2022, we can have a government you always have talked about. Don't look at yourself and you cannot. You can. Don't look at me and think I cannot do this. I can.
Protection family.